Way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our side so they can vote for us. They can't even speak English, so they won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of shit, you know, at least for a while until they learn English and they realize they hate us too.
They hate us too. Oh my God, I'm huge.
Way to sugarcoat it.
What the hell's going on? Everybody, I'm sorry. Let me fix this. Let me just do this. Everybody, I'm so sorry. I have to apologize. Had an emergency. I don't know if anybody's dealt with refrigerators lately, but for some reason, refrigerators friggin' suck. And none of them seem to work the way they're supposed to anymore. And I just replaced my refrigerator like a year and a half tops, and bought a $7,000 KitchenAid refrigerator, top of the line, they say. I went to go get my ice for my drink, and everything was all water, and everything was all messed up. And I don't understand it. I don't get it. I mean, yeah, the sombreros got so much bigger. So that's why I was late. I was cleaning up a mess in my kitchen, and I had water everywhere. It was a disaster. And now I got to deal with a refrigerator issue. Like, this is bullshit. This is complete bullshit. Like I said, you buy a refrigerator, like a KitchenAid refrigerator, is supposed to be good, man. And I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. But anyway, enough about my problems. Yeah. Pool party at Jim's. I wish. I had the same issue with my fridge. Well, I've only lived in this house 8 years. All right. This is a brand new house, 8 years. This is my fourth refrigerator. It's always on a weekend. Always. You're absolutely right. Always on a weekend. If it's not a Friday, it'll be a Saturday or a Sunday. It goes out. But a Friday's worse because now what do you do? It's not an electrical problem. It's not an electrical problem. It's just everything's all made. This is actually right. Everything is all made in friggin' China now, and it's all made for shit. So it is what it is, So luckily, I do have 4 other refrigerators in my house, but they're not big. They're not full size. Well, there is one full size refrigerator in the garage, but like I have little mini fridges for the bar, and one in my room, and one in the guest room, and stuff like that. I have multiple, actually. A little too many refrigerators, but it's the main one that I use every day for everything, to make my ice and do all my stuff that's jacked up now. So I don't know. They're not big fridges. They're little fridges, the little mini refrigerators that you keep. I got one in my bedroom, a little mini fridge, so I can have drinks. If I wake up in the middle of the night and I want something cold to drink, I don't have to leave my room. I can just grab it out of the fridge there. And then outside by the pool, there's a refrigerator by the bar. There's one in the garage, which is where I keep stuff that's like I don't use anyway. So, yeah, and they are computerized now too. Yeah, they suck. Yeah, major appliances are made to be disposable now. It's you get it. I have to have ice. It's crazy. So yeah. Oh, this guy's back. He wants to get me many viewers. It's Epic Work Shirt. Do I have a walk-in cooler? No, I wish I had a walk-in cooler. Boy, do I wish I had a walk-in cooler. That would be nice. No. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I do have a deep freezer too, so that's okay. Like, put stuff in, like, for keeping stuff ice cold, but gotta have a fridge for the keg. I had one years ago. I don't drink enough to make it, like it gets to be an issue if you have to use it. You have to go through the keg like every month. Otherwise the beer goes stale. So, Your fridge said no more ice. I said, fine, not spending another $2K. Yeah, but that's the problem. It would be if it's just the ice maker that stopped working, but it's like the ice maker stopped. Like, I went to get ice and I hit the button and water came out. And I went, wait, what's going on here? And I went and looked and I'm like, why is there no ice in here? What's going on? And I went to look some ice cream and it was just like liquid. Everything was liquid in the freezer. Did Bella open the door? I don't know. I'm hoping and praying that it was just, say, my grandson maybe pulled the freezer door because it's a bottom freezer, that he pulled the freezer open and it didn't shut all the way, and maybe that caused everything to happen. I'm praying. It's like I said, this was a lot more money than I like to spend on a friggin' refrigerator. And I thought it was I'm hoping it was the grandkids. I'm hoping it was the grandkids just did something and that it'll be fine. I put a thermometer. I took everything out. I put a thermometer in there. I'm letting it sit and I'm going to go check the temperature and see how it is, see what happens. But I'm still going to call. Yours had an RFD tag on the filter, so you had to use their brand of filter. That sucks. Very bourgeoisie of you, Jim. You have an ice machine. They keep me in the basement. I'm not allowed around the windows. I do have one of those pellet ice, the nugget ice machines also. So I was able to get some ice, but I don't like the nugget ice. Like nugget ice is fine if you're going to drink real fast, but if you're going to have something for a long time, the nugget ice, it just melts and waters everything down. It's ice for eating. Like if you're chewing stuff, like if you're making mixed drinks and stuff like that, and you want to make like a slushy drink or something, you use the pellet ice, and then like it's not crushed, it's nugget, like it's called one. It's like one of them. It's a GE Opal nugget ice maker. It's like ice that you used to get at the movie theaters. I don't know. Yes, I'm spoiled. I get it. But anyway, that was a huge sombrero, wasn't it? I mean, look at this thing. That is a huge sombrero. That thing's got to be big, right? Mm-hmm. You love my problems? Boy, you know what, Renee? Everybody has problems, and everybody thinks their problems are the worst, but my problems always tend to cost me thousands of dollars. That's the thing that pisses me off. Like, it'd be okay if it was something was like, but it's just, I don't have, I'm not wealthy. I live on a fixed income. So, and lately, thanks to Biden, it got fixed really shitty. Anyway, it's like bunny poop ice, like Sonic Ice. Exactly. Yeah, there's a machine that makes it. It's like Sonic Ice. Yeah, first world problems. I know. Yeah. I wish I had an old fridge. Honestly, one of those old ones. My collection of Pokemon cards says otherwise not wealthy. I'm not wealthy. No. I mean, look, I wear the same shirt once every 2 weeks or something. 3 weeks, I wear the same shirt. So. And I only get them dry cleaned every other time I wear them. I'm not wealthy. Just saying. Speaking of wealth, we do have a gold. It is what it is. So let's get into the first news story of the day. Why don't we? Because this has dragged on long enough. 10 minutes almost, and I didn't even get into a story, and we were just talking about some crap that has nothing to do with the story. What is she doing? Hold on. I got to get my shock collar on. Oh man, that was. Man, oof. Okay. Oh man, my hair's all messed up. Anyway, whatever. It is what it is. What is what it is. It is what it is. Let's get into the first story. Let's go. All right. All right, ready? Here we go. The riffs have begun. That's right, folks. The riffs have begun. What do you mean? For me? What do you mean? I don't know. What's going on? Did I do something wrong? Yeah, I need to get on welfare. I do. I'm going to have to get Section 8 or something, probably. I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to do something. Let's see. No. Yeah. No, I got to do this for whatever. How did I get so big? So big. Something. I think it had something to do with Joe's show yesterday, where it made me. I had to do something. Like I had to change something. I was on his show. Oh, shock collar. Oh, that was a joke. It was a joke. I don't have a shock collar. Never. I can prove it to you here. See, there she is. She's just sleeping. She's fine. She's got her little toy there. I may have had to go out to snap, but I'd be gabbed if I ever got on Section 8. Remember what Section 8 used to be in the military? Yeah, Section 8. Yeah. No. No one asked if you can get unemployment while furloughed. I don't know. The explosion today, yeah, I got that. It's the strange how this stuff keeps happening, and for some reason it keeps happening. That also keeps happening on Friday, so that's kind of strange, right? Kind of strange. So yeah, so here comes the Reaper. Oh,
he wields a pen. Rough food is the Reaper. He wields a pen, a thumbs and a brain. Here comes the Reaper. Tend to your babies. Comes the Reaper. Gonna tie your hands. Here comes the Reaper. Won't be able to fly. Here comes the Reaper. Baby, and your plan.
yeah, the Reaper's coming for all these people. That's right. And Chuck Schumer panicked, stating Russ Vought just fired thousands of Americans with a tweet. I so voted for this. Keep firing the Democrats. Asked for it. Yes, they did. They asked for it. They totally and completely asked for it. They did. You're talking about the video of Hassan with the thing? Yeah. You were paid $34 per month when I was in the Navy. You were in the Navy? I think I was paid 700 and something when I was in. I think. If I remember correctly, or I think. It's all coincidence. It's all coincidence. They are not the droids you're looking for. Yeah. Here's Chuck Schumer. Russell Vought just fired thousands of Americans with a tweet. Let's be blunt. Nobody's forcing Trump and Vought to do this. Well, you're kind of did. Yeah, he's the 2025 guy, right? Yeah, that's him. You were in 67? Holy crap, dude. Thank you for your service. And were you greasing slopes on the Mekong Delta? Woo. They don't have to do it. They want to. Well, yeah, we do. We want to fire a bunch of people. They callously chose to hurt people, the workers who protect our country, inspect our food, and respond when disasters strike. Deliberate chaos. A Commodore? No, I don't sing. Didn't the military start getting paid more when they start paying taxes? You did a little Vong too, and okay. You personally blame Vietnam for you and your father not having the greatest relationship. You walk around and bond at normal times with a bond with his father. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, it can happen. Yeah. And could say to people, I was greasing slopes on the Mekong Delta when you were still sucking on your mama's titty. The Trump administration has confirmed thousands of federal employees received RIF notices today across 7 departments. They are not furloughs. These are terminations thanks to the Schumer shutdown. Way to go, Schumer. The following defendant agencies began issuing RIF notices to the lapse in appropriations today, October 2010th. Department of Commerce, Department of Education, Department of Energy, Department of Health and Human Services. Wow, Health and Human Services, 11 and 1,200 people. HUD, 442 people. Homeland Security, 176. Department of Treasury, 1,446. Sounds good, baby. Keep them coming. See how close to zero we can get. I keep forgetting the government is even shut down. Mm-hmm. Breaking, the meltdowns have begun. Vaught's announcement that mass layoffs are starting today. We are just beginning, and they're already losing their minds. This is going to be epic. Thank God I had a strong mother. She let me play with G.I. Joes, but she wouldn't give me a Barbie. Oh, she would let you play. She let you play with G.I. Joes, but she sure as hell wasn't going to give you a Barbie. Well, I don't want to. Generally speaking, G.I. Joes used to do a lot of nasty things to the Barbie dolls, so probably a good thing you didn't, you know.
Track down exactly which agencies here on this Friday afternoon are now sending these notices of reduction in force, effectively layoffs, firings to their employees. And I just heard from a spokesperson over at the Health and Human Services Department that they are among those agencies, those departments that are going to be moving forward with agency rifts. I am told that here from the agency that it's going to be across multiple divisions, and that under the Biden administration, that the department had become bloated. This is the spokesperson. HHS continues to close wasteful and duplicative entities, including those that are at odds with Trump administration's Make America Healthy Again agenda here. And so just how vast are these intended layoffs? It's not clear. We are 10 days into this government shutdown. We should also be clear at the same time that not only has the AFL-CIO filed a lawsuit, but also the American Federation of Government Employees. And there is actually a hearing that is pending to take place in Northern California this upcoming Thursday. Those lawsuits were filed ahead of this actual action being taken place. It was when OMB Director Russ Vought had threatened, along with the president, to move forward with these firings that we have not seen in previous government shutdowns. This also comes after the IRS had informed employees who had been furloughed that they would, in fact, be receiving back pay.
I'm not a fan of the back pay, personally. I mean, the military should get back pay. Anybody who's working should get back pay. But if they furlough you and send you home, you shouldn't get back pay, because that's basically a paid vacation then, right? That's just my opinion. If you're working, if you're still working, then they owe you back pay, definitely. If you're not working, they don't owe you shit. A masterclass interview with Mike Lawler with the extremely biased Casey Hunt, dealing with the absurd leading questions like, do you want to see Russ Vought and the Trump administration lay off high numbers of federal employees? Yes.
Do you want to see
Thanks for having me.
Russ Vought and the Trump administration lay off high numbers of federal employees?
Yes. Yes.
No, I don't want to see that at all. But this is also why I've been opposed to the Schumer shutdown, and why, regardless of who the president has been, I have always pushed back against those who try to shut the government down. It is idiotic. And all it does is create chaos and uncertainty, and it harms the American people. You have federal workers who are going without pay. Our military is not going to be paid effective the 15th of this month. Border Patrol agents, you have obviously concern about funding for critical programs like WIC and SNAP. And Casey, all of this can be fixed and resolved immediately if Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats would show up and vote yes on a clean CR like they did 13 times under Joe Biden.
Yeah. I guess they're saying somebody told the IRS people that they'll get back pay when they come back, the 50% that got furloughed. But I don't understand. If you get sent home, like anybody in the military, if the military checks don't get paid, or if people that are working like the ICE agents, the Border Patrol, any of the law enforcement, the people who are, that they're keeping, look up popcorn lung from vaping. Okay, I appreciate that. I've seen the pictures and everything. Yeah, you got to die from something. I don't know. I mean, that's about the bottom line. I need my nicotine. I don't know. Sorry. I quit smoking 20 years ago, and I was chewing tobacco for a while, doing some other stuff, and smoking cigars, but I don't know. Did I see Hillary Clinton give Trump props for peace in the Middle East? No, I can't believe that. That's crazy. Universal smoker here. Yeah, you got to die from something. You know, it's hard to quit everything. Yeah. So, all right. Yeah. Send me a DM. I'm Oral. So yeah, let's get back to this. But yeah. So I don't know, but I personally don't think if you're not working, like if they furlough you and send you home, you should not get back pay. You know. Have I tried nicotine? Oh. You mean these things right here? These right here? Zen? Have I tried these? Have I tried these? Take a drink. Oh. Well, I will tell you, Joe, I prefer my turkey sandwiches served hot too, open face with some gravy. You had 7 to 9 heart attacks, triple bypass, got COPD, and now got your pacemaker, defibrillator, and COPD. Oh, well. You quit everything now? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to say, I knew, like, my grandfather smoked 2 packs of Camels, unfiltered, every day. And he died at 78 of kidney cancer. So, not lung cancer. Yeah, let's start our own government. I was told if we come back and want to get paid for missed time, we would need to use our leave time, no paid vacations. Yeah, well, yeah, no filter Camels. Yeah, yeah. My dad smoked Lucky Strikes, which are no filters for God, since he was in God, because that's what he started smoking when he was in the army, because that's what they gave you, I guess, in the army back in the 60s in Vietnam. They gave you Lucky Strikes. And so he smoked those all the way up until, like, I want to say maybe 15, 20 years ago. I think around the same time I quit smoking cigarettes, he quit smoking cigarettes. He tried the patches, but you couldn't keep them lit. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I smoked Newports when I did smoke. I know I was going to say, but that was, that's what people smoked. Newports or Cools in the south side of Chicago at the time.
There is no reason for this.
One thing that Congress usually does in these instances is they pass a measure that allows troops to continue to receive their pay. Right now, that's not happening. Should House Speaker Mike Johnson bring the House back to pass a measure to pay the troops while this shutdown is going on?
Well, let's be clear. We did pass a measure to do that. House Republicans passed a clean CR 3 weeks ago.
But often there is a separate piece of legislation to pay the troops.
But Casey, we've done that. We have passed a clean CR to keep the government funded and open, to pay our troops, to pay our Border Patrol agents, to fund critical programs like WIC and SNAP. The president and the administration may take action to make sure that our troops are funded, and I hope they do. But again, this could all be resolved immediately. Chuck Schumer could vote yes to keep the government open and funded and make sure that none of these issues that we're all concerned about become a reality. And I just think fundamentally the situation here is very straightforward. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have shifted their previous position of passing clean CRs and keeping the government funded and open because they are petrified of AOC, Zohran Mamdani, and primary challenges from the left. And they want to show them that they are standing up and fighting back against President Trump. That's what this is about. It's not about health care. Because I went and asked Hakeem Jeffries the other day, sign on to this bill.
We can show a little bit of that.
I've signed on to legislation. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's show a little bit of your exchange.
No, it's sad. It's sad. You could
It's
easily
an
sign on to
You're
this.
embarrassing
You
yourself
could
right
sign
now.
on to this. The only
You're
embarrassment
chasing
here is
clout.
you.
You're an
You
embarrassment.
could sign on to the.
Thanks. Ag. Where you at? Where's she at? Where is she at? Ag. Where's she at? I don't see her here. Where'd she go? There she is. Thank you so much for the $25 for Bellavision, and everyone else thanks you as well. I did the So now we're 50 away from the first additional hour. Which don't worry, everybody. I'm keeping track of the time. I'm not going to jip you out of the time. So yeah. Hi. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. There's two Bellas. Which one's the real Bella? Which one's the fake Bella? Which one's stuffed? Yeah, Bella has a little puppy. Yeah, that's her little baby. She carries it around with her. So she loves that thing. Oh, I guess I could fix my camera now. Now I'm all screwed up again. Oh man, why is my chair feel like it's crooked? What the hell's going on? I'm just falling apart over here. There we go. That's better. Right there. Better. Right? I can come down just a little bit. There we go. Now that's better. All right. Better. Everything's good. Keeping track. There we go. All right. Yeah, that's her little. I can't tell if that's a. Yeah. Well, thank Ag. Thank Ag. She's the one who paid for it. So everyone loves Bella. So yeah, it's Bellaception. Yes. Mm-hmm. He should take a poll. He looked better with sombrero and mustache. He should. Yes. No, it's like something's messed up. It's like I don't know. Yeah. Bella has the cutest ever puppy. Stay cute, small, no potty, no bark. Yeah. Yes. Thanks, Ag. Thanks you very much.
Let me ask you a question.
You have 4 Democrats on here. Why won't you sign on
Let me ask
to
you a
it?
question.
So I will say we're not showing the part where you get Hakeem Jeffries' finger in there, but it does show up at a certain point. I did see this and wonder, like, is this Congress or is this a schoolyard? I mean, is this the way to do it?
You're embarrassing
Do you want
yourself right
to cut this?
Well, listen, the leader has been holding press conference after press conference claiming that Republicans shut the government down. But we all know this is a Democrat-driven shutdown because they want to show their base that they are fighting against President Trump. And my point was, if there is an issue to be dealt with, like health care, then let's deal with it. Let's come to an agreement and deal with it. But you don't do it at the barrel of a gun, and you don't shut down the government to stomp your feet and pound your fist. And it's
So
wrong.
let me ask you where you are on the merits. I absolutely take your point, and I have, in my career covering Congress, heard plenty of Democrats tell me you don't shut the government down over policy disputes. So I absolutely take your point. The sound bites exist out in the world. But on the merits of this question around subsidies for people who are getting Obamacare plans, where are you on the substance of that? Do you think the Trump administration should be willing to take a hard look at that and to keep those subsidies in place?
Well, let's look at the facts of it, right? These subsidies were put in place during COVID by the Biden administration. They were put in place for 4 years. They are expiring at the end of this year. Premiums, obviously, without these subsidies, will go up. But that speaks to the fundamental problem with Obamacare. Since 2010, health insurance premiums have skyrocketed by over.
Okay, I'm just going to say right now, I'm going to stop this because I just got my notification for my insurance for next year, and I don't get any subsidies or anything like that for my insurance. My insurance is going up around 40%. It has nothing to do with subsidies. because I didn't get any subsidies. I am not on Obamacare or Affordable Care Act or nothing. So somebody's lying.
For 60% increases since the implementation of Obamacare. So clearly, Obamacare is not doing what it was intended to do, which is actually to reduce the cost of health care in America. So yes, I support legislation to extend these premium tax credits by 1 year so that we can actually address the longer term problem, which is the cost of health care in America. But my Democratic colleagues are saying permanent or bust. When you look at what they did with these premium tax credits, you have people making $600,000 a year getting subsidies from the American people to pay for health insurance. That is not fair to the vast majority of Americans who clearly don't make $600,000. So at the end of the day, to me, there's a negotiation to be had, but you don't shut the government down over it. And my point in going to Hakeem Jeffries was to say, look, you're saying this is an issue. I agree. I'm signed on to a bill, a bipartisan bill, to extend this by a year. Why won't you join me on this bill? And he had no answer. He was stuttering. He was stammering. He was yelling. He was angry. To me, it was ridiculous. I was asking him very simply, come on, join this bill. He's talking about, your boss, Trump. He's talking about you're embarrassing yourself. I was asking him a very pointed question, which is, if you're saying that this shutdown is about health care, here's a solution.
Yeah, here's the solution. Yeah, that's the thing, too. Like the subsidies that they're talking about, they put no cap on the limit. And I know people, anyone that's on Medicare, anybody that's on Medicare, check your Medicare premium went up this year, too. I know my parents told me that theirs went up about 40%. Their Medicare premium thing for whatever Part C's. I don't know how it works exactly. Part C, Part D, that all went up too, and none of that's subsidized by Obamacare. So somebody's lying. Oh, look at this. We got Phil Coggins says, "Why are people surprised that when Congress passes a law to make buying insurance mandatory, that then the price of insurance would go up?" It's weird. It's weird, right? It's totally weird. It's crazy. Thank you, Phil Coggins. Thank you very much. And I forgot this one. I didn't. Ank is member for 4 months. Yeah, they're computerized now too. 4 months member. Wow, I didn't even know I had members for 4 months. You must have been like a member immediately. I thank you. I thank you so much. And thank you. Premium, I never sign up, but my hospital said I have it. Huh. I don't know. All right, so now we're 40 away. We're $40 away from the first additional hour, people. Just $40. It's Friday night. We could go all night, as long as you guys want. Don't matter. I got nothing to get back to. It's not like I can have a nice bowl of ice cream when the show gets over, because that all melted. So breaking news from the Daily Caller. The entire staff at the Community Development Financial Institutions Fund was riffed today. Like, what is this? What are these things? What is going on? The entire Community Development Financial Institutions Fund. Yeah. Yeah, the issue is the pandemic sunset on the ACA subsidy. Yeah, that's the issue they're talking about. What I'm saying, though, is everyone else's insurance went up. Everyone else's insurance went up. I don't have Obamacare, Affordable Care Act. Mine went up. I know my parents, theirs went up. They're on Medicare. Theirs went up. Everybody's is going up. You have no freezer, but you're at Sun's house at the moment. Well, that'll happen. You have a milkshake. That's the thing. I don't even know if the milk, I don't know, the refrigerator was reading a temperature of 48 degrees. I thought that was a little warm for a refrigerator. Shouldn't be 36, 37 for a refrigerator. I don't even know if the milk's still good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and an admin official confirms the Daily Caller, the entire staff has been riffed. RIFT is the past participle of RIF, which is an acronym for reduction in force, a type of job termination where an employee's job is eliminated, often due to financial reasons or restructuring. It's a euphemism for being laid off and is common in the public sector, such as federal government, though it can also be used in the private sector. RIFs are typically more planned then sudden layoffs and may be accompanied by severance packages or other incentives. Oh, yeah. Red wine. Oh, you can drink red wine. I guess I could drink red wine. Yeah, I could have a glass of red wine. I could always drink some bourbon. But you set your AC to 48. Make pancakes with old milk. Yeah. Trump said he was going to cancel lots of programs, especially Democrats' favorites. Well, that's what I heard. I thought I had a video of Trump in here talking about it. What the hell's going on? Where is it? I swear I had a video of Trump talking. I guess I don't, though. No, layoffs of federal workers are beginning. Russ Vaught. President Trump listens to the Office of Management and Budget Director, delivers remarks prior to entering another tense phase. Oh, okay, sorry. Layoffs of federal employees officially began Friday as the U.S. government shutdown entered another tense phase, according to Trump administration budget chief Russell Vaught. Who confirmed the sweeping reductions in social media posts. The rifts have begun, he announced. There came a report last week that Trump met with Russ Vaught, the architect of the 2025 blueprint, to determine which federal agencies deemed by Trump as a political scam Democrat agencies should face cuts, and whether those cuts would be temporary or permanent. Yeah. Gruber, Obamacare was sent to the Senate. Kennedy, rest in peace, and Brown was elected. That's why Nancy had to pass it, and then we could read it. Stupid Robert's Rules, memory hole. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, because they were worried that if they had to get it passed before that Brown, the guy got sworn in, right? Or before that, like something weird happened. They had to hurry up and do it, right? When Congress deadlocked and the shutdown entered its second day, the White House is going to press ahead with sweeping plans to slash the government. I mean, the Democrats might actually be doing something that even worse. They might be forcing the Republicans to actually say, you know what, the filibuster, we just got to get rid of the filibuster because it's, look what it's doing. If we didn't have the filibuster, we would just be able to go. So Trump described the impasse not as a crisis, but as a chance to purge bureaucratic excesses and reshape federal power in line with conservative priorities. Officials say the meeting with Vaught will lead to mass layoffs, departmental closures, and funding freezes, according to Reuters. The president posted signals that these changes may not simply be temporary austerity measures, but irreversible restructuring. He wrote on Truth Social, I have a meeting today with Russ Vaught of Project 2025 fame to determine which of the many Democrat agencies, most of which are political scams, he recommends to be cut and whether those cuts will be temporary or permanent. I can't believe the radical left Democrats gave me this unprecedented opportunity. They are not stupid people, so maybe this is their way of wanting to quietly and quickly make America great again. Grip says, I had good insurance at my job before I retired, but Obama kicked in and then it went to shit. Well, yeah, like when I was in the union when Obamacare first came out in 2008, 2000, whatever it was, 2009, 2010, whenever like Obamacare came around, it completely fucked up our union insurance. Like we had really decent insurance where you paid like I didn't even see really bills. They would just go to the union had a Office of Insurance Trustees, and they handled it was EIT, Electrical Insurance Trustees, and they handled everything. And occasionally you'd have to pay a little bit of money here and there, but like when my son was born, I think it cost me $200. That was it for everything. But I mean, they paid a lot of money. Don't get me wrong. Like the amount of money that goes into health and welfare to cover our insurance was atrociously large. And it got even larger after Obamacare, because after Obamacare, the trustees had to hire Blue Cross Blue Shield to administer the plan because they couldn't do it anymore. They needed people that actually could follow all these rules and do all this stuff. And it had to be a plan that was, basically to a plan that was compliant with the rules of Obamacare. So, man. Can we get updates, pics of Obama's presidential library? The last pictures I saw of Obama's library looked like a fucking, looked like that, like a Nazi Germany, like a watchtower type of thing, like solid concrete, all weird shaped and stuff. In September, Office of Personnel Management reportedly circulated internal guidance to agencies warning them to prepare for waves of deferred resignations and reductions in force should Congress fail to approve full appropriations. Agencies were told to begin drafting separation and reduction in force plans targeting non-essential positions. On January 28th, the Office of Personnel Management issued a memo to the entire federal service titled Fork in the Road, offering employees a deferred resignation option. The offer promised continued salary and benefits through September 30th if workers left voluntarily, but only if they signed away legal rights and accepted the exit by a looming deadline. By mid-February, approximately 75,000 federal employees had signed the exit agreement. More than 100,000 additional workers are expected to depart following the shutdown, making this breakaway the largest one-day drop in federal workforce history. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Breitbart says Trump White House begins substantial workforce reductions as Democrat shutdown continues. Yeah, so he issued a statement. Rifts have begun. This guy Eric Teitzel, Center for the CEO of Center for Renewing America, noted that a RIF is a permanent elimination of a position rather than a temporary furlough. Yeah, so about 300,000 federal civilian workers will leave their jobs this year as part of President Trump's efforts to reduce the size and scope of federal government. I think there's like 6 million or 8 million people that work for the federal government. That's way too big. OMB has argued that the federal bureaucrats who are receiving pay due to the shutdown are not necessarily guaranteed to receive back pay. Mm-hmm. Oh, Gruber. Now I know who it is. The American Voter Student Unions were most definitely affected with the golden policy. Yeah, they had they called them Cadillac plans. Cadillac plans. Yeah. Hello, Jim and the Jim Somniacs. Nice to see you. Yeah, Vince, they were called Cadillac plans. And basically, they kept trying. They kept basically, that's why I don't understand why the unions stuck with, after they got screwed. That's what pissed a lot of people off actually in the unions from Democrat. It was NAFTA was the first stake in the heart of the unions that pissed them off, like the working man at the Democrats. But then Obamacare, what it did to the insurance, what people saw, what it was costing us. It's like, wait, I'm paying more and I'm getting less. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does this law cover all the furloughed employees automatically? The conventional wisdom is yes, it does. Our view is no, it doesn't. This would have not happened if Democrats voted yes on a clean CR. So yeah, so they're saying the law doesn't specifically apply to everyone. All right, and so it says you're fired. Trump administration announces layoffs of federal workers as government shutdown stretches into a second week with no end in sight. They're saying, this is what they're saying, they're saying that the Democrats are going to hold out until the No Kings protest. So this is just one of the bullshit things. It's not actually anyone talking. Anyway, so 1,000 federal workers are being fired as the government shutdown continues. The mass layoffs began on Friday as an attempt to pressure lawmakers to end the shutdown. Yeah, but see, the Democrats are, Bernie Sanders came out and said they're waiting, This is the Trump administration fires an entire agency in one swift move amid the Shimmer shutdown. Yeah. It was a bailout, similarly, banks and auto industry just 5 years later. Yeah. The White House began conducting mass layoffs on Friday amid a prolonged government shutdown, including slashing an entire department under the U.S. Department of Treasury. Oh, health insurance bailout? I don't know. I don't think it was necessary, though. You didn't need a health insurance bailout. The health insurance industry was doing fine. It's just they wanted to force them to take a bunch of people, and the entire staff of the Community Financial Institutions Fund, CDFI, received a layoff notice on Friday, an administration official confirmed. The program's elimination comes as the White House officials repeatedly warned that the administration would pursue mass firings and budget cuts if the Democrats did not reverse course and reopen the government. This is why I hate the Daily Wire. They do this the black bloc thing. They're like Antifa of the news. Agency employs 102 full-time staff. Rifts have begun. Before the October 1st shutdown deadline, the agency instructed them to prepare for the worst. The health insurance bailout was the Affordable Care Act. Well, I know it gave them a bunch of money. It basically forced people to buy, in and all this stuff. But the cost went through the roof, and then the administration costs for everyone went through the roof too. It basically force doctors and all these people to hire all these staff. Like you used to go to the doctor and there would be like a nurse who was also the receptionist. So she would check you in and she was the nurse. And it was just the doctor and her. That was it. That's all that worked in the office was 2 people. Nurse, receptionist, doctor. That was it. Now, how many people don't do anything with medical? You got all these staff that are not trained in medicine at all. They're just there to push paperwork, file things, make sure, it's like my good friend Julio Scissors that's what he does for a living. And so for him, it's great, I think, for the work, but I don't think it's great for us. Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to jump on to the next story here, which I found interesting. It says the Navy fires commanding officer of the missile submarine USS Wyoming. Commander Robert Moreno was relieved as commanding officer of the Wyoming's Blue Crew on October 8th. The Navy has not said why he was fired other than loss of confidence. States were ripping off Medicare. Missouri did a $400 million boo-boo. Oh, it's possible. I don't know. Commander Richard Moreno has been fired as a commanding officer of the Ohio class ballistic missile submarine. That's one that goes boom. Who did not provide a specific reason for the move. All ballistic missile submarines have 2 crews, blue and gold, which takes turn manning the boats on underway patrols to ensure proper crew training, readiness, and morale. Yeah, they swap, like they go out, I think they go out like 90 or 120 days, and then they come back, and then they go out, and then one of them, they do like repairs or something like that. But Rear Admiral Bob Worth, commander of Submarine Group 10, relieved Moreno on October 8th due to loss of confidence in his ability to command. I think it's loss in confidence. No further information was immediately available. The move was the second time in less than a month that Navy officials fired a ship's commander. The commanding officer of USS Santa Barbara's Blue Crew, Commander Adam Oakes, was relieved on September 11th. The Santa Barbara is a littoral combat ship based in Bahrain. I didn't think I thought only submarines had 2 crews like that. They're saying other ships do too. Gone are the days of the doctor's dating pool being his office staff. Yeah, well. Don't like familiarity? What do you mean? What's wrong? A statement released on Moreno's firing said the Navy commanding officers held to a high standards of personnel and professional conduct. They are expected to uphold the highest standards of responsibility, reliability, and leadership, and the Navy holds them accountable when they fall short of these standards. There had to have been something going on. I've been trying to find out what's going on, but there had to have been something going on they didn't like. But I'm going to show you that this is not unheard of what's going on. It says the missile submarine commanders are handpicked. That's correct. These guys are the only people that actually are in control of nuclear weapons. So they're handpicked, because they decide if they launch missiles or not. It takes 2 keys. And so one of them's the captain and one of them's someone else. I think it's the executive officer or maybe the weapons officer. As a commander of a missile Navy submarine, Moreno is just a handful of officers in the entire military and entrusted with direct operational oversight and control of nuclear weapons. Missile submarine captains are one of just 3 roles, along with air crews of nuclear bombers and launch officers of hardened missile silos, classified as critical under the Pentagon's Nuclear Weapons Personnel Reliability Program, or PRP, which sets out requirements, monitoring, and disqualification guidelines for working with nuclear weapons. Can't get into too many details, but my main boss was a sub-commander. So that's troops working under the PRP can be pulled off duty or even removed from their jobs for mistakes, small infractions, or even ailments that would be waived off or dealt with quickly elsewhere in the military. Wyoming is one of 14 submarines that carry up to 20 nuclear-armed missiles, which the crews can launch in a matter of minutes. Missile submarines make up the smallest but most durable leg of the United States nuclear triad, along with the Air Force's land-based nuclear missile component and bombers that carry nuclear weapons. The 3 independent branches are meant to deter adversaries by ensuring the United States would retain the ability to respond to a surprise nuclear attack. Yeah, it's possible they tested him to see if he'd launch and he didn't launch. They might have did a thing, just like if you guys remember the movie War Games, beginning of War Games, when with a very young Michael Madsen, rest in peace, they sent the code to him, and they didn't. He did it, and he pulled his gun on the other guy because the guy wouldn't. He said, "This can't be right." And he said, "Turn your key, sir. Turn your key, sir." And he didn't, and that's when they put in the whopper. So it's possible this is what happened. or it's possible there was something else going on, or it's possible that he was involved in something he wasn't supposed to be involved in, or any number of things. Mm-hmm. Loss of confidence is a common term. Military leaders and those in the Navy in particular can be and often are relieved for a wide range of reasons, ranging from poor performance or leadership failures to personnel issues unrelated to their job, such as being arrested for drunk driving. But whatever the cause for a firing, military branches rarely disclose why a commander or senior enlisted leader is removed from their post, usually attributing to firing to a loss of confidence. In some cases, when a commander is relieved for significant misconduct, services have noted that an investigation has taken place. The announcement of Moreno's firing did not allude to an investigation. Crimson Tide is a great movie, too. It is. Yeah, Crimson Tide. Great movie. Yeah. Moreno, who assumed command of Wyoming in May 2024, has been temporarily reassigned to the naval base, submarine base, Kings Bay, Georgia. Wow, great place. Kings Bay, Georgia, good time. Moreno began his Navy career in 1933 as an enlisted sailor. He commissioned in 2005, and according to his... this guy joined the Navy 4 years after me. According to his official biography, which was provided to Task and Purpose, his past assignments include serving aboard submarines to Pennsylvania, to Dallas. The Dallas, everyone remember the Dallas from Hunt for Red October? USS North Carolina, and the Cheyenne. Moreno also served as commander of Joint Force Maritime Component in Norfolk from March 2021 to September 2023. The command's mission is to conduct joint maritime operations to execute maritime aspects of strategic deterrence. You only worked on fast attacks, never got to work on a boomer? What? Portland? There's something going on in Portland? Are you trying to tell me? Man, I assume you are gay. I don't know. What is this? What do you mean? Huh? Abe Lincoln is one hell of a ship. Oh, yeah, that aircraft carrier is great. Mm-hmm. Captain David Burke has temporarily assumed command of the Wyoming, which is in port for maintenance, according to the Navy. Moreno's firing does not impact the ship's mission or schedule. Services news release. Ohio-class submarines can carry up to 20 Titan II D5 missiles, and they spend an average of 77 days at sea, followed by 35 days in port maintenance. They are specifically designed for stealth and precise nuclear warhead delivery. Wow, you worked on the Lincoln, Stennis, and Vincent? You're talking about the Vincennes, Carl Vincennes, right? No, is it the Vincent or Carl Vincennes? Vincennes? Wait. Vincent, Vincennes. I mean, is that a different ship? Anyway, so that's that. Tommy Boyvo, CVN. Yeah. It says the Navy fires commander of a sub, loss of confidence. So it says they fired the commander. Navy commanders held a higher standard. So that's it. And I just so everyone knows that this is not, because they're trying to, make a big deal out of it. They're talking like, oh my God, this is the second commander in 2 months that they've been fired. So I just wanted to go and pull this up. I have this story. So it says Navy fires commander of USS Ohio, third submarine skipper relieved in 7 months. And this was March 22nd, 2024. So just don't even tell you that this is odd or what's happening is, whatever. Navy fires commander of Ohio, third submarine skipper relieved in 7 months. One of its guided missile submarines on Monday. Third submarine firing in the last 7 months. Commanding officer at Ohio's Gold Crew, Captain Kurt Balanga, was relieved by Nicholas Tilbrook. So, yeah. So he appears to be the third Navy commander relieved this year. So that was under Biden, so they did it all the time. So don't make people tell you that it's weird. Because I don't know how well these sub-commanders know each other, but I have to ask my boss if he knew the guy or has any inside cheese on a situation I managed to tighten a club. Generally speaking, it would be because there's only so many of them. You took the Navy to federal court? Well, that's awesome. I hope you won. All right. Now, this is kind of the story that we kind of talked about this last night with Joe. Joe kind of brushed didn't really get into it as well as I wanted to get into it. So some more news came out about this guy today because he filed a lawsuit. So Broadview, October 3rd, Broadview ICE detention facility footage captured by our cameras appear to show David Black, the phony minister from the Presbyterian First Church of Chicago, impeding traffic, resisting state police by removing him from the road. And the road was repeatedly told to stay out of the road with federal vehicles exiting and entering. So here's the guy. You're going to see him fighting with the Illinois State Police. And this was not October 3rd, though, because the state police weren't there. There he is. You see him on the right? All the way on the right.
Who do you serve?
That's got to be the wrong date because the state police weren't out there on October 3rd. And then there's a whole article here from Revolver News about this guy. So I wanted to go over this article about him. The truth about the Antifa priest. This is him. Yeah, he's definitely the Antifa priest. Look at it. He's got makeup on. He looks like the devil. We don't need a fake priest to bless our reporting, just smart readers who know propaganda when they see it. The left has always been masterful at using words, costumes, and emotional bait to sell their agenda. They slap friendly, feel-good labels on radical movements and count on the public to fall for it. It's all marketing. Yeah, when they sent out the group email for left as talking points, they messed up by using a very well-known communist agitator fake priest. Yeah, like maybe they should have took that whole about section off the church's website where they talked about how Saul Alinsky came in and took over the church and all the Christians left. You know, they probably should have took that part out instead of leaving it in there. But they left it in there. We've seen it a zillion times before. A violent Marxist organization like BLM gets rebranded as Black Lives Matter, and if you don't support it, well, you must be racist. After all, who doesn't think black people's lives matter? The same trick applies to Antifa. They call themselves anti-fascist, so suddenly anyone who questions them must be pro-Hitler, right? It's marketing manipulation 101, and for a while it worked. But the game's getting old. Most sane people have caught on by now. Still, Dems can't help themselves. They keep trotting out these theatrical stunts. Just like Trotsky, they like to trot it out there. Case in point, a man named David Black who calls himself a priest. Sure, he wears the collar and pretends to play the part, but this guy loves getting maced and pepper sprayed on camera. It's his shtick, if you will. He then uses photos to make himself look like some tragic, selfless martyr, a kind-hearted priest doing Lord's work while Trump's ICE Gestapos allegedly attack him. It's the story the left wants you to believe. Here's Mr. Black handing out his blessings. Okay. Oh, look at her. Look at that blessing. 3 blessings. Huh. What do you know? The truth about Mr. Black is a lot different from the story the left and media want you to believe. The Presbyterian Church has become a prime example of what happens when churches get hijacked by left-wing politics. What was once a traditional, scripture-based denomination has morphed into a progressive activist hub, more focused on climate change, open borders, and the equity statements than the salvation or moral truth. Just look here. Presbyterians for inclusion and equality. And this. Oh, you are loved just as you are. God is love. Glendale United Methodist Church. Well, this is Methodist. This isn't Presbyterian, right? Or is it the same thing? I can't keep track of all these weird offshoots. It's no longer about God. It's about virtue signaling and hiding activism behind a makeshift cross. The church's leadership has traded the pulpit for the protest line and turned worship into a political rally dressed up as Sunday service. Oh, you're saying hi to Bella? Well, hello, Mr. G.S. Harkman. Nice of you to stop by. Yeah, pay no attention to religion. It's not religion. This isn't religion. Oh, thanks, Greg. Bella says hi back to you. You go to a Methodist church, but we don't follow this nonsense. It causes a lot of grief with the hierarchy. The Methodist church as a whole is lost. Just look, this is his church. See, here he is. I talked to God. She's pro-choice. Look, and he's like, Jesus would be at this protest. Bands off our bodies. So, what? What? In what world would any religious person be signing off on murdering babies? Just saying. This is from the website for his church. We strive to be radical in both basic senses of the word, unreservedly open to everyone, unreservedly open to everyone, and theologically rooted in a deep, serious tradition. We are multi-generational, multiracial, multi-ethnic, and multicultural. We are queer, trans, straight, non-binary, and everything in between. That's not a church. They even indulge in witchcraft. This is their. If you guys want to go to, it's just www.chicagofirstchurch.org. That's the church. There, it's all there. A spiritual home for all troublemakers, misfits, and mystics. Yeah. Sunday morning worship. Mr. Black also supports abortion. Yeah. Ban off our bodies. Yeah. Jesus would be at this protest. He isn't some wholesome traditional Christian priest. He's an Antifa radical in a cheap spirit Halloween costume that is bastardizing the true word of God. He's been playing this little game for years, posing as a man of faith while spotting the same unhinged extremist rhetoric we've come to expect from black bloc terrorists. And yet, left-wing leaders like Gavin Newsom continue to prop him up as a gentle activist priest, just trying to help the less fortunate, and then blame Trump for attacking Christians. Attacking ministers getting shot in the head. I just wanted to oh shit, I wasn't sharing the right tab. I'm sorry. My bad. I was playing this and I wasn't playing on the right tab. Yeah, I wanted to play that a few times just because makes me feel good. Like we said earlier, most people have caught on to Mr. Black's little game. He's a professional communist Antifa agitator who professionally gets pepper sprayed in the face while wearing clerical shirts for photo ops. He's done this several times already. There he is throwing a Nazi salute. Look at him. Wow, he's throwing a Nazi salute. That's crazy. The video of this incident is just as bad as it sounds. A priest is standing here not doing anything remotely illegal. Well, he was trespassing. He was on federal property. He was told to get off federal property, and he didn't. He crossed over the blue line. That's what happened. This is Reverend David Black, minister of the First Presbyterian Church. He was shot 7 times in the head with chemical pellets by ICE agents as he was kneeling to pray at a protest. LGBTQ plus activist posing as a minister. No Christian congregation would follow this Antifa policy warrior. Yeah. Here he is. Oh, look at tension grows as Trump insists he wants to send U.S. troops to Chicago. Why they have not stripped this church of tax-exempt status? If it hasn't, I don't even know if this is a tax-exempt church. If it is, it should be stripped of that status. It is not a religious organization. It's a political organization. And it's been a political organization since Saul Alinsky took it over in the 50s and created it when all the Christians left and said, yeah, this is political communism. We can't be part of this. The Justice Ministry, Unitarian Universalist Church, racial justice, environmental justice, LGBTQ plus, gender and sexually justice, reproductive justice. Yeah, he's all that stuff. He's him. Yeah, he's all that. Faith and fear. Look at him. Oh, yeah. But sadly, not everybody understands this game, and folks at the New York Post took the bait. Just get your story straight. This guy is Antifa that dresses like a priest. Yeah, Chicago pastor shot in the head with a pepper ball. Here's Mr. Black clearly agitating ICE officers so he can get pepper sprayed for the coveted photo op. Here's your innocent priest, Reverend Black, in a suit. Domestic terrorist getting pepper sprayed. I don't feel sorry for him at all. Trump's lawless ice goons shoot an unarmed priest in the head with a pepper ball, completely out of control from Tennessee Holler. Yeah, block those people. But Black's own words and action tell the real story. And they're anything but holy. He sounds like a typical Antifa goon. Here he is inciting his unhinged followers. Don't he sound like a radical? This is Reverend Black, minister at the First Presbyterian Church. He was shot 7 times in the head. Retweet if you stand with Reverend Black. Antifa David hiding behind a collar. Let's see. Here's what he
Trump
says.
thinks he has a hammer in his hand. And he thinks he can bring that hammer to Chicago. But he's about to find out that Chicago is an anvil.
Oh, okay. The entire circus is just another stage stunt to paint President Trump as and ICE as Nazis and fascists. Everyone knows exactly who this man is and what he truly represents, which is not Christianity. He's not a priest. He's running an activist network disguised as a church. The collar he wears is about as meaningful as a plumber throwing on a stethoscope and calling himself a doctor. What's truly disturbing is that the left, the media, and Gavin Newsom all know it, and they don't care. They'll lie through their veneers, push propaganda, and play dress up with radicals if it keeps their illegals in the country. Yeah, Jim Jones was also a loved and respected reverend. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the guy. So that's that. That's the follow up there. This is a good. If we got to, we're gonna have some feel good stories. It says from Heartland Signal, breaking. Masked Border Patrol agents aggressively arrest WGN video producer Debbie Brockman in Lincoln Square Friday morning, supposedly for obstructing justice. We're going to get to what she did.
What's your name?
Debbie Brockman, I work for WGN. Let them know.
I got you. Yep. Debbie Browning?
Brockman,
WGN.
Should be arrested for showing some crack, too. All right. She was arrested for throwing objects at law enforcement. You saw that face, right? Yeah, she did not think she was going to get arrested. So she was arrested for throwing objects at law enforcement. Catherine says she shouldn't have been throwing objects at ICE agents. Here we go. Antifa WGN video editor and producer who was off duty, no video equipment, in Lincoln Square today throwing objects at federal officers. When she was arrested, she demanded to be released because she is a journalist. There's another video of this. Hold on.
What's your name?
Debbie Brockman, I work for WGN. Let them know.
I got you. Yep. Debbie Browning?
Brockman,
WGN. Do you guys want to share your names too, or you're just going to cover your face?
Okay, so Lincoln Square, federal agents arrested WGN employee Debbie Brockman after she threw an object at their vehicle during an immigration operation. The same media that lectures about justice can't tell the difference between activism and assault. Breaking news just became breaking the law. So here we go. You're going to see, they're going to talk about it, and they're going to see her and see what she's doing, all right?
Federal agents swarmed Lincoln Square this morning during the morning rush hour.
Yeah, it's a story that has been developing and unfolding all day long. And one of those arrested, as Micah said, is a WGN employee in our creative services department. WGN's Christine Flores has been talking with witnesses. She is joining us now with the very latest. Christine, what have you been able to find out?
Well, Bray and Micah, good evening. We are near the intersection of Lincoln and Foster, that same area where that incident happened. Now, this is a site with a lot of condos and apartments and people who came out to document the incident. Video captures a minivan racing west on Foster Avenue. An object goes flying in the air and a woman screams.
I heard yelling and screaming and honking. I ran downstairs to see what was going on. It looked like Border Patrol agents in a minivan had slammed some lady to the ground. And so I ran up to her and asked her for her name. She said she was a WGN employee.
The woman being detained is an employee of WGN's Creative Services Department. Josh Thomas lives in the condos above the scene near Lincoln and Foster. When he made his way down around 8:30 Friday morning, he realized there was another person already in the minivan being used by ICE agents.
¿Cómo se llama? I didn't get his name, although I asked for his name. He didn't speak very good English. They claimed that the WGN employee was obstructing justice, even though she was like all of us, just standing here taking video.
The scene was also captured by a woman in a cab on her way to the airport.
She was walking east, we were driving west, and that's when I took out my phone and they had just tackled her and brought her into the street, and that's when I asked her what's your name?
What is your name?
According to the Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Border Patrol was conducting immigration enforcement operations in the area. They say the woman, a U.S. citizen, threw objects at Border Patrol's car, and she was placed under arrest for assault on a federal law enforcement officer.
Oh. So she threw objects at the car. Oh. Okay. Huh. Mm-hmm. JB Pritzker's cave, the Illinois State Police have entered the chat. So here we go. Yeah, that's the sad thing is the judge has been the judge let the fucking girl who rammed the cars go. I mean, these people really want a civil war, I guess. I mean, trans Tifa, yeah. Harry was a king, loved his glasses, yeah. It's the same with the federal indictments and the grand juries letting people go. Yeah, it's crazy. The guy that hit them with on video hit him with the sandwich. They refused to indict him. That's a crime. That's battery on an officer. Doesn't matter if you hit him with a feather or a fucking brick. It's still assault and battery. Yeah, they should get put away for 20 years. They should. We'll see what happens, though. I mean, I don't know. It's crazy. Crazy. This is where we're at in this country. It really is. But we got one side who wants to play games about what's going on, and a woman claiming her husband's being detained in Broadview won't provide info about her husband, claims he was picked up with no warrant and being denied medical attention, sleeping on the floor, but won't provide anything to authenticate the story. Huh. Well, it's nice that she's got a Mexico shirt on.
She doesn't want to give her name, so she doesn't have to.
She wants her husband's story.
She doesn't want to give her name. She doesn't have to. Let's not pressure her.
She doesn't have to, but do you understand?
Let's not pressure her, please.
We're not, but we want to know that it's genuinely a true story, that it's authentic.
A true story, okay?
But we can only authenticate it with a name.
But she does not want to give her name. She's
That's
scared.
Fine.
The people are scared.
That's fine.
Okay. The people are scared, and you should understand.
Okay. We do understand.
People are scared. They don't want to give their names. Okay. They're scared.
How about
There's not enough people standing up for these people.
Understood. That's why we got our cameras up, and we're going to ask more. What about her husband's birthday? Just can we get that?
December 9, 1978.
Maybe an initial or something.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1988.
An initial maybe for something, first name, last name. Date that this was booked.
A pseudonym?
You know what? I don't, because I don't trust you. I don't know you, and we don't have to give you nothing. All right?
That's fine.
So that's all you're getting.
Thank you.
She doesn't want to give her name, so she doesn't have to.
Oh, she's probably illegal also. Mm-hmm. Yeah. During an ICE operation earlier today, a man was filmed striking and shattering the rear window of a federal vehicle. This isn't activism. It's anarchy fueled by the Democrat politicians. No identification or arrest has been confirmed by the Aurora Police Department. Aurora's a very fucked up town. I'm going to tell you right now. It's like a lot of illegals in Aurora. A lot of illegals. And gangs. Oh. That person who tried to stop him should have got arrested right there. These women with the right hair, this woman that got in front and pushed the cop should have been taken to the ground and arrested right there. That woman should have gone to jail. You can't do that. She's blocked. They're purposefully blocking them from getting the guy. That makes them co-conspirators, co-defendants, accomplices, whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. And wow, it happened. A second vehicle was attacked during the same operation. The hostility towards law enforcement keeps growing, and the Illinois Democrat politicians keep looking the other way. This is exactly why the National Guard has been deployed to Illinois. It's an illegal block, Jim. No, you can't do that. There was nobody standing there. If you look when they start chasing them, there's nobody there. They stepped in front of the cops and blocked them and did this with the cameras. You're interfering. You're obstructing. You're obstructing. You're interfering. You're an accomplice.
Yeah, this the world, bitch. This the world, bitch. This the world. It's the world, bitch. This the world, bitch. We stick together, ho. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Get the fuck out. 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 Come on, move. Move. Get out. Get out. Get the fuck out. Get out. Get the fuck out. Pussy. 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 Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah.
And the fact that the local cops are sitting there and not doing anything. And then they're going to cry about the National Guard. Yeah, it's lawless America. It's crazy. Yeah. We'll have to see what happens. We really will. Mm-hmm. We got this story. Antifa's professor-in-chief at Rutgers, Mark Bray, bailed to Spain after funneling half his book royalties to Antifa International, the same group bragging about buying body armor. Now that the donation site is down, Rose City Antifa leaders slipped off to Europe, and the money pipeline has gone dark. It's not about justice. It's a communist racket to enrich the vanguard.
I thought y'all said Antifa wasn't an organization, they were an ideology. They sure are acting like a corrupt corporation since they've been labeled as a terrorist group by Trump. Antifa International all of a sudden suspended their fundraising and their donation wing of the organization, which also provided bail money, legal defense funds, legal advice, and tactical gear for all of their members in the United States. I wonder if they were doing it legally, and now they're going to be investigated as an organization. Mark Bray, he's an assistant professor at Rutgers University. He's also known as a financier and the foremost thought leader of Antifa in the United States. 50% of his own book sales went to Antifa International, the organization. Well, he's fled the United States and is hiding in Europe, but yet Rutgers is still allowing him to teach his classes remotely. The two co-founders and leaders of the Rose City Antifa Charter, which is the most notorious and longest running charters of Antifa in the U.S., yeah, they too have fled the United States. And the leader of the Portland Charter has also fled the United States. They're acting like corrupt organization leaders fleeing the United States so not to be held responsible for what they did. Huh. It's just an ideology though, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, SB Farmer says we can't invest in Safe Light, the windshield company. It's not a publicly traded independent company. It's a subsidiary of Belron, which is owned by the Deleteren Group. It's not a public company. That sucks. They're going to make a bunch of money. There are far too many non-constitutionalists in this country. Perhaps they would be better off moving to another continent. Perhaps. 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 Gay. Let's see. Oh, here we go. We got Rose City Antifa is present in Broadview, Illinois. Look at this. See, that she got the look at her. That's like a giant person, and she got Rose City Antifa shirt on. It's not a video. I tried clicking on it. It's not a video. So there's the shirt. Rose City Antifa. I thought this lineup of posts in the screenshot below was a funny photo of an enormously fat, emotionally unstable liberal with very much in need of a whale psychiatrist. Whale psychiatrist, what? Yeah. This is exactly what Superintendent Larry Snelling told not to do, but leftists are maniacs and hard time comprehending basic directions. The person recording is Jess Hutchinson, your typical white liberal who says things like, "You're kidnapping, aka arresting my neighbors," without caring about our neighbors who sleep in tents by the lakefront, get punched by psychopaths on the red line.
People, we're fucking kidnapping people. Masks off. We're fucking kidnapping. Are there people in this vehicle?
Hey, that is enough.
Get away from this vehicle. No. No. Get away. Nope. Absolutely not. Hey! Hey! Are any of my neighbors in this vehicle? Are any of my neighbors in this vehicle? Where?
I would have arrested some of those people.
Thank you.
Go follow them. These people are retarded. Go follow them. Hey, what's up, Jay Wills? Thanks for watching all this craziness and sharing these lovely people with us. Well, I appreciate that, Jay Wills. Thank you for the $10. With that $10, we are now just $30 away from an additional hour. From the first additional hour, that is. I'm sure there'll be many, many more tonight. We'll see what happens. Oh, wait. We got more Jim from Low Watermark. So that gets a... With that becomes now we are $5 away. Just $5 away. Just $5 away from an additional hour. Thank you, Low Watermark. And they all filmed the license plates like that's going to do something. Yeah, all these license plates are more than likely vehicles that were confiscated, and the plates belong to whoever they took them from. So the plates go nowhere. They come back no hit when they run the plate because the feds don't have, Yeah, oh, Rose City Antifa. You wonder if it's related to the Rose Law Firm, Hillary's old workplace. That is an odd thing, isn't it? Yeah. Jay Sweet says, I heard there's an island available to put all these nutcases on. Yes. And I am Bob, member for 1 month. Rubber bullets, water cannons. That would be nice. It would be. It would be nice. It would be nice if we could get back to the old days. Yes. Then we got the CEO of Citadel, Ken Griffin, reveals one of America's largest hedge funds has fled Chicago over crime, even though Democrat leaders claim everything is under control. I know that the Board of Trade, the entire Board of Trade, the Merck and all of them, they're talking about leaving. You know, we've gone from probably 1,300 people in Chicago to a few hundred, from being the primary tenant, one of the largest skyscrapers. I think we'll be down to 2 floors in a year.
But now we're starting to hear from CEOs. Citadel, one of America's biggest hedge funds, moved its headquarters over crime.
We've gone from probably 1,300 people in Chicago to a few hundred, from being the primary tenant of one of the largest skyscrapers to, I think we'll be down to 2 floors in a year.
But now we're starting to hear from...
That's crazy, right? That's what's going on in Chicago. They got Trump talking about ICE's targeted arrests at courthouses and that he's very happy about it. He wants to arrest the criminals. Like, I mean, that's the thing I want to just basically explain to everyone. If the Democrats were not shielding and protecting the violent criminals, the convicted criminals, the people arrested for crimes, the gang members, the drug traffickers, the cartel members, if they weren't shielding them and protecting them in Chicago and LA and all these cities, none of this would be necessary. If they were just letting, when ICE says, hey, we want you to hold that guy, and they go, no, fuck you, and they let him go. This is why they're here. This is the people they're chasing. That's what they're doing. They have lists of all the people that have been convicted of crimes, that were arrested for crimes, that have re-entered the country, that have deportation orders. That's the only people they're going after. And yes, if they do come across somebody who they have no idea who it is, and they're also an illegal alien, they're going to grab that person too. They're not going to let him go. But none of this would be happening if the Democrats weren't being fucking jagoffs about everything. And that's the bottom line. That's the fact, Jack.
Mr. President, on immigration, ICE are making arrests, targeted arrests at courthouses in New York City and around the country to the consternation of Democrats. Yeah, so what's your reaction to that?
I'm happy about it. I want them to arrest criminals. And if you take a look at D.C., a year ago, D.C. was our great capital was a very unsafe place. You know that. Some of you were mugged and talk openly about it. Some of the media was mugged. But right now, D.C. is one of the safest places in the whole country.
Mr. President.
Yes, D.C. is one of the safest places in the whole country now. We got this. We got Tricia McLaughlin correctly says that Pritzker and Mayor Connie Johnson are both aiding and abetting criminals.
Yeah, but look, it's not just the protesters pushing back. You've got a federal judge in Illinois temporarily blocking the administration from deploying hundreds of National Guard troops in Illinois. This is just 2 days after 200 National Guardsmen arrived there. The president going after Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson for not protecting federal agents. He writes this on Truth Social yesterday. Chicago mayor should be in jail for failing to protect ICE officers. Governor Pritzker also. Trish, your reaction.
Well, Governor Pritzker and Brandon Johnson are aiding and abetting criminals. We're seeing that day in and day out. The individuals who are in that ICE detention facility where those protesters are assaulting our law enforcement and just creating chaos, they have drug traffickers, MS-13 gang members, child predators. That's who J.B. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson are protecting. So President Trump will do everything in his power to protect the public. You're seeing time and time again J.B. Pritzker going on MSNBC, going on CNN, trying to get his viral moments, spewing these lies, saying that there's racial profiling going on, claiming that we are arresting children. The lies are disgusting. They're totally unfounded. But going back to the polling that you just saw, the American people are smart, to J.B. Pritzker's chagrin. They know what's going on. They see through the charade, and we are going to continue to carry out the mandate the American people gave us on November 5th, 2024.
Yes, that's great. These women for Trump are so hot. They are. Like, she's a smoke show. Like, I got to say, man, it's something like I'm whatever you want to call it. Women in the center and to the right are way hotter than these crazy lefties. I mean, look at the crazy lefties with all the weird stuff they got going on, and oh man, blue hair, and I don't get it. I don't get it. And oh man, look at this. I Am Bob comes in and says, "Here's the 5." So with that, we get
tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
With that, we hit the first goal of the evening. We are now 75 away from, thank you, Bob, 75 away from a second additional hour. Bondi is hot, but I'm going to send her to Portland to protest. Yeah, I mean, actually, Bondi is not. If you start looking at some of these other people, like, remember that smoke show that he had in his first term, Kayleigh McEnany? Wow. Texas Governor Abbott talking about new scum and prickster, saying they're violating the U.S. Constitution.
But let me say something else about Pritzker, and you showed Gavin Newsom there also, because one thing that both of them have, as well as all governors have, they put their left hand on the Bible and raise their right hand, and they take an oath to support the Constitution of the United States of America. Both of them are in dereliction of the United States Constitution, because what the Constitution says, it authorizes the president, in fact, it requires the president to execute the laws of the United States. All the president's trying to do in Chicago is to execute the laws of the United States by arresting those who are in the country illegally, and they are interfering with the president's ability to execute the laws. They're interfering with the Constitution. They are violating the oath they swore to God they would take. But let me say something else.
That's right. They're violating their oath to God. Got another little segment from we'll listen to, because I like Abbott. He's all right.
That the governor of Illinois, the mayor of the city of Chicago, that clearly have problems that have been going on for years, that seem to be getting worse, are in such denial of it? Or is this just all politics?
So it's politics. They're caving to the progressive left. You've seen Gavin Newsom, you've seen Hochul in New York, you now see the governor of Illinois. They're going along the leftist line because they're hoping to be first in line when it comes to the Democrat nomination for the presidency. But it doesn't matter which one of them may be the winner of that nomination, because they are utter failures for our country, and they will be revealed as such.
Yeah, we should.
That the governor of
That's right. Utter failures. Utter failures. Okay, so yeah, Pritzker sucks. And he said, why doesn't Texas sue Illinois then? All talk. Texas did sue, remember, over the election stuff, and the Supreme Court refused to hear the case. When the Supreme Court is supposed to hear all disputes between states, it's like they have original jurisdiction of suits between states, and they kind of refuse to do anything. Abbott looks normal on TV. Yeah, you can't see his, you can't, yeah, he's a rhino. He gets his moment Hot Wheels. He's not like a full rhino. He's got a little bit of, he's got some scales on him. Yeah. Former New York City Mayor Ed Koch, if you agree with me on 9 of 13 of the issues, policies, and vote for me. If you agree with me 13 of 13, then seek a psychiatrist. What does that say about, what does that say? Suspected Antifa professor who compared feds to Nazis arrested in Chicago after bringing a loaded gun to an ICE protest. Yeah. It's absolutely sickening to compare ICE agents to Gestapo. Shut up, Nazi. Yeah. There is some snaky stuff going on with Texas I don't like. Yep. Antifa is a domestic terrorist organization. I heard they're going to make Antifa an actual international terrorist organization because they have ties internationally. So let's read this story. It says, suspected Antifa professor who compared feds to Nazis brought a loaded gun to the anti-ICE protest. A college professor with links to Antifa who believes immigration and customs enforcement are Nazis was arrested in Chicago late last month after he allegedly brought a loaded gun to an ICE protest. Elias Cepeda, who was listed as a faculty member in the English department at Northeastern Illinois University, was collared on September 26 with a loaded gun and multiple rounds of ammunition on him amid President Trump's Operation Midway Blitz crackdown in the Windy City. Department of Homeland Security alleges Cepeda brought the loaded firearm with him to a demonstration, the site of several violent protests. Cepeda has suspected ties to Antifa and has a history of glorifying violence and the killing of brave law enforcement. Violent individuals like Cepeda are putting the public and our law enforcement lives at risk. Just 2 days after the horrific attack on the ICE in Dallas, Cepeda brought a loaded gun and multiple magazines to the ICE facility in Chicago. Thank God law enforcement intervened and arrested Cepeda before he could have potentially shot or killed anyone. Let this serve as a stark warning to anyone who wishes to do our law enforcement harm. President Trump and no one will fight every day to protect and defend the men and women who keep our country safe from violent extremists. Now, I have questions about this because I am like a 2A absolutist. All right. If he just had the gun on him and he didn't threaten anybody with it and he didn't do anything with it, I don't see what the law, he broke the law. Like, is there some law saying you can't have a gun in a protest? Or is it because did he step on the property? Like, is that it? Does he step on federal property with the gun? Because if you step on federal property with the gun, that's kind of a problem. To secure federal property like that. He said he sent the Rangers to that Muslim enclave. He did not. He's a liar. Ooh. Abbott could have done a lot more to secure his border, but he chose not to because what do you mean? I thought Abbott put up all types of fencing and stuff, like did a bunch of stuff, and that Biden administration tore it down. Prior to his arrest, he made several social media posts calling for violence against ICE, describing federal agents as Nazis. That's just what a Glock. Looks like a Glock 26, maybe. Ooh, I bet you those magazines look like they're illegal in Illinois. That looks like it holds more than 10 rounds. Yeah. That's a mismatch of a bunch of different ammo. That's generally the sign that it's criminal mindset, they say. Your Nazi lying asses are lying, he wrote in response to DHS's post about an arrest in Los Angeles for assaulting federal law enforcement. Secondly, you'd all be morally justified in taking your heads off with weed whackers, he said. Oh. Yeah, most of that ammo is illegal in Illinois also. Yeah, any of that hollow points is illegal, I think. Post made days after Trump took office, Cepeda expressed support for having teachers protect children from ICE with firearms. Know that ICE is showing up to elementary schools with weapons and no warrants, attempting to terrorize kids. I'm in favor of teachers and staff being armed to protect the children, the professor wrote. This is what happens. You're sending your kids to school to be indoctrinated by these people. Just remember that. Cepeda also uses the Antifa hashtag on multiple tweets in 2020, where he shared links and posts glorifying the Trump designating the terror group. He bragged about training a Portland-based transgender cage fighter with sympathies for Antifa. I'm damn proud to train her. You cowards coming for her can come for me as well. I'm easy to find, he wrote in response to something about the independent journalist Angie No. Short bio for Cepeda on Northeastern Illinois' website describes him as an experienced journalist with a background in covering sports, writing restaurant reviews, and writing politically engaging essays. Well, everybody's a journalist now. To share his veteran knowledge, he created and taught the online course Critical Journalism with a focus on the role and the politics of the Fourth Estate. He's currently looking for a PhD program, limiting himself to merely his top 15 choices. What? Hey, Mama Pillow, nice to see you tonight. Thanks for stopping by. Hey, everybody, if you haven't forgot, it's we've been going an hour and 40 minutes. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel, or hit the plus sign, whatever. And as usual, there is a goal every night. We did hit the first goal, so we did extend the show by 1 hour. So we have approximately, let's say we have another 2 hours to go right now because I started late and everything. So we got about 2 hours to go. But if we want to add another hour to that, we just got 75 to do another hour on top of that. And that's through Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Super Tips, Lab Leak, LinkedIn, Boomer Coin, Locals Coins. I'm trying to think what else. Twitter Bucks, Facebook Stars. Local ABC News reported that after his arrest, he was a volunteer for the Pilsen Defense and Access, a nonprofit that facilitates access to self-defense, anti-bullying, and violence prevention training and other resources for marginalized families and children. Dogecoin, I forgot about Dogecoin. Sorry. I'm really just the smartest man you know, but okay. He was reportedly shot in the face with a less than lethal round before he was detained, according to the outlet. He's made several social media posts disparaging federal immigration authorities. His mother acknowledged that her son was likely armed at the Broadview protest. My son has a legal concealed carry, but he did not come to use it. His hands, if you look at the video, are up in the air. It's unclear if Cepeda will face charges. Chicago grand jury earlier this week refused to indict an engaged couple Ray Collins and Jocelyn Robedo after they were arrested for allegedly assaulting federal agents while carrying loaded weapons outside the ICE Broadview facility. What? It's unclear why the grand jury refused to indict, but federal prosecutors were forced to drop their cases. I forgot Bellacoin. Yeah, Bellacoin. Forgot about Bellacoin. This is crazy. So two people who assaulted. They refused to indict 2 people who assaulted federal agents. Wow. Huh. That's fucked. That's fucked. Oh, wow. That is messed up, man. You guys think I should rant more? Maybe I should start ranting when I get upset. I don't know. Antifa terrorists are threatening the families of our law enforcement. We will hunt these sickos down and put them behind bars. In Texas, the spouse of an ICE officer received a voicemail filled with violent threats. We don't believe that radical anarchists want law enforcement dead. Listen to this.
Hi, I'm just calling to say, assuming you're married to and with a last name like that, I don't know how you let your husband work for ICE and you sleep at night. You, your family. I hope your kids get deported by accident. How do you sleep? You. Did you hear what happened to the Nazis after World War II? Because that's what's going to happen to your family. Hi, I'm just calling to say.
Oh. I think I don't know. I don't know if that violates the Brandenburg standard or not, or if that's considered a threat, but calling somebody's house and talking to their family like that, it's not going to really go over. Hey, what's up, J-Rock? So great to see you. Base Jim. That's right. I try to be. ICE families are being threatened by Antifa terrorists. Your husband, the Iceman, is effed and retribution will come your way eventually. The suspect wrote to the wife of an ICE agent. Listen to the hateful voicemail left below. Oh, so this is a fake. These idiots sent a message by Facebook Messenger. Are you dumb? It says he's a loss control consultant at SCI Inspections. It's like a terroristic threat, yeah. I mean, there had to be an effort involved. I'd say it's a threat. That's what I'm saying. I think it's a terroristic threat. I think it probably, but who knows? Maybe they ICE will move to Argentina. Yeah, ICE is going to relocate to Argentina, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. I got this right here is something I wanted to read because it's less than a month removed from Charlie's assassination in Utah. The Salt Lake Tribune published a cartoon entitled "The Hole in the Head Gang," depicting a wanted poster with elected officials from the state with a red ring around their neck. Absolutely disgusting. See? Badgley cartoon, "The Hole in the Head Gang" wanted. So they got Mike Lee, John Curtis, 2 senators, the Representative Blake Moore, Representative Burgess Owens. Man, that's pretty racist too that they make Burgess Owens look like that. Rep Kennedy, the Gutless Gang, for failure to honor their oaths and protect and defend the Constitution from the dictatorial whims of a malign clown. So, how is this news, Salt Lake City Tribune? How isn't this basically you're putting an assassination hit out on these people? You're calling for them. I mean, when Sarah Palin said they were going to target districts for a Republican takeover, they called that it was her fault that Gabby Giffords got shot. So if anything happens to any of these people, this Salt Lake Tribune got to be responsible according to the way the Dems look at things. This is man says he's going to dock my address online and he's not responsible for who comes to my house with bad intentions. I will protect myself against criminals who come to my house, all for being conservative.
Okay.
So that's going to be great for me.
Yeah.
You're not worried about that at all?
No.
No?
Hey, if
You
somebody,
like that you started
yeah,
recording.
if somebody breaks into my house
Yeah.
I will shoot them.
You will.
I'll put a 5-inch hole in their forehead.
I'll look forward to seeing that on the
Yeah.
news. You're a tough guy, right?
Yeah, I have a lot of guns.
You know what? I want to tell you something, right?
Go ahead.
I really want to tell you this. You look a little brown. Right?
I'm not brown at all.
I totally know. I'm just saying, you look a little, the eyebrows.
I get
the dark
tanned,
hair,
yeah.
You get tan. So I want to tell you this, okay? Be careful.
Be careful of what?
Of ICE.
ICE is not going to detain me. I'm an American citizen. They don't just detain brown people.
Oh, good. I'm doing great. I was just asking this fella about his perspective on it. He said it was okay if I just took out, found his address and put it online because if anyone comes to his house, he's going to shoot them.
Okay, what's your address?
I'm not going to say my address. I'm not going to say my address. That's ridiculous.
Got a little flashy thing there.
Oh, you got that camera thing going, huh? You do that when you're with your girlfriend? Was that?
No.
No, he did it when he got scared of me when I started asking about releasing his address.
Oh, I see.
No.
That was the whole.
I mean, releasing my address would not be very nice at all.
It wouldn't be, but totally. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. But totally not like I didn't do anything wrong. If I did that, you told me that, right? You said that's doxing.
That is
That's not a
doxing.
big deal, right?
It is a big deal.
But I didn't do it. I would never assault you.
Like that to anybody.
I would totally put his address on.
I want to find out who these guys
I
are. I want to find out who this white clown is with the Bears thing on, with the pride flag on it. Look at that face. I want his computers checked. I'm gonna put money on it that he's got some nasty shit on his computer. Look at that face.
Mean
He's got a
fellows,
family.
right?
I don't want any harm to come.
I don't care about any of that stuff, right? Because it's totally fine.
We need to be civil. We need to be peaceful. We need to be respectful.
And I'm going to be all those things. I can't do anything about the people that might come to your house.
Yeah, if they come to my house, they'll be dead. They'll be
That's
shot
totally
dead.
fine. What if there's 4 of them? You think you can get them all?
Yeah. I have high capacity magazines.
Great.
And bulletproof vest, bulletproof
I hope you
helmet,
sleep in that shit.
everything. I mean, I have multiple guns.
But really what I want you to be careful of is when you out there looking a little brown, because ICE is snatching up random people.
No, they're not.
Random
You
people.
fucking liar.
So you be careful out there, all right?
I am. I'm staying careful.
They're not snatching up random people. Every person they're getting, they know who they're looking for. They do surveillance. They're looking for specific people. That's the thing. These people are so fucked in the head. These people are defending convicted murderers, convicted rapists, convicted fucking drug traffickers, fucking people who have already been previously deported, people who have had deportations orders for 10 years, 15 years. That's who they're grabbing. They know who they got. They got a list. There's fucking 60 million people in this country that ain't supposed to be here. They've got a list. They're not just grabbing random people. That's retarded. We got this. We got Republicans call for resignation after a video of Clerk Sawyer surfaces. The Republican Party of Shelby County, Tennessee is demanding the resignation of Tammy Sawyer, the Shelby County General Sessions County Clerk, following a recent body cam video showing her in a confrontation with the sheriff deputies outside the courthouse. According to the video and accompanying reports, Sawyer and her security detail walked around a courthouse checkpoint. One guard was armed, and she is seen engaging deputies after allegedly bypassing the checkpoint. In the video, Sawyer's heard making statements about the threats against her. You want to see what your white supremacist friends are saying to me? They're talking about killing me dead on the street. So this woman walked into a courthouse with someone who's armed, which nobody's allowed to be armed in a freaking courthouse.
Yes, ma'am.
But I'm going to be very clear. And I'm just going to say this one more time. Watch who you're talking to.
Yeah, but you know, she's had. Yeah, come on, you make sure it's a man. Make sure it's a man.
We need you to come make that reminder. And if you feel the need, like if you feel you need to pop your shit right now, if you feel the need to pop your fucking shit right now, look, send him away.
Correct. Just go ahead and go back inside.
You feel the need to pop your shit? You want to walk with me 24/7? You want to walk a mile in my shoes? What your bros are the one threatening my life? You want to see what your white supremacist ass friends are saying to me? Talking about killing me dead in the street? You want to know why I have security? Because I'm the one getting threatened. I'm the one they're saying they're going to kill in the fucking street. Say something else to me. We'll see who won't have a job. Say something else to me. That's what I thought. Coward bitch.
That way, that's okay.
Yes.
Man, how long does it take for the account?
What's his badge? So I can make sure I do a full report. You don't leave his shit alone. You're a racist and you're a son of a bitch. Okay? I don't care.
We're gonna take care of you. Got it. That's way. That way we don't have any.
Is he okay? He's okay?
Man, he's gonna always be okay.
I don't understand how this is happening. Just because she's the clerk doesn't give her a right to have armed people bypassing the court security. She's not. This just doesn't make any sense. I'm surprised she didn't bust out the Uncle Tom slur. Yeah. Here's a terrorist, 69-year-old Russell Isabel Jr. from San Diego, California, was just arrested by the FBI for sending a threatening letter to conservative influencer Benny Johnson in Tampa, Florida. All right. Man, this is the people right here. This is what you got to worry about.
Breaking news. Here he is, folks. George Russell Isbell Jr. from San Diego, California, arrested today by the DOJ for sending a threatening letter to conservative influencer Benny Johnson.
We got this. Michigan State University professor Amy Wisner made $120,000 creating a mandatory group and charging students $99 a month to be in it. The group was about activism to coordinate our efforts to burn everything to the effing ground. Universities are indoctrination camps.
I got fired for being a woke professor.
No, you got fired for scamming your students out of $120,000. I'm going to let her tell you what she said she was doing, and then I'm going to show you the truth with receipts.
I designed a kick-ass course to teach my 600 students about basic self-awareness, empathy, and essential communication skills for life. But, I mean, basically being a good human.
Now, let me tell you what she actually did. She designed a college course that required you pay to join her patriarchy rebellion community for the low price of $99 a year. Remember, she has 600 students. Now, since she was teaching at a business school, you might think that the patriarchy rebellion community is about succeeding in business. It's about communicating well in business. No, according to her, it's a safe place to coordinate our efforts to burn everything to the fucking ground. This is her saying this. Also, according to her, 100% of the membership fees are donated to Planned Parenthood. But here's something even funnier about that. Her web pages say different things that she was doing with the money. On her GoFundMe, it says she was using the funds to buy herself a Rebellion RV. Her website states that 100% of the membership fees are used for awareness, education, and activism for a bully-free future. And of course, we already saw the Facebook post where she says it's going to Planned Parenthood. And because she had been running this scam since 2022, she's raked in more than $120,000 in membership fees, all for a community that, as she said, is to coordinate our efforts to burn everything to the fucking ground. So no, you didn't get fired for being a woke professor. You got fired because you were scamming your students out of $120K.
Oh, I would think it's against the law. Like, I think it's a crime to do that. When you think it's a crime, When you have students and you make them as a mandatory course and you make them pay you, like I think that's a crime, right? That'd be like, you go, I don't know, man. I don't know. We got this. CNN's Scott Jennings is reacting to the former Kamala aide Jamal Simmons declaring it's too hard to root for America to succeed because what Donald Trump's done to the country. You're the 60s, Jen, but grew out of it. Most do. You're more liberal when you're young, conservative when you're older. All my 60s friends are more conservative too. And he said, I agree with what you just said. It's just hard for Democrats to work for America's success because they're so broken by Donald Trump. It's a core problem of the Democrat Party. You can't bring yourself to root for America because Donald Trump's the president. Let's see. So we got this as they say it better.
I agree with everything you just said. It is hard for Democrats to root for America's success because they are so broken by Donald Trump. This is the core problem of the Democratic Party. You cannot bring yourself to root for America because Donald Trump is the president.
That's not fair, Scott. That's not what I said. I said precisely the opposite.
He deserves the Nobel Prize. He deserved it before this deal. He deserves it now. He deserved it for hitting Iran. He deserves it for the 8 other peace agreements that he's negotiated. He deserved it for the Abraham Accords. If they don't give it to him next year, it will be a travesty. I would note that the lady who got it this year, who, by the way, deserves it, she dedicated her award to Donald Trump and was thanking Donald Trump and the American people for their support in getting rid of the Venezuelan regime. And so I hope he does get it because at the end of the day, it will piss off all the right people. And I would be so happy. I would be so happy.
So happy. I would be so happy too. Yes.
I agree with everything you just.
I would be so happy too. We got this story, which we're going to read in 1 second. But first, I want to address this. Phil Coggin says, Grifter's going to grift. Here's some for the grift. Thank you so much. With that, we are now $5 closer to a second additional hour. That means we're 70 away from a second additional hour. And we've been going for 2 hours. So I guess got another hour and a half roughly. So I'll give it a few minutes. I'll start another goal in a second here. If I could do this, figure out how to do this. Start another goal. 15 super chats. So yeah, we'll do this. We got an hour and a half at least. I'll set it for what happens. An hour. This. All right, cool. I wish I would have had that up before. I didn't realize it was down because that would have. You shall subscribe now. Oh, thank you. Thank you for subscribing, Mr. K. You shall subscribe now. I appreciate it. So this is from My Northwest. It says immigration crackdown stirs unease ahead of this weekend's Chicago Marathon. Michael Gudati will have his driver's license on him when he runs the Chicago Marathon, just as he did during every training run this summer. After the Trump administration escalated its immigration crackdown in the city, runners like Gudati are worried he could become a target during Sunday's race. Just knowing that I do come from a Hispanic background, and I'm somewhat darker than these individuals do seem to be targeting people of that demographic well. They're targeting people that they have, that have either deportation orders or that they have, or criminal convictions, stuff like that. Better? Oh, evening. Can't see Bella's cute face. There she is. There she is. So it's an extra precaution. They take your driver's license with me at all times. Illinois gives driver's license to illegal aliens, so I don't know what your driver's license is going to do. And I don't even think they have the real ID in Illinois. If I'm not mistaken, they're one of the last states to fight it. Questions have been swirling for weeks over whether ICE might target the marathon, which draws thousands of runners from around the world each year. Reflecting, organizers sent an email to participants referred to as a Know Your Rights page. Oh, go to commercial. You need to catch up. Okay. An ICE spokesman said rumors that agents will be at the race is false. It's absolutely ridiculous to ascertain that ICE would conduct immigration enforcement to intentionally disrupt the Chicago Marathon. These are the kind of rumors that fan the flames of dissent and result in unwarranted and dangerous riots like those in Portland, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Yeah. Yeah. Guidotti is an Italian surname. Yeah. Guy doesn't even know what he is. Such assurances might not calm the fears of some participants. Asked last week by a podcaster whether there would be ICE enforcement at the Super Bowl, Christy Noem, who runs ICE's parent agency, said immigration officers will be all over the event. Well, ICE, Homeland Security, is at the Super Bowl. It's a target. DHS always heads the security effort at the Super Bowl, which is a bigger event, but Chicago has become a top target of the Trump administration, which has escalated immigration enforcement in the city through raids and tactics. Protesters at immigration facilities have been arrested. Well, because they broke the law. You didn't get arrested for protesting, you get arrested for breaking the law. Trump has deployed the National Guard there to protect federal property and federal law enforcement, including ICE agents. The marathon is one of the biggest in the U.S. each year and is a major tourism draw for the city. There were 52,150 finishers last year, of which 15,000 were international participants. According to race organizers who didn't respond for requests for comments, among foreign countries, Mexico was best represented with 3,700 participants. It was followed by the UK with 2,800 and Canada and Brazil. The course winds through 29 neighborhoods and more than 1 million people lined the streets to support the runners. Yeah. Illegals just love running in marathons. It's a known fact. Pilsen, a predominantly Latino neighborhood, is known for the energy that locals bring with loud cheering and mariachi music blasting. But Enrique Riviera, who leads the neighborhood's Veneros Running Club, will be watching this year's race, isn't expecting the same energy. I'm absolutely sure that people are going to stay home. The street vendors that aren't out on the street doing their sales that impact their life, I'm sure they're also going to be able to cut off recreational activities like cheering on the runners. Rivera said his club is encouraging runners to stay informed, keep a list of important contacts on hand, and run in groups. Some club members have discussed what documentation they should bring. There's something in the air that says, no, it doesn't feel right. Critics say the immigration crackdown, which has swept up people who are illegally living in the country. No, it hasn't, including U.S. citizens. Lie. This is all fucking lie, man. All lies. It has not swept up anybody who's living legally in the country. Participant Amar Shah said that even though he was born and raised in the Chicago suburbs, he's worried his Indian heritage could make him vulnerable. These are just a bunch of crybabies. The alderman, Michael Rodriguez, the alderman for Chicago's 22nd ward, which is home to a large Latino community, said businesses are hurting amid concerns about ICE, and this year's race may bring less economic activity to the city than usual. I'm worried about those hundreds, maybe thousands of individuals from out of town who come from internationally and throughout the nation to run. The hotel rooms they stay in, the restaurants they dine in, the money they spend is going to be negatively impacted. Some people might not come, others may choose not to spend their money. Okay. The commie mayor, Marxist Johnson, expressed confidence this week that the marathon would go off without a hitch, noting that roughly 3,000 runners from Mexico have signed up and want them all to come. Yeah, Trump. If Trump was going to win, it doesn't. Maybe next year they deliberately. Yeah, they don't like Trump, so they're not going to give it to him. They gave Obama the fucking Peace Prize just by being elected. Obama wasn't even in office, and they gave it to him. It's a left-wing organization. It's not even worth worrying about. I feel strongly about our ability to be able to hold large-scale events, and the strategic security measures were put in place to ensure we hold a reputation of hosting large-scale events. It doesn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. So immigration crackdown stirs the need. So this is basically the same thing. They talked to this guy, yes, it's basically that there's not going to be anybody at the race. So they're all just a bunch of fucking crybabies. Oh, this is good. Don Lemon gets absolutely destroyed by two people on the street in Chicago when he attempts to tell them that crossing the border illegally isn't a crime. After getting utterly embarrassed, he declares, "You guys are getting things mixed up." Incredible. This is so funny. Just watch. Don Lemon has got to be a stupid, stupid man. Stupid, stupid man.
Okay, crossing the border illegally is not a crime?
No, it's not a criminal act. It's a
Okay.
misdemeanor.
So why are they being sent back and saying that they're breaking the law?
That's the point.
Okay, as somebody that actually,
We don't know if they're breaking the law because they won't tell. There's no due process. Where's the evidence? That's the whole point. And if they are breaking the law, most people will say, okay, then they need to go if they're criminals. But if they're not, why are they being rounded up and sent out? Especially when he promised to deport the criminals. And now he's not doing that.
yeah, I don't think we're going.
Misdemeanor is not a crime.
Yeah.
So misdemeanor is not
It's
a
not
crime?
a criminal act. No, if you get charged with a misdemeanor, that's not a
So
criminal
why
act.
get charged at all then? If it's not a criminal act.
Because we have different levels of crime. Everything is not the same.
So it is crime.
No,
It's just
we have
different
we
levels.
have different levels of. I shouldn't say crime, but it's not. It's not a crime. You're not breaking the law. I mean, you are breaking the law, but it's not a criminal act.
So it's breaking the law.
It's
No,
breaking the law, but it's
you're
just
not
a
breaking the
different
law.
level of-
A
of
misdemeanor is not
crime.
breaking the law.
No.
If you're speeding, drinking, get pulled over, DUI.
That's not a criminal act. Well, no,
It's a
if you're
misdemeanor.
speeding, is a misdemeanor.
It's a misdemeanor.
Right.
So it's still breaking the law.
Speeding is a traffic
Okay, well, if you want to qualify that, we're doing semantics.
Because
But what I'm
what
saying,
we-
but what I'm trying to tell you is everything is not the same. It's all not one thing.
Everything is not the same.
What is it? The law that what?
Is it a law to come
Is
over
there a
legally?
law?
Is there a law?
There are rules that processes that you should follow. Yeah, so you're
Rules.
breaking rules. You're breaking the rules, but you're not necessarily breaking the law.
So what happens when you break the rules?
Then you suffer the consequences. But the consequences should not. Look, no one is saying no one should suffer the consequences. You guys are getting things mixed up.
You guys are getting things mixed up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another Chicago man tells Don Lemon why he opposes the anti-ICE protesters. Don Lemon's not getting what he wanted from these people.
What do you think when you see all this happening?
What do I think? I think that it's inexcusable. I think people that are coming here that are showing violence, are showing hatred, intolerance, people that are blocking vehicles and damaging vehicles and throwing bottles at vehicles and throwing fireworks. And
hold on one second. Show that. This is what happening now. When the vans come in, it is believed that the vans are carrying, most of the time they're carrying people that they have picked up, detainees. And so these people are ticked off. Now I'm speaking to a resident now who you're not happy with these protesters, right?
I'm not, most definitely not. I think what we see here today with the state police and the Cook County Sheriff's presence is showing a show of force to keep them off the road.
Can you go here because I want him to see that. Just turn around.
Okay.
So it's you to talk to you. You said that what?
They're showing so you have the Cook County Sheriffs, Illinois State Police, Broadview Police, and other local jurisdictions. And earlier, I don't think you were here quite for this, but they had locked arms, the protesters, and they attempted to block traffic, and for no reason. And they're not blocking, so they gave you a right to free speech. They gave you a right to all that. But what you don't have the right to do is to threaten violent acts. I've been here and I've seen death threats threatened on the ICE agents. I've seen people threaten to abduct them, kidnap them, hurt them, kill them, and that's unacceptable. We live in America. We have First Amendment right, freedom of speech, regardless of what your political opinion is. But what you don't have is the right to insert and put political violence on somebody, to threaten violence.
I agree with you 100%. But also, even if you're a citizen or not, you have the right to due process. You understand why these people are protesting, but you don't agree with some of the tactics that they're using?
I understand why they're protesting, but I also wouldn't say I necessarily agree with all their message. I think us as a
That's
country,
what I just said. You don't agree with some of the tactics that they're
No, but not even just the tactics, just like the crux of the actual message of the protest itself. Because us as a country, we lock our doors to our cars, we lock our doors to our houses, we vet who comes into our house, we vet who comes into our car. We want to feel comfortable who comes in our house and our car because that's our property. It's the same with our bank account information. We don't just walk around, here's my checking number, here's my routing number, and give anybody access to your bank account because it's your property. You want to feel comfortable with who has access to your property, and it's America's property, and we should vet who comes into our country.
Yeah, Don Lemon is an idiot, and he doesn't have people telling him what to say. It's pretty obvious that he's a dunce. Here's the story. Chicago Mountain tells Don Lemon why he isn't buying what the anti-ICE protesters are selling. We heard the article, so what's oops? Yeah, oops. The Don Lemon show took place amid a widespread crackdown on illegal immigration in Chicago. The man told Lemon that some of the protesters were hateful, engaged in violence. Mm-hmm. I think it's inexcusable. I see where people are coming in and showing violence, showing hatred, intolerance, people blocking vehicles. We saw that. They're throwing fireworks. Yeah, he showed a van passing, the whistle blowing. I don't think they're here that they had locked arms. The protesters attempted to block traffic. You know, you have a right to free speech. You don't have a right to do all this other crap. Lennon sought to clarify whether men are understood protesters' motivations by opposing certain tactics. And the man said, not their taxes. You know, we lock our all that stuff, so we read all that. It's the same with your bank account. Operation Midway Blitz is crackdown launched in September as a sweeping across Illinois. Anti-ICE agitators, including Democrats running for Congress, have protested against the surge in enforcement. Tensions increased Saturday when Border Patrol agents attempted to conduct a patrol in Chicago suburb were rammed by anti-ICE demonstrators and boxed in. Yeah, so. All right, on to this. You're getting asked a lot about this story, so here's what really happened between pro-Antifa Rutgers professor Mark Bray and the Turning Point USA. After Charlie's assassination, Bray organically became a topic of conversation at Rutgers due to his advocacy for Antifa and violence, left-wing and a violent left-wing terror movement. Why Bray wrote the 2017 Antifa, the Anti-Fascist Handbook. Fox had some of Rutgers students on air to discuss how his employment by the university made them feel. They didn't expose the story, but they were asked to talk about it. After the media hit, two competing petitions were created. Students started a petition to have Bray fired. Another petition called for TPUSA to be disbanded at Rutgers. The latter was an outrageous, slanderous document accusing TPUSA of promoting hate speech and inciting violence against the community. One of the students was doxxed and threatened, but has stayed put to defend TPUSA and had their right to free speech. It was the coward Bray who fled to Spain. His book advocates a diversity of tactics to stop fascism, including letters and doxing to fists, knives, guns, and even heavier weaponry. Bray pushes normalizing violence over time to stop their political opponents. The first time anti-fascists shut down Nazis it's newsworthy. The 15th time, not so much. He donated 50% of the proceeds from his book to the International Anti-Fascist Defense Fund. Sounds like they have a fund. It's international, so they're international terrorists. Bray is a coward who advocates for political violence, the same kind that led to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Good riddance to him, and good luck, Spain. America and Rutgers are better off without him. But it begs the question, why is Rutgers employing an advocate for political violence? He should have been immediately fired. The university should disavow his vile anti-un-American ideas. Yeah, there's the book he wrote, and there he is with his clearly illegal alien girlfriend or wife. And I saw this, I thought was very interesting. Theo Vaughn and an ex-detective from Boston, Kara Conley, discuss why Democrat cities are such shitholes. It says every Democrat city has this. Austin got ruined, Seattle's a shithole, Portland's a shithole. They want this to happen. There's no doubt that it's an organized agenda. Yeah, Boston's turning into a shithole. They want it to happen.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's why Mass and Cass, you've heard of the part of Boston. I don't know if you've heard of the part of Boston called Mass and Cass. It is a disaster down there. There's drug addicts everywhere. They're all over the streets, destroying property. There's needles all over the city in South End in that area. It's kind of, it was focused there. And now they've tried to kind of break it up the last few years because it was insane. And now they've pushed it out. Yeah, there was 10 cities down there. Look at this shit.
Yeah. And look, and some people say this is just a bill.
They have safe shoot up zones there. They're letting them shoot up heroin in safe places.
Oh, yeah.
So now the needles are all over the South End, and the poor people in the South End, they pay a lot of money to live there. There's beautiful brownstones, and now there's people shitting in their front yards, throwing needles everywhere, breaking it. Say one guy was breaking into a house while people was under construction on the second floor. This was just a few weeks ago. And there's a guy's family there with his kids, and they had like an old key or something, and they were breaking in and going to like shit in the floor on the second floor that was under construction. And he went up, and there's like a pile of human shit in his house. He's like, "What is going on?" They put up cameras. The guy was going in and out every night to like sleep on the floor in his house under construction, and then shit on the floor.
It's like the emoji or whatever.
Yeah, like what is wrong with you?
What?
So that part of the city, I felt bad for people who live down there.
Oh,
that's Atkinson Street.
Yeah.
Near the
Where
jail.
is it?
It's Atkinson Street. It's near the jail.
Yeah. Well, and look, and a lot of people say this is just a Bill's tailgate or something over here. I'm not saying that. Some people say this is a Pinto tailgate. I'm not saying that. What we're saying is that this is a lot of drug use that's happening over there in this town in Boston.
Yeah.
But here's another thing, though. They have this everywhere now.
Oh, it's everywhere.
Every city has this.
Every democratically run city, I think.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Well, we don't have one here. I know that. I hope not anyway. I don't know.
Austin got ruined.
Austin
was a blast. And I took my daughter there several years. I'd been there 10 years ago, and I was like, this is the coolest place. Reminds me of here a little bit, like 6th Street where all the bars used to be.
Yeah.
And then I went back a few years later because my daughter's way into music. I wanted to take her. And she was afraid to get out of the car. There were homeless people sleeping in hammocks strung from street signs in the street, and it was just rampant. Before if you were homeless, you got arrested there, which isn't the best thing, but you got to do something. They're like throwing bricks through all the windows that have been there a long time. Austin got ruined. And Seattle's a shithole. Portland.
Yeah, Portland is. I'll have to sneeze, but Portland is a shithole, but also it's awesome. I will say this.
Yeah, I was up there when I do landscape photography as a hobby, or used to, and went up to Oregon and.
So we get the point, right? We get the point. It's a shithole, and it's Democrat cities. They do it on purpose. LaMonica McIver trials, November 10th. I'm interested to see what happens there. It's on video. Let's see if, they're going to have to be careful who they let on a jury. They're going to have to try to root out, certain people. Society doesn't deal with mental illness. They need gated structured life, healthy foods, and lots of physical labor. Yeah, they should put a sign, that says work will make you free or something. Oh. All right. And then we got some illegal alien crimes. Yeah, society does not deal with mental illness correctly. It needs to be, some people should not be in public. They're dangerous in themselves. They're dangerous to society. They're not capable of it. They wouldn't believe it. I don't know. So illegal alien charged with rape of a teenager. The judge sets a $5,000 cash bail bond. Wow.
A Sioux Falls man is behind bars accused of raping a teenage girl who he didn't know.
Sioux Falls man, not illegal alien, right?
A Sioux Falls man is behind bars accused of raping a teenage girl who he didn't know. Victor Rodriguez Escobar appeared in court this afternoon. A prosecutor told the judge he met the 17-year-old victim around 4 o'clock Monday morning when her boyfriend kicked her out. The prosecutor says Rodriguez Escobar invited her into his apartment, forced her onto a bed, and raped her. He called the suspect a danger to the community and asked for bond to be set at $25,000 cash. The public defender told the judge a witness who was outside the apartment didn't hear screaming or a struggle. However, he told police he did hear the girl ask for a glass of water. The attorney told the judge it was, quote, a bit odd. He also said Rodriguez Escobar has family in the area and a job, so there's not a risk of him leaving town. The judge set his bond at $5,000 cash only. According to the jail website, Rodriguez Escobar is also being held for immigration. A Sioux Falls man is behind bars accused.
He's not a Sioux Falls man. Yeah, illegal alien, Manhattan County. Illegal alien Victor Manuel Rodriguez was arrested for rape. He has an immigration detainer hold and is reportedly has been previously deported. So if he was previously deported, that makes him a felon. When you re-enter, and it's a felony. It's a felony to re-enter. Felony to re-enter. Repeat border violator charged with raping a South Dakota teen. Felony to re-enter. So he's a felon. Yeah. Wow. ICE arrested a Kenyan national who is a convicted sex offender and has been hired as the director with the Minnesota Department of Education. Yeah. He's an American, Jim, just like you and me. Another white guy. Yeah. After the sex offender conviction, a judge ordered him to be deported, but a federal judge overruled it. Oh.
Address in Plymouth. It's the home of a convicted sex offender and former director at the Minnesota Department of Education, who Alpha News exposed in June, sparking an online firestorm over the state's hiring practices. Wilson Tindy, a Kenyan national, was convicted of sexually assaulting a sleeping woman in the Twin Cities after breaking into her home. Tindy pled guilty to the crime 9 years ago. A judge ordered his removal from the United States. But a federal judge ultimately ruled that Tindy's removal was not warranted. Tindy spent 18 months in ICE custody and then landed taxpayer-funded positions at 2 separate Minnesota state agencies. After our reports, Tindy's status has changed. Address in Plymouth.
Who was the federal judge that said he didn't have to be deported after being convicted? I don't understand this. Where is this federal judge? I want the name of the federal judge. The judge should be impeached immediately. And this is some good news. The last Tren de Aragua gang member wanted in the brutal kidnapping and torture at the edge of Lowry Complex in Aurora was arrested in Chicago after being harbored by Governor Pritzker. He's being extradited back to Colorado.
Police say the final suspect in a violent kidnapping case from last year is now back here in Colorado to face charges. Last December, a man and a woman were allegedly taken into an empty apartment against their will at the Edge at Lowry Apartments. Aurora police say they found the victims bound, threatened, they said, and assaulted. Today, the police department announced the final suspect, Yorman Cuba Zabala, was extradited from Chicago here to Colorado and booked into the Arapahoe County Jail. Police say with his arrest, all 12 suspects connected to the case are now finally in custody. Police say the final suspect in a violent kidnapping case from last year is now back here in Colorado to face charges. Last December, a man and a woman were allegedly taken into an empty...
Sorry, I was fixing the Bellicam and let it play over. Breaking: Haitian illegal alien flown into the U.S. via Joe Biden's mass parole program, convicted of raping a disabled child in the Boston area migrant shelter, was sentenced to only 10 years in prison. What do you know? 10 years in prison.
Breaking news, a man convicted of raping a teen with disabilities will spend at least a decade in prison. Within the last hour, a judge sentenced Corey Alvarez to 10 to 12 years. Prosecutors say he sexually assaulted a 15-year-old girl in 2024 at the Comfort Inn in Rockland. At the time, the motel was being used as a migrant shelter.
Huh. Oh, so 10 years for raping a child. Huh. We got some other stuff that'll make you really mad. It says Charles Boatwright, who was being held on a $7.5 million bond after allegedly murdering a man in Baltimore, was just released from prison in Charlotte, North Carolina. Bella had a baby. Yeah, that's Bella's that's her dolly. It's her toy, her stuffy. So, yeah, every one of them should be arrested and kicked the F out of here. You ain't kidding. Yeah. Yeah, there's a menagerie of costumes trying to make the process look like a silly, non-threatening block party. Black bloc hanging back or being less aggressive, mugging for the media and press to counter. Yeah, they're trying to make it look like nothing's going on. But this guy was released. The DA voluntarily dismissed the extradition, setting him free. What is happening? And it says it looks like this is on Baltimore. By law, North Carolina can only hold someone for 30 days on an extradition warrant while waiting for the originating state. In this case, the Maryland to send a governor's warrant, the official paperwork to bring the persons back. North Carolina even gave Maryland an extra time, extending it twice over 2 months, but Maryland never filed the paperwork, not once. When the legal time limit ran out, North Carolina had no choice but to release the suspect and to dismiss the extradition case, all because Maryland couldn't manage to send a single form. This is insane incompetence. Not incompetence. They know exactly what they're doing. They want more of it, and now North Carolina has to deal with that dirtbag agent of chaos. They want to flood red areas with these barbarians. This is more likely. Democrats want murderers out on the streets. We got this story. One of the men, widely known as a loop puncher, is back in custody after he attacked another woman in the River North yesterday. This is Chicago. He was already on pretrial release for randomly attacking a woman in Rogers Park less than 2 weeks ago. The serial puncher charged with 6 felonies on women and police is finally held in custody. Welcome to J.B. Pritzker and Brandon County Johnson, Chicago, where violent crime is everything.
We've been taking a closer look at his record and asking how this man has been on the streets. He was in court today facing 6 separate felonies for incidents spanning the last 3 weeks. And we just learned as a result of that court hearing, he is being detained.
You're looking at the lengthy criminal charging history of 37-year-old Derek Rucker dating back to 2006. In court today, facing 5 felony charges for aggravated batteries against women and a police officer. Rucker was arrested Thursday on State Street after police say he struck a 44-year-old woman in the face. The scenes on your screen, the other incidents police say Rucker is behind the past few weeks. Police say he assaulted a Chicago police officer, punched a woman in the face with a closed fist, spit on a woman, and punched a woman in the back of the head on a CTA platform.
We've been taking a closer look at his record.
That's Chicago. Loop puncher attacked another woman while on pretrial release. The man widely suspected of being one of Chicago's so-called loop punchers, known for randomly attacking women downtown, was arrested again. After police say he struck a woman in the face in River North less than 2 weeks after he was released in a pretrial for another attack. Chicago police say the 37-year-old Derek Rucker. Is that the name of the singer from Hootie and the Blowfish? Is his name Derek Rucker? About an hour after he punched a 44-year-old woman in the face. Yeah, Ferris Bueller can't even fix this. No, he can't. He's also known as Derek Davis, Derek Rucker, and Derek Davis stands 6 feet tall, 6'6", and 250. He was already on pretrial release for attacking a 23-year-old woman in Loyola Red Line Station. Prosecutors have now upgraded to a felony. On that same day, Rucker also attacked an on-duty Evanston police officer in the 300 block of Ridge Avenue. Or is it Darius Rucker? Yeah, Darius Rucker, yeah. He has since tied him to an additional assaults across the north side. He's now charged in October 8th attack on a 40-year-old woman in Uptown, a September 21st attack on a 27-year-old woman at 900 block of West Belmont in Lakeview, September 30th Loyola Station attack in Rogers Park. You want to fix this? Report all the Democrats. Darius Rucker is the singer in Hootie and the Blowfish. That's what Hootie is doing? He's running around punching women now? They are part of the crimes. Yes, they are. The Democrats are part of the crime. He faces 3 counts of aggravated battery of a transit passenger, 2 counts of aggravated battery in a public space, and 1 count of aggravated battery of a peace officer. Rucker was scheduled to appear in Cook County Friday afternoon for a detention hearing. Last week, social media accounts circulated video showing 2 men taunting and physically attacking Rucker because they recognized him as the loop puncher. Oh.
Hey, fo, you be punching motherfuckers, fo? I'm dead. Fo, you not even like that, little bro. Punch me. On beat, punch me. Hey, I thought you was slapping motherfuckers, little bro. What happened? Yeah, slap his head, little bro. Yeah, on beat. Come on. Come on. Come on. For you don't want it for real.
Huh. Cook County Chief Judge Timothy Evans issued a warning to court staff last week that included a mugshot of Rucker and said he has repeated history of punching strangers, and colloquially known on social media as the loop puncher. Evans also identified another man, William Livingston, as someone known to carry out similar attacks. However, Livingston has been in Cook County Jail since August after he allegedly attacked another woman in a loop. Oh, it's Hootie and the Punch Fist, yeah. Yeah, Maryland's beyond loss. No getting them out of office without rivers of claret. They should have done more than laugh at him. He's too scared to hit a man. Yeah. Yeah, this is a great website if you guys don't know about CWB. It tracks like all Chicago crime stuff. It's a good follow on X. There's also another site called Hey Jackass, which tracks all the shootings and the crimes in Chicago. But this is it's called like a Chicago something blog is what it is. CWB, Chicago, I don't know what the W stands for actually, but whatever. Oh, we got this. This is another good news story. Another Black Lives Matter activist indicted in Fargo for defrauding money from a nonprofit meant to help poor black kids. Democrats took a knee to these Marxists, allowing them to burn our cities, defund our police, and dismantle our criminal justice system.
A well-known Black Lives Matter activist in Fargo is expected to plead guilty of theft charges. Court records say that Faith Dixon and her husband Charles Dixon used a nonprofit to defraud the state of thousands of dollars. North Dakota BCI began looking into the case in September of 2023. Now, instead of using the money to help children, Dixon kept the money for herself as well as family members. Change of plea hearing for Faith is scheduled for October 20th, and a felony jury trial is scheduled for her husband on November 18th. A well-known Black Lives
Oh, damn it. My mic is off. How long has it been off? Muted. How long have I been muted? So, my bad. All right, I'll go back. So, Faith Dixon is a BLM activist expected to plead guilty in North Dakota for stealing thousands of taxpayer dollars through a nonprofit intended for support low-income families. How long has my mic been off? Damn it. Boomer. I totally boomered it. 2 minutes. Oh, the whole stream. No, I got to start over. No, Boomer. I totally boomered that. All right. So you can't make this stuff up. So did you guys hear this before? This story? Okay.
A well-known Black Lives Matter activist in Fargo is expected to plead guilty of theft charges. Court records say that Faith Dixon and her husband Charles Dixon used a nonprofit to defraud the state of thousands of dollars. North Dakota BCI began looking into the case in September of 2023. Now, instead of using the money to help children, Dixon kept the money for herself as well as family members. Change of plea hearing for Faith is scheduled for October 20th, and a felony jury trial is scheduled for her husband on November 18th.
Yes, I'm like just a pit of silence in the ocean. That's what I am. They actually, the thing about the Ohio class subs, they say that they're so quiet that to find them, you just have to look for where you don't hear anything, because that's how you find them, because they're so quiet you hear nothing. I just hope to get a tough on crime judge. It's still a thing, if such a thing still exists. I don't know, man. It's possible. Lower the cone of silence. Yeah. Faith Dixon's guilty plea isn't shocking. It's the predictable outcome of a system that funnels taxpayer dollars into politically favored nonprofits with zero accountability. $350,000 in grants meant for low-income families, yet $124,000 went to her family's businesses. Classic grift. Hey, Steve Hilliard, nice to see you tonight. BLM's track record here is a pattern: lavish funding, zero oversight, and activists treating public money like a personal slush fund. Remember the $6 million SoCal mansion, the Jamaica vacations? This isn't isolated. It's systemic. Every dollar stolen from taxpayers is a dollar not spent on real solution. Yeah, you look for the sound holes in the water. That's what they say. Time to audit every dime handed to these groups and jail the fraudsters. This one. Man accused of shooting an Omaha police officer in the head appears in court. Police says 36-year-old Shedrick Mills shot Officer Stephen Mersek in the head. Mersek was responding to a disturbance at the Quick Trip. Mills had two unrelated warrants from the Omaha Police Department and a Pottawatomie County at the time of the shooting. He's facing 3 felony charges: second-degree attempted murder, use of a deadly weapon to commit a felony, and prohibited person in possession of a firearm. And $6 million so-called mansion. Yeah, so-called man. $6 million bond for Mills was set at $3 million.
Mills is facing 3 felony charges: attempted murder in the second degree, use of a deadly weapon to commit a felony, and prohibited person in possession of a firearm, after police say he shot Omaha police officer Stephen Mersek in the head while he was responding to a disturbance call at a QT off 120th and Dodge. Bond was set at $3 million. Mills also had 2 unrelated warrants from OPD and Pottawatomie County during the time of the shooting. Mills is facing 3 felony charges.
Who said they needed time away from the internet? Somebody get Lee Majors. Oh, Choosy said he needed time away from the internet? I haven't seen him in a while, man. Nope, no Choosy. I haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, we can rebuild him. Hey, we've been going 2 hours and 40 minutes. There's 125 people watching on YouTube. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And just know we got about an hour left of the show. About an hour left, unless we hit the second goal, which is holding steady at $70. If we hit the $70, we will add a second additional hour. Yeah. $3 million bond just might not be a Democrat. Yeah. Especially because it was a cop. That's probably why. So a $1 million bond set for the North Carolina legislator accused of sex crimes with a 15-year-old. This person here. Greensboro, North Carolina. A North Carolina state legislator is accused this week of sex-related crimes involving a 15-year-old, appeared in court remotely from a hospital bed while still in custody. The judge set his bond at over $1 million. Oh, thank you, redneck hipster. You've done as commanded. Hit the like. You. Democrat State Rep Cecil Brockman of High Point, who was arrested Wednesday, had a scheduled Thursday court appearance canceled, as a message in the state's electronic court record said that he was in the hospital. No specific reason was given for his hospitalization. Brockman is charged with 2 counts each of statutory sexual offense with a child and taking indecent liberties with a child. Democrat Governor Josh Stein, the state Democratic Party, and top state House leaders from both parties have called on him to resign from his seat that he's held since 2015. Is that the guy from Reading Rainbow? No, it's not Geordie LaForge. You had a Steve Austin action figure with the bionic modules, rubber skin telescoping eye, and AM radar backpack. I had the same thing too. Do you know that thing's worth big bucks now? If you still had it, that thing's worth like thousands of dollars. Because they basically all got the, yes. Afuera. District Court Judge Gordon Miller set Brockman's secured bond for release at $1.05 million, and a representative was told not to have contact with the alleged victim, according to the court records and news reports. Brockman's next court date is November 13th. Brockman asked multiple times to make a statement at Friday's hearing, but the judge advised him to speak with his lawyer first. He ultimately did not make a statement following a recess. The attorney representing Brockman on Friday didn't immediately respond to a phone message left at his office. Brockman's assistant at your parents got rid of it. Yeah. You know, that's the thing. Almost everybody's parents, they broke or whatever. But yeah, same thing. Like I brought mine to show and tell, I think in kindergarten or first grade. It was like show and tell. And that's the last time that's the last memory I have of it. I remember bringing it to show and tell and having to put the little earphone in to tune in the radio with the backpack thing and then look through the eye. Yeah. You know what else is big money too is the Stretch Armstrong, but if it's like the purple, the other Stretch Armstrong, the one that's like was a monster. So a Guilford County magistrate said Brockman is accused of committing the crimes against a 15-year-old on or around August 15th. Document signed Wednesday by the magistrate said he tried to contact the victim and attempted to use his status to gain information about the teen's whereabouts. The county district attorney Avery Crump alleged in court on Friday that Brockman attempted to track the 15-year-old recently through an app and also through calling 911. He met the teenager in May through an online app, the district attorney said. The minimum prison sentence for someone convicted of statutory sexual offense is 12 years, according to state sentencing directives. Taking indecent liberties with a child can be punished by active prison time, probation, or both. Bring back jarts. Yeah, jarts were great, man. Lawn darts, awesome. So we'll have to keep an eye on this and see if he gets favorable treatment just because of who he is. Now, I found this guy and I wanted to watch some of the stuff because this guy goes and talks to the people going in to check in with ICE and stuff. So he's like a very, I interviewed a very pregnant young woman at the ICE check-in center who entered illegally in 2023 and has since been awarded another renewal extension on her stay. She also applied for asylum before the 1-year deadline. They know how to play the game. Why do you think she got pregnant so fast? Her father and her son accompanied her to the ICE center.
It's a pretty busy day today here. Ven para acá, una pregunta. ¿Cómo le fue hoy con la cita? ¿Cómo le fue hoy?
Muy bien, gracias.
¿Te dieron extensión?
Sí, hasta el siguiente año.
7 años.
Hasta el siguiente año.
Hasta el próximo año. ¿Y qué programa viniste? What program viniste?
Yo me entregué por frontera. Hace 2 años aproximadamente.
2 años.
Sí.
¿De qué país?
De Venezuela.
Venezuela. No por CBP-1 se entregó.
Ajá, exactamente.
Y tenía un parole. Y de extensión de parole.
Y solicitante de asilo político.
En asilo. Eso todavía no tiene la cita para eso. Eso más tarde.
Sí,
eso es diferente que esto.
Sí.
Y viniste con tu hijo y
tu papá.
Y tu papá. Ok.
Sí.
Y usted ya estabas aquí, ¿no?
No, sí, yo tengo ya largo
rato. ¿Cuántos años tiene?
Como 9 años.
9 años. Muy bien. Ok. Suerte con tu extensión.
Muchísimas gracias.
Adiós.
So you like my content and you see value in the information and videos that I post exclusively on X and Rumble, please consider donating or giving to my Give Send Go account, which is up by my bio. Listen, I don't work for a network.
Oh, seems like a nice guy. He's got some good stuff. I was checking it out and I thought I would give it some play. He says he got an interview at the San Antonio, Texas ICE Detention Center. He interviewed a man from Nicaragua who volunteered to him that he's been in the country illegally since President Bush was in the White House. He's been issued multiple renewed paroles for almost 20 years. He entered and surrendered himself at the southern border, swimming through the Rio Grande. He's not worried and concerned about getting deported. He survived through 3 different presidents and doesn't seem to care what happens next. Mayday, mayday, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah.
¿Qué hubo? Buenos días, caballero. Yo soy la prensa y estoy tratando de aprender qué está pasando aquí con los migrantes, cómo te tratan.
Está bien todo todavía.
¿Usted estaba adentro hoy?
No.
¿Familia?
No, nada. Vengo a renovar el parol.
A renovar el parole.
Sí.
¿Con TPS o CBP-1 o se entregó?
No sé, eso sí no lo sé.
¿Cómo llegaste?
O por el río.
Por el río, se entregó al CBP.
Sí.
Y con eso te dan parole para 1 año, 2 años.
Ya tengo 4 años.
4 años, wow. Muy bien. ¿Y que te dieron sí o no?
No, no me han dado la...
No le dan.
Ya tengo el papel adentro.
¿O está esperando?
Sí, estoy esperando.
¿Hoy le van a decir?
Sí.
¿Y qué pasa si no le van a dar extensión? ¿Qué pasa?
No sé, solo Dios sabe.
Wow. ¿De qué país?
Nicaragua.
Nicaragua.
Sí.
¿Y estás trabajando?
Ahí con mi esposa.
¿Pero con permiso o sin permiso?
Sí, con permiso.
Con permiso, ok, muy bien. ¿Ahí le dan beneficios para comida, la renta,
No,
la ayuda?
Nada,
No le dan nada.
No recibo nada.
Nada. Nicaragua.
Nicaragua.
Mucha gente. Y aquí también, aquí viene la gente que lo están arrestando, ¿no? En las calles. Lo vienen para acá.
Yo creo que vienen.
¿Qué más me puede decir al público?
Bueno, yo no sé, a mí todas las veces que he venido, gracias a Dios, todo bien.
¿Todo bien?
No me ha pasado nada. Gracias.
¿Viniste solo o con tu familia?
Es que yo tuve hace 20 años aquí.
¿20 años?
Sí.
Oh.
Tengo hijos.
Mucho tiempo.
Sí.
Ya es como americano. You speak English a little bit?
Poquito.
A little bit.
Sí, yeah, maybe.
Muy bien.
20 years he speaks a little bit of English.
Gracias a Dios.
Gracias a Dios, sí.
Todo bien.
That's the thing. These people aren't coming to assimilate. They're not coming to become part of America. They're just coming here to get money. That's it. They're not coming to be Americans. That's the problem. If he was coming to be an American, he would have already been speaking some English. He would be talking to people. He would have tried to get like some kind of permanent status. He's just here. He wants to stay and work and get money. That's it. And I have a feeling when he was asked about what kind of programs, if any, he was on any welfare programs or anything, I have a strong suspicion that he's lying. Strong suspicion.
Ajá.
Hay que confiar en Dios siempre.
So he's católico from Nicaragua.
Cristiano.
Cristiano como yo. Okay, he's Christian. Muy bien. So parole, esperando la extensión. ¿Y cuántos años más le da la extensión? ¿Para cuántos años más?
Depende, hay veces me la dan de un año.
Un año, 6 meses.
Depende del oficial que sea.
Pero tiene que portarse bien.
Oh, sí, no he tenido nada.
I would think you would
No
have
se
to learn
puede meter en
Spanish.
problemas con la policía.
That's the thing. All right. How long would it take you to learn Spanish living in Nicaragua? You would have no choice but to learn some Spanish like immediately. You would have to start picking it up. Yeah. George and his brother assimilated. Their cousin Louis did not. No English at all. You have a couple of legal friends who've been here for years. Not sure if they check in or anything, but I'm good with them being sent home. They work every day, send money to their wives back home. They've been here over 30 years. Yeah, definitely less than 20 years. Like I would think, honestly, I mean, I pick up, I can speak a little Spanish. Chinga tu madre, pinche otto, chúpeme bolas, pendejo. See? I get along well. You know, the guy is not telling the truth. Yeah, he's not telling the truth. He doesn't know who this guy is. This guy's not speaking, he's not speaking Spanish with an accent that this guy recognizes as legitimate. He's speaking Spanish like a gringo. In my opinion. You can teach me Spanish in less than a year? I know what shoes are. Zapatos, right? Zapatas are shoes. Frijoles is beans. Cebolla is onions. I can order, una torta, por favor. No cebolla.
Ando borracho, porque eso termina. Eso termina. El parole.
Gracias a Dios todo bien, sí.
Sí.
No me quejo, gracias a Dios.
Muchas
4
gracias.
años aquí en 20 años.
20 años, mucho tiempo.
2008.
2008 era con Obama. Presidente Obama.
Antes Obama, Bush.
Bush, viniste con Bush. Entonces vino Obama.
Después vino Obama 8 años.
Ajá.
Después vino otra vez Trump, ¿no?
Sí.
Después Biden y ahora
Trump está poniendo la cachetada.
Es país ajeno, hay que respetar la ley.
Sí, está bien. Bueno, no te cuesta mucho más tu tiempo.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
¿Cómo es tu primer nombre?
¿Cómo dice?
Tu primer nombre.
Héctor.
Héctor, Hernando.
Okay.
Mucho gusto.
Dios lo bendiga.
Igualmente, caballero. Okay, what we got here?
This guy says independent reports will now be documenting and reporting from the ICE call center in San Antonio, Texas, to inform the American people what is really going on with immigration enforcement removal operations. Yeah, Bush allowed a lot of illegals in. Yeah, he did. He did because it was for the Koch brothers wanted the illegals in for the workers, to cut down wages. Now what's it doing? It's cut down the wages to everybody, where everybody's making minimum wage. All these people, you've got 100 million people making minimum wage, and nobody can. Now that the American Replacement Center has been closed for 8 months, the work of getting millions of foreigners removed from the interior country begins. Please consider subscribing to his X account or give him the money on his GiveSendGo. This guy.
Texas. And as I've been recording for you, the American people, the last 4 years at the American Replacement Center, where over 1 million illegal aliens entered my city of San Antonio during the Biden regime, that center has been shut down as of February of this year, thanks to the Trump administration. The border's secure, but now we have 20 million new illegal aliens invaders that have entered our country that need to be dealt with. Now, I'm going to be documenting and recording at the San Antonio ICE check-in center, where tens of thousands of these migrants have to check in with an ICE agent, not with a DOJ administrative judge, but with an ICE agent. A lot of these are supervision appointments to check in with their temporary parole status when they came into the country illegally, or whether they use an app like CBP1 or a TPS program. This immigration is very complicated business. But so far, in my last couple of days of interviewing these foreigners at that center, you've seen the videos now. Again, Many of them are not being deported, unfortunately. I'm not here to sugarcoat anything. I'm not going to here to gaslight you. A lot of them are getting extensions. Unfortunately, if these illegals applied for asylum, which there are over 3.5 million cases pending, adjudication on asylum, whether it's defensive asylum or the other type of asylum. Not to get too much in the weeds, but there are many loopholes that these people use to stay in the country, including maybe giving birth to a child. And so what I wanted to tell you on this here post is that I will continue to document now where we have the post-invasion. Now we're going to continue to document and record and interview these people as they come out of the DOJ administrative offices downtown San Antonio.
Well, I'm going to keep my eye on this guy. I'm going to watch his stuff. I'm going to promote his stuff. I suggest you follow him, check him out. He seems like an American who's doing what's right for America. Okay? We're dealing with things you ain't seen before. Rapists, murderers, fugitives, drug traffickers, child molesters, violent gang members. You think we're not in LA anymore? I think, again, enforcement's still going in both, ongoing in Los Angeles and Chicago. These operations will continue through the government shutdown. Well, we had to turn that off. That volume is too crazy.
Get your money.
Get your money. Look at him. Oh, look at me. Well, this is what they're getting, you know. A lot of stuff happening, it looks like. Border Patrol, they're still getting them. That's the thing I try to tell people is they're, what's it say? Pipi en escuela español escucha como la pobreza calla en inglés. Mm-hmm. Then this story I saw, I wanted to talk about the Diesel Brothers. Does everyone know who the Diesel Brothers are? They had a show on, I think it was Discovery or something, where they would do work on motors, like diesel motors, and make adjustments and make things to make them run better, more powerful, do stuff. Well, the star, David Sparks, was just released from custody after being thrown in jail for refusing to pay fines owed in connection with a Clean Air Act lawsuit. Sparks refused to pay $843,602 in fines. Mr. Sparks was not arrested for a crime. In fact, no crime has been alleged or charged. The arrest stems from a civil matter regarding some zealous environmentalists seeking to collect attorney's fees. Yeah, look at Sweet Bella, Mona Pepiones. Look at Sweet Bella. Yeah. So, okay, everybody. We've been going 3 hours now, so we got about 30 minutes left to go if we don't hit the next goal for the second additional hour, just so everyone knows. The fines were related to a judgment that determined Sparks and his co-defendants were liable for selling illegally modified diesel vehicles. They stay because we failed and the globalists won.
Dude. Welcome back, homie. Good? Let's see your prison ink. Oh, I hated that. Hands off me, guy. Oh. That was rough. That was rough. Yeah. That sucked. I'm glad you made it out. Dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this guy says, USAID's Climate Lawfare Coalition. Ever wonder who's behind the big environmental lawsuits hitting companies like the Diesel Brothers? Oh, look at that. 10. Oh, sorry. The legal fees for immigrants who have sympathetic lawyers like volunteer for legal aid. So Brian Oldenkamp comes in with 10 Jim Tells You memberships. That's $60. That means we're only $10 away, but we're going to go.
Communism is the very definition of failure. Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible.
With that, we are $10 away from a second additional hour. Just want everyone to know that's Brian. That's how that stuff goes. Yeah, hit that repost, help the channel grow. Let's see who got those 10 members. We got Brian Olenkamp's the chief of recruitment. It says Amazing Disgrace received a gifted membership. Lazy American, Variant, Wayne Smith, True to Caesar, Hosfer 143, James Hunsinger, Greer Loves America, JD Kirby, and Marlene all received a gifted membership. Make sure you say thank you. And thanks to Brian. That's one of the, Brian's awesome, man. Brian is awesome. Brian is an awesome dude. Yeah. We got we got exactly 30 minutes to get $10 to add another hour, just so everyone knows. Yeah, so we're going to look at this. A network of groups funded by wealthy donors pushing climate agendas. Let's break down the key players and their money sources. Earth Justice acts as the legal powerhouse, filing thousands of suits to enforce environmental rules. They get grants from groups like Climate Works Foundation and have ties to broader networks. Once again, the man won't let you get a membership. They would remove the exhaust recirculating system from diesel motors. You can do it on your own vehicle, but can't do it as a business. If you aren't regarded, punch the like button. Sierra Club's Utah chapter joins these fights like a Great Salt Lake lawsuit. They've received over $174 million from the Bloomberg Philanthropies for anti-coals. Oh my God. Then Low Watermark comes in and says, I'm going to give 10 memberships too.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
And so with that, let's see who got those. We got Sonic Rat, General Piggy, Gene Rogers, Fitzy, JJ Trujillo, American Dreamer, Sherry Ward, Rocky, and Tenenbra, along with R&M, received a gifted membership from Low Watermark. Thank you, Low Watermark. You're the greatest. You and Brian Olenkamp, man. You guys really come in hot and heavy. Yeah, JJ Trujillo. So let's see. So with that 60, that means we are 25 away from a third additional hour. Right? Yeah. Wow, thank you. This is going to be a long, good night. All right. Oh, let me fix this too. Let me do this. And so we got 20 seconds to go. Bella sleeps for you guys. Yeah, he does. What's this say? Cono no den más mamacillas tengo que dormir. Jim will never sleep again. Well, I wouldn't mind staying up for a while. So yeah, so Sierra Clubs, Utah, so they're for anti-coal campaign. So they're fighting, keep Jim going until tax season. So the Sierra Club, let's see, and then Patagonia, the outdoor brand, funnels money through its Holdfast collective, about $100 million a year from profits. This supports allies like the Utah Rivers Council. Yeah, it's Friday and Saturday. Pull an all-nighter. The Center for Biological Diversity sues over wildlife threats using science models in cases like the Great Salt Lake, funded by foundations like Sandler, $7.7 million over years, and Vice. See, they got these things. It says here, like increasing empowerment through culture, political and economic systems, bodily autonomy, empowerment, safety, eradicate sexual harassment and gender violence, remove contraceptive burden from women. So yeah, I'm sure these were all for everything. They were probably for the vax too. They didn't count on that bodily autonomy for the. You got the American Bird Conservancy focused on bird protection, partnering on lake suits with claim millions of live, claims of millions at risk. They rely on federal grants and private donors for over 50 million annually. That's right. We can all sleep when I'm dead. And then the Utah Rivers Council pushes water reforms and joins legal actions. They get grants from Patagonia and members' dues, and their 4,200 projects, a perfect example of the grift. Wild Earth Guardians teams up with anti-oil and coal suits supported by foundations like Wilberforce and government grants totaling in the millions. Justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Look at this. Wild Earth Guardians. These people, they're not really environmentalists. They're not. They're leftists. They just use the environment to try and push their leftist agenda. Attorney Reed Zars leads many of these cases tied to Sierra Club since 2003. His work is backed by the same NGO networks, raking in millions of dollars via targeted climate warfare. We have an obligation to future to tread lightly on the land. Yeah, we were paying for this. Yeah, same with PETA. We were paying for this with grants from USAID. The big picture, the Tides Foundation channels funds from donors like Soros' Open Society, $25.8 million in 2020 to 2021, to groups like Earth Justice and CBD. Rockefeller and Bloomberg add millions more. The network drives lawsuits. Yeah. The Diesel Brothers, right there. The Diesel Brothers, a cautionary tale of environment lawfare. How climate activists and international NGOs weaponize courts with dubious data to silence skeptics. We wield the power of law, and the law is the most powerful tool for change. In the dusty workshops of Utah, where diesel engines roar as symbols of American grit and independence, a chilling legal drama has played out. What is climate lawfare? It's the ruthless weaponization of courts by eco-fanatics to bankrupt and intimidate those who dare reject the hysterical alarmist narrative on emissions and global warming. The 2017 lawsuit filed by Utah Physicians for a Healthy Environment, a fraudulent front for radical green extremists against the Diesel Power Gear, LCC, the outfit behind a hit Discovery show, Diesel Brothers, isn't just a regulatory spat. It's a textbook case of the insidious tactic. Backed by a web of international NGOs drowning in dark money and fueled by falsified or hand-picked data, this campaign is sought to crush small businesses and personal freedom. Diesel Dave Killey and David Heavy D. Sparks, celebrated for their bold truck builds, now stand as cautionary tales. Cross these climate jihadists and they'll drag you through the courts until you're ruined behind bars. UPHE, masquerading as a group of concerned physicians while peddling pollution hysteria to health woes, launched their vicious assault under the Clean Air Act, accusing Diesel Power Gear of selling emissions defeat devices that bypass federal controls. These modifications, popular among truck enthusiasts for boosting performance and fuel efficiency, were vilified as environmental villains by these green tyrants. U.S. District Judge Robert J. Shelby sided with them in 2019, slapping on $850,000 in penalties and an injunction against sales. The 10th Circuit upheld it in 2021, rejecting defenses that mods were for off-road use. Fast forward to 2025, Sparks was arrested for contempt after failing to pay fines and allegedly flouting the order with a garage sale of suspect parts. The $851,000 penalty and contempt arrest unequivocally highlight intentional punitive overkill. Punishing a small business for harmless cultural mods that thrill truck enthusiasts, this targeted attack, motivated by radical climate change grifters, underscores how civil suits can escalate into personal nightmares. See, this is actually unconstitutional what they did. We do not have debtor's prison in the U.S. You do not send people to jail for not paying. The only exception to that is child support. Makes you wonder how that got through when the whole purpose of the Constitution was to abolish debtor's prison, which England had. Peeling back the layers of the NGOs. When you peel back the layers, this isn't about clean air, it's about total control. Is this environmentalism or enforced compliance at any cost by a cabal of dark money-funded eco-extremists? UPHE's alliance with international NGOs like Earth Justice and Sierra Club reveal a coordinated strategy to weaponize the judiciary, bypass democracy to impose their radical agendas. Earth Justice is a global powerhouse spawned from the Sierra Club's eco-fanaticism. It has represented UPHE in other battles, such as the 2023 Great Salt Lake lawsuit against Utah for failing to protect the ecosystem amid climate-driven droughts. Stu Gillespie, Earth Justice's senior attorney, has framed these cases as fights against existential threats using data from IPCC reports that skeptics decry as manipulated. For instance, claims of toxic dust storms from the shrinking lake rely on models criticized for cherry-picking extreme scenarios while ignoring historical fluctuations or solar influences on climate. Yeah. PETA sees 3,000 animals from people only to put them down. Yeah. For not paying taxes, correct. But for you owing somebody else money, like they owe this company, it was a they owe somebody else money from a court ruling. That's not people go to jail for. So the Capital Research Center points to an unholy alliance between these NGOs and media, pushing extremist policies through courts when legislatures balk. Tactics of intimidation straight out of the Green Bully playbook. The 2025 congressional hearing on NGO abuse highlighted how billionaire-funded groups like Rockefeller Brothers fund back Earth Justice, enabling lawfare that sidesteps democratic processes and funnels dark money to fuel opposition against energy independence. In the diesel case, the UPHE's claims drew an EPA data criticized for handpicking urban pollution stats, ignoring that diesel mods often occur in rural areas with minimal impact. Skeptics argue this falsified narrative, bolstered by an adjusted temperature records, e.g. NOAA's controversial homogenizations, exaggerate diesel's role in health crises, using cherry-picked data studies to link emissions to infant mortality without controlling for other factors like poverty or smoking. Yeah. It's a parallel to the right to repair, consumer rights, etc. The financial toll is staggering. Diesel power gears penalties exceeding $800,000 crippled a small business that profited far less from the sales. Sparks 2025 arrest for non-compliance, echoing jail threats in other lawfare cases, serves as a stark warning. Parallels to Trump's cases are impossible to ignore, just as ideological foes weaponize courts with trumped-up charges to derail a political movement. Here, climate dissenters face bankruptcy or jail for defying the green dogma. It's the same playbook: twisted laws, endless litigation, and personal destruction to silence opposition. UPHE's radical leadership. To understand their aggressive tactics, look no further than its key leaders, whose deep ties to the radical NGOs reveal a network of ideological extremism masquerading as medical concern. These figures aren't just doctors. They're hardcore activists embedded in organizations pushing far-left agendas on everything from unrestricted abortion to anti-government land grabs and doomsday climate hysteria. UPHE itself has a history of radical activism, including joining the Occupy movement to sue the world's third largest mining corporation, Rio Tinto, in a blatant display of anti-corporate zeal. The relentless lawsuits like the 2025 push to halt the Uinta Basin Railway show a pattern of using courts to block economic progress under the guise of health concerns. They lost that in the Supreme Court. I think they got fined. They had to pay a bunch of money. I think they got hit with a big penalties for that. They had to pay a bunch of court costs, if I'm not mistaken, and legal fees. The Climate Fair Project. This Kurt Lee Parker Jones, MD, Vice President, a Professor Emerita in Obstetrics and Gynecology at the University of Utah. His polished credentials hide her entanglements with deeply divisive groups. She's a key player on Planned Parenthood's nationwide medical committee, shaping policies for the organization ranking in $1.7 billion while aggressively battling pro-life laws. Branded as radical extremist by critics for prioritizing abortion on demand over life-affirming alternatives, Jones also threw her weight behind the 2016 Bears Heirs National Monument push, aligning with radical indigenous NGOs like Utah Diné Bikwé and Friends of Cedar Mesa, which prioritize blocking extractive industries and economic development in favor of restrictive land preservation. These ties scream radical environmental justice, sacrificing jobs and growth on the altar of activist ideology. Georgia doesn't incarcerate for child support. They do take your driver's license. I know Illinois incarcerates people for child support after a certain amount of time. This Mark Goldfarb, a semi-retired cardiologist, seemingly benign volunteer work, conceals his indoctrination via Al Gore's Climate Reality Project, a notorious alarmist machine training thousands to spout decarbonization propaganda, slammed by skeptics as a hub for exaggerating climate threats like wildfires to push radical anti-fossil fuels agenda. And then you guys heard that they solved that Palisades fire that they said was climate change. Yeah, the guy's name, they arrested the guy who set the fire. It was announced yesterday or the day before. It's turned to professionals, Goldfarb and the eco warriors peddling fear-mongering that's more about control than science. Yeah. Remember, Al Gore said all the polar bears were going to die. Remember? This guy's an anesthesiologist. Mulch is the ringleader, lecturing on pollution's health effects while fronting the Medical Society Consortium on Climate and Health, a sprawling alliance mobilizing doctors for partisan climate alarmism. Honored as an Obama-era champion of change, his frequent media rants on MSNBC and Fox amplify selective data to fuel their lawfare. Critics have branded him as an extremist, a pot stirrer, and outright off the wall, accusing him of wildly exaggerated air pollution dangers to advance his radical agenda. It's probably the guy that's responsible for the states like New York and California trying to get rid of fucking gas stoves. Yeah, blame Barry. And this guy, Vasic, decade plus in nonprofits like Habitat for Humanity. His opaque background doesn't hide his role as an operational enforcer, while his personal ties are less flashy, behind-the-scenes enablers steering the group's radical operations. These leaders' connections unmask a Trojan horse for broader radical networks, weaponizing medical authority for ideological warfare against everyday Americans like the Diesel Brothers. So, here's it's a star David Sparks arrest after failing to pay $850,000 in fine over car modifications. He was arrested after a judge found him in contempt for failing to pay $850,000 in fines. The court order, as seen by the independent Utah judge, commanded the arrest for repeated and willfully ignoring court's orders to pay the money. He was booked in Salt Lake City County Jail, but has since been released. He agreed to provide certain information within 10 days of the hearing to the plaintiffs. The reality star told Entertainment Weekly after his release that no crime was charged or alleged. This arrest should have never occurred in the first place. It's been a grave injustice for the Sparks family. He's also known for filming YouTube vlogs, and his Diesel Brothers co-star was first sued in 2017 for allegedly modifying his vehicle's exhaust system to produce black smoke, a toxic pollutant. He was later fined $843,000 after it was discovered that he had violated the Clean Air Act more than 400 times. Over 3 years later, defendants have failed to pay any amount to the plaintiffs. So they just sent him to collection. That's how we sent him to collection, and that's it. The following January, the judge entered a second order seeking to enforce the first. The order required Sparks to produce various documents and information to the plaintiff, including numerous business operating agreements, pictures of all on and off-road vehicles, trailers, blah, 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 that he hasn't interested. This is not the judge's responsibility. They're supposed to go to collection and collect the money. They execute it, and they just see this is not just judges, not. In August, was found to have violated 4 of the court's orders, including failing to pay the fines. I have a feeling he was released because somebody in DOJ and Trump's administration said, "What the fuck are you doing? We're not arresting people for fucking not paying fines. Are you retarded?" Diesel Brothers, which aired from 2016 to 2022, followed them as they purchased diesel trucks and headed to the dump, repurposed and modified them for use in elaborate pranks and stunts. And they said this is an absolute nightmare. There's a lot of things about this lawsuit I don't feel are fair, and there's a lot of things with the lawsuit we deserve because we made some mistakes in the early days of our business. But, by deleting trucks and having, smoky trucks and stuff like that, stuff I'm not proud of. Yeah, they need to pull all tax breaks from these nonprofits. Habitat for Humanity builds houses and then sells them to Africans and Asians. Yeah. In 85, Spock told us we were all going to freeze to death. Yeah, I remember. They said with the coming ice age. Said it's a coming ice age, coming global ice age, which I'll tell you right now, an ice age is a lot more scary than a fucking heat wave. Global warming is not as bad as an ice age. Oh, I saw this. I thought I should cover this. It says the U.S. Senate unanimously endorses repeal of the 2002 Iraq War resolution. That's right. So 23 years later, they're finally going to get around to saying, "Hey, we're not at war with Iraq anymore." Let me do this. We've been going. Oh, okay. So 3 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah. So we got. Yeah. So I'm going to start. I'll do this. This. We'll start another goal for another hour, and we'll say we are, 20? Is it 25 away from a third hour? Okay. No, that was the longest. For the longest time, science was telling us we were going to go into another ice age, that we were going to freeze again. Because if you look at the pattern that the Earth goes through, we've been warm, a little over 10,000 years. That's longer than the trend. Okay. More than 2 decades later, Congress is on the verge of writing a closing chapter to the war in Iraq. The Senate voted Thursday to repeal the resolution that authorized the 2003 invasion, following a House vote last month that would return to the basic war power to Congress. The amendment by Virginia Senator Tim Kaine and Todd Young, a Republican, was approved by voice vote to an annual defense authorization bill that passed Senate Thursday. Unanimous endorsement for ending the war that now many view as a mistake. Isn't it already over? Iraq deaths were estimated in the hundreds of thousands, and nearly 5,000 U.S. troops were killed in the war after President Bush administration falsely claimed that then President Hussein was stockpiling weapons of mass destruction. That's the way the war ends, not with a bang, but with a whimper, Kaine said after the vote, which lasted only a few seconds with no debate, no objection. Still, America's forever changed by those wars, and the Middle East too. They had to get us out of war to keep Trump from being a wartime president. I guess. I don't know. Supporters of both the House and Senate said the repeal is crucial to prevent future abuses and to reinforce that Iraq is now a strategic partner of the United States. The House added a similar amendment to the version of the defense measure in September, meaning the repeal is likely to end up in a final bill once the two chambers reconcile the two pieces of legislation. Both bills also repealed the 1991 authorization that sanctioned the U.S.-led Gulf War. What? That was still on the books? Hey, KPT, thanks for coming by. Yeah, we got about another hour to go unless we hit another $25, and then we'll add another hour on top of that. Yep. While Congress appears poised to pass the repeal, it's unclear whether Trump will support it. During his first term, his administration cited the 2002 Iraq resolution as part of its legal justification. Legal justification for the 2020 drone strike that killed Qasem Soleimani. It has otherwise been rarely used. Young said after the vote that he thinks Trump should take great pride in signing the bill after campaigning on ending so-called forever wars, especially because he would be the first president in recent history to legally end a long-standing war. I come in late, but I'll go back once you finish to catch up what I missed. Well, I appreciate that. That's great. He said the vote established an important precedent. Congress is now very clearly asserting that it's our prerogative and our responsibility not only to authorize, but also to bring the end military conflicts. The bipartisan vote added to the largely bipartisan defense measure came amid a bitter partisan standoff over the week-long government shutdown. Young said the quick vote was an extraordinary moment. He hopes it will that some people will see that we can still do consequential things in the U.S. Congress. Is it really consequential to end a war that's not going on anymore? That's already over? Is it really? Is it really? Is it really a thing? I don't know. The Senate also voted to repeal the 2002 resolution 2 years ago on a 66-30 vote. While some Republicans privately told Kaine that they were still opposed to the measure, none objected to the unanimous vote on the floor. A separate 2001 authorization for the global war on terror will remain in place under the bill. While the 2002 and 1991 resolutions are rarely used and focus on just one country, the 2001 measure gave George Bush broad authority for the invasion of Afghanistan, approving force against those nations, organizations, or persons that planned or aided the September 11th attacks. Passed in September 2001, it's been used in recent years to justify military action against groups including Al-Qaeda and its affiliates, such as the Islamic State and Al-Shabaab, that are deemed a threat against America. So glad you're still here. The only thing that kept me from dying during that Tiger Mariner game was your soft, dulcet tones. No, I'll leave it calm down an hour. Lol. Oh, thank you, Vince. Well, there's that. They're ending a war. We got this. CBP secures border with new $4.5 billion smart wall. Now, to me, this sounds like not an actual wall. It's a smart wall, which to me says It's not a wall.
And just horrible names, which gives that fraction on the left, not everybody, but that percentage on the left, it empowers them to attack us. Attacks up over 1,000%. The reason we're a mask is not only the agents being doxxed over social media, their families are. And I understand they need to protect their families. And look, I got numerous death threats myself. I don't wear a mask because I don't care. I'm the borders that are come at me. Yeah. But the bottom line is they're trying to protect their families, and you said it. Meanwhile, where's the law that unmasks Antifa or the protesters that throw Molotov cocktails or rocks at the vehicles? Where's the legislation for that? So as far as the state legislation, I'm not a lawyer. I leave it up to the Department of Justice. We'll see how that fares with federal law.
Update the total, please. Oh, okay.
State law.
100%, and your federal officers too. Is like, I'm interested to see how he's going to try to enforce this one. But as these immigration crackdowns, obviously are escalating, in order to keep our city safe, I might add, Chicago protesters storming this ICE facility. Okay, they think they can interfere, and they think they're justified. There's like, they now have congressional candidates out there getting body slammed. They say, "Oh, I'm a victim." It's like, well, don't stand in the way of a federal vehicle while they're doing their job.
You're exactly right. And President Trump said weeks ago, zero tolerance.
We're now $15 away from a third additional hour.
Impede his efforts of enforcing the law, you will be prosecuted federally. And Pam Bonnie's assured us that they will take these prosecutions and go at it hard. I mean, President Trump called me one day, and when he saw stones being thrown on our vehicles, he says they throw a stone, they go to jail. They cross the line, they go to jail. They spit on them, they go to jail. This is zero tolerance. And if people are angry at what ICE are doing, then why don't you go protest Congress? Because ICE is enforcing laws that Congress enacted. They're not making this up.
Yeah, but they need somebody to be mad at. All right, sir, I have to ask you this.
Cool. So let's see. Oh, wait. Well, you know what? Maybe this is going to be, hold on.
MSNBC and a lot of other Dems are piling on this, that you allegedly took a $50,000 bribe from an FBI undercover agent. Trump, obviously closed this investigation. A Justice Department appointee called the deep state probe earlier this year. Caroline Leavitt, obviously also coming to your defense. Roll this.
Mr. Homan never took the $50,000 that you're referring to, so you should get your facts straight, number one. Number two, this was another example of the weaponization of the Biden Department of Justice against one of President Trump's strongest and most vocal supporters.
Oh, sir, what is the story with this, and where did it come from?
Well, look, as the Justice Department said, I did nothing criminal, I did nothing illegal, I did nothing wrong. And this is a series of hits against me since the beginning of the year. There's been hit pieces about every week. There was a hit piece on my security detail saying I had 31 security detail. I'm wasting millions of dollars. I had about a quarter of that. I think I had 8 security detail at the time. I had a 4-car caravan. I had 2. Another story about I'm helping certain companies with their contracts. Here's what people need to understand. Day one of the administration, when President Trump asked me to come back and we entered on duty, I met with ethics attorneys. And by law, you're supposed to recuse yourself from any company you had affiliations with before. But I took it a step further. I recused myself from all federal contracts. I won't have any decision-making in any federal contract, but people, including this recent case, people are saying, I'm going to line the pockets of people. I signed that declaration. I do not make decisions in any federal contracts. And just so people know, I make about 18% of what I made in my company to come back and serve my nation. So my family's took a sacrifice. I've taken a sacrifice. I'm back here doing the right thing. The hit pieces keep coming, but I know who's chumming the water. I know who keeps throwing this information out, and the media jumps all.
Yeah, I don't know. So he didn't say. I'd like to know if he kept the money or what happened to the money. I would like to know. I mean, I don't think he did anything wrong. I think they tried to entrap him. You'll never believe he took the $50,000 ever. Well, if he was given the money and it was a payment for services, like, because he had a consulting firm and he was making tons of money doing consulting, I don't understand. I'd like to know the facts. I think was this an entrapment thing by the FBI? Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, he has a bear. Tom Holman has a bear rug in his den. The bear's not dead. It's just afraid to move in the presence of his bad ass. Department of Homeland Security. Let's see. So the Trump administration has awarded $4.5 billion in new contracts to expand the smart wall system along the southern border, marking the first projects funded under President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. The Homeland Security and U.S. Customs and Border Protection announced in a press release that 10 contracts were awarded between September 15th and 30th. The project will add 230 miles of barriers and nearly 400 miles of advanced technology, delivering on Trump's pledge to secure the border. Yeah. No, consultants do not pay in cash. They don't, generally speaking. That's what I'm saying. I wonder what happened. I would think he's smarter than that. Yeah. They're not saying where the money went. Like, where's the money? Did the FBI take the money back? They're just making aspersions. You know. For years, Washington talks about border security, but failed to deliver. The president changed that. The smart wall means more miles of barriers, more technology, and more capability for our agents on the ground. This is how you take control of the border. The smart wall combines steel and waterborne barriers with patrol roads, lighting, cameras, and detection systems designed to give Border Patrol agents real-time tools to stop illegal crossings. Officials said the technology will also reinforce existing wall sections where the contracts were canceled under the Biden administration. The 10 projects represent the first to be financed by Trump's signature border funding package alongside leftover wall appropriations from fiscal year 2021 that were frozen during Biden's tenure. See, it's weird. Biden froze funding and didn't pay it and didn't get sued. And I mean, what happened with those lawsuits? Was there injunctions to stop him from doing it, from freezing the funding? Huh. Yeah. Tom Homan is like my dad. No one is getting into my house. That's right. To fast track the work, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem issued waivers clearing regulatory hurdles for nearly 40 miles of construction in California and New Mexico. Among the largest awards was El Paso 3 project, $850 million to build 42 miles of new primary smart wall, 6 miles of secondary wall, and 46 miles of system upgrades in Texas. Tucson 1 project, $606 million for 223 miles of new secondary wall and 16 miles of features in Arizona. El Centro project, Del Rio project. The other project covers San Diego, Yuma, El Paso, and Rio Grande, with additional contracts exceeding $550 million awarded for support services. Yeah, the accusation is the conviction. CBP said construction under One Big Beautiful Bill will continue with more contracts expected in the coming months. The latest push underscores Trump's border-first approach, contrasting with prior policies that halted wall construction. Supporters argue the smart wall strengthens national security and relieves pressure on frontline agents, while critics have long questioned the cost and effectiveness of physical barriers. Yeah, all these people that question it have no problem with building barriers around their house. They have front doors that they lock. You know, they built fencing. They put fencing up all around Congress, didn't they? And around other buildings. With the new funding stream secured, federal officials say they intend to accelerate work across multiple border sectors, reinforcing Trump's first-term pledge that the wall will be built. What is CDP? Huh? What did I... CBP. CPD? Chicago Police Department is CPD. Why? Chicago Police Department? CPD? U.S. awards $4.5 billion in border wall contracts. So yeah, it's basically the same thing. So they added the contracts, all this stuff. CBP is Customs and Border Patrol, and CPD is Chicago Police Department or Cincinnati Police Department. You know, yeah. So they're building the walls and the barriers. And then I got this story. It says federal judge rules Trump administration cannot put conditions on domestic violence grants. Crazy. A federal judge ruled Friday that the Trump administration cannot put conditions on grants that fund efforts to combat domestic violence, including barring groups from promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion or providing abortion resources. I think this is going to get overturned. It has nothing to do with domestic violence. U.S. District Judge Melissa Dubois in Providence, Rhode Island, granted a motion by 17 statewide anti-domestic and sexual violence coalitions for a preliminary injunction which blocks the Trump administration from enforcing its conditions while the lawsuit plays out. Without preliminary relief, the plaintiffs will face irreparable harm that will disrupt vital services to victims of homelessness and domestic and sexual violence. No, it won't. Money is not irreparable harm. Money is not an irreparable harm. Yeah, another judge that thinks they have the power of the president. On the contrary, if preliminary relief is granted, the defendants will merely need to revert back to considering grant applications and awarding funds they normally would. No, that's not how it works. They'll never get the money back. If they give out the money and they're right, they never get the money back. If they're wrong, people can always get the money later. Dwell went further in the scope of a ruling. She ruled that the decision preventing these grant conditions went beyond plaintiffs and will apply to anyone applying for money doled out by the Housing and Urban Development and Department of Health and Human Services. Well, this is where she's going to, organizations and serving survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, LGBTQ plus youth, and people experiencing homelessness should not be forced to abandon their work, erase their identities of those who they serve, and compromise their values just to keep the doors open. Some lawful and harmful policy put extreme schedules ahead of people, extreme schemes ahead of people's dignity and safety. Chief of the National Women's Law Center, one of 5 organizations, also welcomed the ruling. Well, of course they want the money. Not that I condone fighting, but the UFC ring on July 4th at the White House had Newsome and Holman in the ring. How many seconds before Newsome was crying in one of those 6 corners? Ooh, that would be great, wouldn't it? CBD, you're talking about the stuff that people smoke? Today's order makes clear that federal grants exist to serve people in need, not advance regressive political agenda. No, that's actually what grants do, is it's to push an agenda that they want. In their lawsuit, the groups claim the Trump administration was putting them in a difficult position. If they don't apply for federal money allocated, they might not be able to provide rape crisis centers, battered women shelters, and other stuff. But if the groups do apply, then they would be forced to fundamentally change their programming, abandon outreach methods, and programs designed to best serve their communities. What does any of that mean? Well, it means these groups want to use. It means these groups want to use the money that's supposed to be for domestic violence stuff, for like battered women's shelter stuff. They want to use it for LGBTQ stuff, for diversity, equity, and inclusion, things that they're not supposed to use it for. Hey, the experts here. Keep it up, great looking channel. I appreciate that, buddy. If you'd ever like to come on to talk about new stuff with me, that would be great. The group suing, including organizations combating domestic violence from California to Rhode Island, argue the conditions violate the First Amendment. They also argue that the conditions violate the APA by exceeding defendants' authority, in some cases outright conflicting with governing law or failing to follow required procedure. The government argues that matters has to do with payments to these groups, and such should be handled by the Court of Federal Claims. Even if this jurisdiction argument fails, the government argues federal agencies may impose conditions on funding that further certain policies and priorities consistent with the authority granted by the grant program statutes. Both agencies have long required compliance with federal anti-discrimination law as a condition of receiving a federal grant. Seems to make sense. So we'll see what happens. I have a feeling this is going to get overturned because the judge just decided on her own that it applied to people not in front of her, which the Supreme Court already said you can't do. Supreme Court said your lawsuits only apply to the people in court in front of you. That's it. They told them that. No more of these nationwide injunctions. Yeah, LGBTQ is not a battered person situation. Domestic violence victims need to flee with their lives. Yeah. Oh, cool. All right. I'll message you. I'll get a hold of you. Awesome. They don't need text hours to exercise their First Amendment. They can find private funding. Yeah. Too many wrong moves. In this court case, I think has too many wrong moves. The judge went beyond what was being asked, even by the parties. So that's usually a sign that they had their own agenda for what they wanted to accomplish. Okay. We're going to jump into this story about the awesome. You too. But first, we've been going 3 hours and 40 minutes, so I have to end the stream on X and Instagram because there's a 4-hour limit on Instagram. And X, I don't stay on X that long anyway because I don't know. So if you're on X or Instagram, come over to Rumble, come over to YouTube, go to Twitch, go to Kick, go to Facebook, and come hang out and have fun. All right, we got at least another hour to go here. At least another hour, I would say, because I think we're just $15 away from an additional. We're $15 away from a third additional hour. I have a feeling that someone's going to pay that 15 to get a third additional hour, but that's just my thoughts. Like I could be wrong. I'm generally wrong a lot. So here, hold on. So let's go. No more X and no more Instagram. Bye-bye. Come on back for Jim to tell you the news another night. All right. Now that those suckers are gone, it's just these 5 stations. What'd you say? Miss seeing the Rick McCone spinoff Netflix yank, but I'm adding an S2 of the Daryl series. Okay. Yeah, predetermined outcomes. Definitely. Mm-hmm. So we had breaking news. We had a massive explosion that obliterated Accurate Energetic Systems facility in Bucksnort, Tennessee, which produces and stores explosives, including bulk explosives, shaped charges, demolition kits, and specialized items for military, defense, aerospace, demolition, mining, and oil industries. 19 people are unaccounted for. Wasn't there another case that SCOTUS said the government didn't have to pay out? Yeah, a bunch of them. Basically, the government has no way to get the money back once it's paid out. That's the thing. The irreparable harm is on the government for having to pay out. Like it's not money for 19 people are missing. Yeah, 19 people missing. So yeah. Oh, you're tapped out until your client pays for your bathroom. I don't think so. I'm sure someone. I'm pretty sure someone else is going to pay the 15 just to keep it going another hour. But this is some. Hold on. This is what it looks like, I guess. So yeah, and this is I guess where the facility was, and it's gone now. It's like completely gone. And that's this is what it looked like. All right. And this is what it looks like now. So I'm hoping, I'm hoping everybody survived. I can tell you that we're missing 19 souls. Humphrey County Sheriff. He added that the building is gone due to the explosion, resulting in fatalities. The cause of the explosion remains unknown at the moment. I hope this wasn't some kind of 70 miles northeast of the explosion, 3 hours or so earlier, Fort Campbell had a threat. At approximately 4:30, I was woken by a notification of voluntary evacuation to potential explosive threat in a vehicle at Gate 10. Informed by the military police, evacuation is now mandatory, and the presence of explosive device has been confirmed. MPs are going door to door, evacuating now. So we can pull this up real quick. Oh yeah, hit the like shit. Sorry. You can't hear anything? There was no sound. We were talking about the Walking Dead show. Oh, okay. That almost looks like the Obama Library in Chicago. Considering 4K service keeps going up in price and no ad tier for it. That game show. There was no audio on that video. No, there was no. I think that was like somebody's surveillance video or something. You heard 5 dead. Well, there's 19 people missing, and it doesn't look like anybody would have survived. So let's see.
So this is
Easy. Easy.
okay. Yeah, I've got to do a mic check.
But tell them that to buy a damn cord that's at least 8 foot long.
Tell them to buy a damn cord. It's 8 foot longs. Yeah, no way anybody survived if they weren't in a bunker. Kamikaze drone, maybe. That's what I'm thinking. Something like that. Like this is serious business here. You know.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Keep going.
This is pre-camera, okay, if you don't mind. Yeah, if you don't mind, please. We're going to be short, sweet, simple, to the point right now. This is massive. And we've got some families that we've still got to let know what's going on. We've got some families that we've got to get in contact with, and we're going to definitely try to be mindful of that. We're going to say a few things. I don't know that we're going to take any questions. I don't feel like we need to at this point. For those of you that's worked with me before, I always try to get you some kind of footage, I guess for lack of better words, B footage. I could probably do that in this situation, but it's going to have to be from a distance. This scene is a very violent scene. Okay, so if I do that, and I'm going to have to we're going to get with Wendell, Mr. Stinson from the Accurate, and we'll discuss that. So what I'd like to do now is talk to you about this, and then I'll take about an hour and try to get most of all the families, if y'all will be patient with me, talk to the families, get them notified, and then we'll come back and organize from here, and we'll try to escort you in and at least try to get you some footage. Okay? You got a camera blocked right there with that young lady. I don't know. I just didn't want you blocked. Yeah. All right. Yes, let's go on the record. Y'all ready? All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. About 7:45 this morning, we had a very devastating blast at Accurate Arms. Very devastating blast. It encompassed one whole building that was on the facilities. We do have several people at this time that's unaccounted for. We are trying to be mindful of families and that situation. We do have some folks, we can confirm that we do have some that are deceased, but we're going to go back and, like I say, talk to these families, notify these families, and let these families know what's going on. We do have the scene as secure as possible at this time. You may hear some smaller explosions around the scene, but they are things that we have taken into consideration. We know that it's secure. The scene is secure as far as no more mass explosions or larger explosions. We do have the ATF on scene with us. We have the State Fire, Bomb, and Arson with us, TBI and Homeland Security as well. We're working this as a joint operation between Humphreys County and Hickman County. As you can see behind me is Sheriff Kraft. We also have our Odell Pointer, which is our EMA director. And forgive me, sir, I didn't remember your name with my Hickman County EMA director. We've got a lot of moving parts. We got a very big investigation. This is not going to be something that we're going to be like a car wreck or something like that we're just going to clean up the debris and leave. We're going to probably be here for a few days. Again, we're trying to take as much time as was needed. Right now, we're prioritizing people that are involved, their families, and trying to be very compassionate toward them. Am I leaving out anything, Sheriff?
I'm not sure. Kind of where we're at now. We're
Hey, Critter, what's
we
up?
are at the beginning stages of all of this, so we're getting information. We're getting information, just minute by minute, and we're going to continue to build on that and do what we need to do. So, just with that, let's just keep the families and everyone in your prayers as we go through this the next few days.
Just to clarify, could you characterize when you say individuals involved either injured or deceased? Is this above a dozen, below a dozen? Do you have any type of
I don't want to put that kind of information out there right now because we are vetting that. We've had such a massive response that now we're trying to slow down, identify things. And for those of you that was around me during the flood, we had some mistakes during the flood of some things that was put out there as names and numbers and that kind of thing. And I don't want that today. We're trying to be very methodical in what we're doing and making sure that we take the time to recognize and find out each and every one of these individuals and their family. And I'm putting these families and anybody that's involved first and foremost right now. As I say, we got the scene secure. I want to also talk about Accurate Arms. Accurate has opened their arms to us. They're cooperating with us in any way and every way possible. They're wanting to figure out this just as much as we are. So that's where we're at right now. And I appreciate everybody here. I appreciate the information. Again, I'd just like to ask for us all to be mindful of the families and everybody.
Speaking of families, I understand they're at J3. What should families be doing?
Yes, this would be a high value target.
Good question. And we're trying to get that information. We're working with their HR. We're trying to get family members.
This would be considered a high value target because they produce the explosives that go into our, warheads on missiles, grenades, shells, for like the howitzer shells and stuff like that that we've been sending to Ukraine, all our 155 millimeter shells, probably missile warhead stuff too. We have a problem right now producing enough stuff fast enough. So it's possible that these guys were trying to ramp up. I'm not saying this is what happened, but it's possible maybe they were trying to go faster, make stuff faster, or maybe this was a terrorist attack. If it was attack, you're concerned about the depot near you. Well, I would be concerned about if you're near any type of storage facility, any type of stuff like that holds stuff for the military. Antifa, or it could be Antifa, it could be the Chinese, it could be the Iranians, it could be the Russians, it could be anybody, really. It could be just terrorism, Yeah, they make all types of stuff, claymores, industrial military shaped charges, lots of stuff. Yeah, but they also make the like the base. They make the base explosive compounds, like the C4. It's not C4, but whatever it is, like Semtex, or what's the other one called? I can't think of the name of it right now, but all the stuff. Radar over area at that time. I don't know. RDX. Yeah, RDX. The stuff that they put inside the warhead, like they put inside the missiles that we're using to shoot stuff down. They're probably supplying stuff, because we make a lot of missiles that we some Texas check plastic, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm just saying they make they make the explosives. All right, they make the explosives, and then it goes from there to other places to to put it together in the missiles. They probably supply explosives to like Northrop and Boeing and the different companies that make the missiles and stuff to put it in the warheads. They probably shape them and make the forms that go in there. They make artillery heads too. Please tell me Tennessee is not tasked with really important stuff. I don't know. I mean, they're not. That's not stuff they're going to release to the public. They're not going to tell you. I mean, we'll know if they start having problems, like getting stuff to where it needs to be.
We're trying to get names. I think we've got somebody on the phone system that if people call in, we've got that information. And we're also establishing some critical incident team members that's responding and trying to be here for the family, along with clergy and chaplains. So we're getting all that together. But with all that said, I'd like to conclude here, and we'll try to be back. If you'll give us, I see that it's 11 o'clock. I'd like to get back here maybe at 12. I want to go up and communicate with other law enforcement agencies to make sure that we can get y'all in and get you some footage. You are right on the county line, half and half, and that's why I say we're working this, and he and I are married at the hip, Mr. Stinson.
I don't know the map, and I just wondered if you
It's some of it is actually Hickman, and some of it is Humphreys. So,
yeah. And it's one of the things that I've often said. It don't matter if there's something that's going to happen. For those of you that know me, If there's something happened, we're going to take care of it, of what needs to be done together. Everybody achieve more, and we're going to stay together and make sure we handle this situation the best we can. All right. I appreciate. Well, there was just some things, and I wanted to clarify that, but I also want to, we're doing that to try to be respectful of the family. So I appreciate that very much, and I appreciate you guys. Yes, sir.
Did this happen at one specific building? Was it a storage building, or do we know if it's at like a main plant?
At 7:45 a.m. this morning, there was a devastating explosion, and we're going to get that information out. We're going to clarify things. Let me get to that, because if I start naming particulars, I don't need to do that right now. Okay. All right. Anything else? Anything else?
Okay. He says, I can tell you we're missing 19 souls. Building's gone. The cause of the explosion remains unknown at this time. And the Gateway Pundit says, massive explosion at a military explosive facility in Tennessee. Multiple people dead, others missing. Well, there was a massive explosion at the military facility in Hickman, Tennessee on Friday morning. Multiple people are dead, and at least 19 are missing after the explosion. Yeah, pray for the 19. Pray for the 19. At least 19 are missing. It's unclear what caused the blast. A bird's eye view shows accurate energetic systems in Hickman County, Tennessee after the explosion. Accurate energetic systems is probably a women-owned small business, according to the company's website. Established in 1980, it proudly holds certification as an SBA women-owned small business and stands at the forefront of energetics industry. We are dedicated to development, manufacture, and handling and storage of high-quality energetic products utilized in both defense and commercial markets. The helicopter video shows what's left in Hickman that experienced explosion. There's no sound to this. It's probably not DEI. It's probably much too salt in the recipe this time. Maybe it's probably more than likely that this is a lot of women small business, like the women-owned businesses. A lot of it's a scam. It's somebody who gets their wife or whatever to open a business. That way they can get the grants and get the contracts. Because of all the crap, there was tons of things like that. I mean, I came across that in the electrical industry all the time with companies that were like a woman-owned company just to get the contract, and then it was not the person running the company really. Just saying.
This is reportedly at
Oh, there is sound. I boosted it up as much as I could.
munitions plant near the Hickman-Humphreys County line. It has been confirmed by first responders, and we can confirm it here just based on this large plume of smoke. As we get closer to the scene, we'll show you.
Wow. I mean, look at this though. Look at this. That's like partially like this was like buried. So this was like partially underground here. Police confirm reports of a large explosion at the military explosive facility in Hickman, Tennessee. County sheriff said that there has been an explosion at Akron. Hey, I'm a woman-owned business and I work hard to keep my hubby out of it. I heard nothing. No, I'm not saying, okay, I'm not saying they're all like that. I'm just saying that it happens. They'll be like, oh, we know we need to get contracts. And then they'll say like, hey, well, I'll open a company in my wife's name. And like, there's a lot of companies that did that, especially in the electrical, like they would have two companies. It would be the same people all work for both companies, but it would be like one was this woman-owned company or whatever, and one was not, and so it was just a scam. I don't know. Anytime they do that stuff, it happens all the time. There was companies that did it with, with minorities also, minority-owned businesses. The affiliate reported multiple people were unaccounted for after the explosion, and the station broadcast images of debris strewn across the site. They specialize in development, manufacturing, and handling of storage of explosives for the military, aerospace, commercial demolition markets, according to the website. Please check back for updates. Husband is a felon. Maybe, I don't know. What is this? It's about the business about. Oh, okay. Let me pull this up. There's approximately 7:45 this morning, a tragic incident occurred. Emergency response teams are there. Our sincere thoughts and prayers with the families and co-workers. Will provide information as it becomes available. So, about section. So they're established in 1980. It's recognized as a leading women's-owned small business, certified by the SBA. Our operations are governed by ISO 9001 2015, quality management, DOD 4145 26M. State-of-the-art facilities located on 1,300 acres in Bucksnort, Tennessee, approximately 50 miles west of Nashville on Interstate 40. The production site is equipped with 8 specialized production buildings and quality labs. So they have 8 buildings. This is just one. So we don't know what exactly this kind of if they have 8. All right, I would say if they have 8 facilities, like eight different production things and only one blew up, I would say that it's more likely an accident than someone targeting it, because if it was targeted, they would have hit all the buildings, right? Maybe not. Yes, Brian coming in for the clutch for the extra hour. There you go. Brian Oldenkamp, 5. Jim tells your membership.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Not just the biggest, not have to get all. Just hit the biggest, not to have to get all. Yeah, you're right. Maybe they just hit the biggest one. Definitely hard to tell. Okay, let's go here. Let's see who got those. We got Scarlet X received a gift of membership. Fem Natal, Cynthia J, Devin McLevy, and number 6 Deal With It. Well, thank you, Brian. That's awesome. Love you. And so that means we are now here to do, that's 30. So that means we are 60 away from a 4th additional hour. Thank you so much. It does look like it blew outward, yeah. Like it exploded from inside. Update the time and the goal for the next hour. I think we can keep you until Tuesday. The man is still keeping you down. No membership. Oh, the grandson's sound asleep. He's actually not here. That's why he hasn't been in here. My only the youngest one is here. The older one is at his Meemaw's house. So he goes there on Friday nights. So I don't, usually it's not a. Let me see here. Well, we got 16 minutes on this goal, so I'll wait till it expires and then I'll do another goal with an update, because it'll add another hour. So we have this, and now I got to open up some. I got to open up some more tabs. So just give me a minute. One minute. Just 1 minute. Okay. Let's see here. So look at this. I can't remember which one it was that had the. Okay. So we'll do this. Where are we at here? Here. So it looks like we'll have to see what happens with this. So we got here now. We got news story here. 7,000 per post, not foreign influence. Imagine half the content creators being lies, real cuckers. Don't know what that means. What's the map for showing where it is? It tells you what Lovely is Bella sleeping with tonight. That's just her little stuffy. It's just a little animal she's had since she was a puppy, and she usually sleeps with it in her kennel. She's got like a kennel cage type of thing that she sleeps in too, but usually it's in there. She brought it in here tonight. So Senator Bernie Sanders says Democrats will lose their leverage if they pay our troops and help moms afford food. Yeah, Bella has a lovey with her tonight. Yes, she does. It's her little stuff. It's less like I don't know. I didn't name it. It's just her toy. Let's see Bernie Sanders. This is great Bernie Sanders. Ready? So when they try to lie and say they didn't shut down the government or this isn't what they want.
They have had months to negotiate. And you reopen the government and we lose our leverage and they say, well, we want this, we want that. No, there has to be an agreement right now. That's what this whole shutdown is about. They have had months.
Well, they're admitting. He's admitting that that's what this shutdown's about. They want something.
And we lose our leverage. And they say, well, we want this, we want that. No, there has to be an agreement right now. That's what this whole shutdown is about.
What the whole shutdown is about. What they want. Democrats own the shutdown. 10 days in, and they're still prioritizing loopholes for illegal immigrants over funding our military. I did not. I didn't see that. You asked me that earlier. I did not see Clinton give Trump props. Do you have a link? Do you have a link? If you have a link. There is no great Bernie Sanders. I thought you said she snuggles. She does. She does. Bella snuggles. You linked me 3 hours ago? Oh. They'll definitely lose their leverage in the midterms. Let me look. I'm sorry. So, let me here. All right. I must not. Oh, here it is. All right, let's do this real quick. Okay, I'll do this real quick. We'll finish this one and then we'll jump to the Hillary Clinton one. The Democrats own the shutdown. 10 days in, they're still prioritizing loopholes for illegal immigrants over funding our military and securing paychecks for the troops. Every vote against reopening proves they'd rather weaponize bureaucracy than govern. No, she goes in the cage during the day. Like she'll go lay in the cage when she wants to hide from the kids. She sleeps in my bed usually, actually, at night. But she has like a kennel, like I don't know, like if someone comes to the house and the delivery man or something, I'll say kennel up, and she'll go in her kennel and sit there until they leave. So I don't want her jumping on them and stuff like that. She's very well behaved. She's not like mean. She would never bite anybody or anything like that. But sometimes people get scared. No, the kennel was like to train her, to train her so that she didn't pee in the house and stuff like that. When she was a puppy, you put them in a kennel and stuff, and it just kind of kept it with the bed. She goes in there if she's scared, she'll go in there, but she feels safe in there. The GOP passed a clean CR weeks ago. Schumer's obstruction is a blockade. Taxpayer dollars should serve America first, not subsidize lawlessness. DC elites scream mega lies while sneaking benefits into bills and gaslighting voters about their agenda. Shutdown ends when Democrats stop holding the country hostage to their open border scams. Yeah, it's a den for a dog. It's like just a place they feel safe. It's like her spot. She's got a bed in there, a blanket and stuff like that. She curls up with stuff like that. But that's just during the day. She'll go in there and lay. She doesn't really sleep in there at night, unless like if she has an accident or does something in the house, she'll go hide in her cage. Basically, she'll go sit in there, and I'll be like, "What did you do?" If it's not like Did you say she's not like me and she never mind anybody? No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't bite or nothing like that. She's not a biter. She likes people, but sometimes people come over and they don't like dogs. They'll be like, "Oh, I'm scared," and so I'll just tell her go kennel up and That's that. Let's see this now. Says Hillary Clinton, Trump and the Arab leaders made a significant first step for peace in the Middle East. It's really significant. Let's see what she says, if she's actually going to not sound like a psycho.
It's a really significant first step, and I really commend President Trump and his administration, as well as Arab leaders in the region, for making the commitment to the 20-point plan and seeing a path forward for what's often called the day after. Most importantly, the conflict hopefully will end with the ceasefire, the hostages will be returned, and then the very hard work of rebuilding Gaza, of finding the kind of security that Israel and the Palestinians after Hamas deserve to have, moving forward with the other points in the plan to try to create an opportunity for Palestinians to have a better life and for Israel to have greater peace and security. I am very hopeful that we'll be able to see progress. Today's a good start, but we have to keep going from here.
Wow, that's shocking. Hell just froze over, definitely. Yeah, hell definitely just froze over. All right, and the White House is slamming Chuck Schumer. She's reading her script. Hold on, what's this? She needs a rug to crawl under? Maybe. The White House is slamming Chuck Schumer after a grueling sight of our American troops lined up with their families en masse at food banks during the shutdown. Normally, they run out of food at 1 p.m. Now they're running out at 10:30. Wrapped around the building, we're in line for like 2 hours because the government shutdown. They are here for a food pantry. White House says the Democrats should be ashamed of themselves, but that would require you have shame in the first place. Something is up if she's happy. If Pelosi's in a good mood, I'll start getting worried. That's Hamas deserved to have. Yeah, I don't know. So let's see here.
And their families as I take a step aside here, there is quite a bit of military members and their families in line because of this. As I take a step.
What the hell kind of outfit is this lady wearing? Is she like from Little House on the Prairie or something? What's going on here with the cap sleeves?
As I take a step aside here, there is quite a bit of military members and their families in line because of this government shutdown. We're in day 9 of it, and they're here for a food pantry. There's all sorts of food that is available, and I spoke with some military member spouses, and I spoke with some department heads here at the ASYMCA on why this is so important. What's the difference in the amount of people that you've seen from today to previously?
So when we first started coming, there definitely wasn't this amount of people. It was a lot, but it wasn't this amount to where it wrapped around the building. But lately it has been a lot. Like we were here last week and we were in line for like 2 hours.
In a normal week, we usually run out of food about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Last week we ran out of food about 10:30.
As I take a step aside here, there.
Yeah, soldiers use food banks all the time. Yeah. Really, the enlisted are in line. It would be their spouses. I knew people, all right, that would do things like, you could get what was called sea rats. What was it called? Where you would get like instead of going to the cafeteria, whatever you want to call it, the chow hall. You would get paid every month for food that you would use, like instead of but you would have to then, if you went to the food hall, you were supposed to pay. I knew people that would do that, and then when they ran out of money, they would go to food banks and stuff because they were partying and drinking and doing other stuff and spending their money on stuff that they Yeah, not sea rations. They did call them sea rats or something, but it was like it was different. It was a thing where you would get like paid instead of like, it was like, I think at the time it was like $170 a month or something you got. BAS, yeah. Yeah, BAS. I thought it was CAS. Maybe it is BAS. Anyway, an allowance, your food allowance or whatever instead of, but anyway. If you need to get food for your family, you'd have a pretty shitty NCO that wouldn't cover down for you. Yeah. You did the food bank line too. Yeah, I mean, people would do it because they ran out of money, and they weren't getting paid. And I thought we only got paid once a month. I don't remember getting paid on the twice a month. I remember getting paid once a month, like a monthly paycheck. You just got it once a month. That's what I remember. Yeah, NCOs are not rich. No. Oh, basic allowing sustenance, BAH housing. Yeah, okay. The news wants to exploit the shutdown. Yeah. BAS food, housing. I don't know. It was a long time ago. It was over 30 years ago, man. What do you want to tell you? Twice a month for the last 25 years. Well, there you go. Because we're talking over 30 years ago. I went in 89. Yeah. Once a month, the first Thursday. That's what I thought. It was once a month. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, and then by the end, when you got close, like there was people that made a ton of money by lending people money at the end of the month. People who had money, like would lend people money, $20, but and charge like an enormous vig. Like someone wanted to borrow 20, they had to pay back 30 on payday. Crazy shit like that was going on. Yeah. Military broke it up because privates would blow their money the first week and then nothing for 3. Yeah. Yep, I can imagine. We got this is great. A C-SPAN caller blames Biden for the government shutdown. Yeah, your info is decades old too. Biden was one who called a government shutdown. If we didn't have 20 million invaders in this country, there wouldn't be an issue for funding Medicare. Oh, man.
Christopher in Maryland, Republican. Your turn, Christopher.
Yes, good morning. I just want to say President Biden was the one who caused the government shutdown. If we didn't have 20 million invaders into this country, there wouldn't be an issue of funding their medical care. So Biden is responsible by allowing all these illegals to invade the country.
You're talking about the emergency Medicaid program that hospitals use when they have uninsured folks show up in their emergency rooms.
Wow. Love the riff. Finally, Jamie.
I just said they shouldn't be here to begin with.
Okay.
If Biden hadn't allowed all these illegals to cross the border and invade our country, then we wouldn't be looking at funding anything about these people, from emergency rooms to anything.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Definitely right. Definitely right. Definitely right. Oh, KPT says, "Oh, you guys have a great weekend. I have to go to bed now. I'll be listening for a while." Well, thank you. I'll be on Friday night too, but you have a nice night. Yeah, she's scoffing offense. Yeah, she is. You're saying it hasn't hit you yet, but looks like it's coming for you too? I don't know. You'll be all right. I'll put a good word in for you, Joe. Now, under this story, we got this SCOTUS brief about so America First Legal filed an amicus brief with the U.S. Supreme Court on behalf of Chairman Jim Jordan and 17 members of the judiciary. The brief urges SCOTUS to restore the original meaning of the 14th Amendment. This is Friday night. Yeah, I know. But Saturday night, I'll still be going. No, Saturday, I'm going to do a show too, and Sunday. Thanks, but IT people over 50 don't get hired. I don't know about that. I mean, so the 14th Amendment grants citizenship only to those born or naturalized in the United States and subject to its jurisdiction, meaning total exclusive allegiance and lawful presence. Simply living within our borders is not enough. Allegiance isn't geography, it's bond. It's bond. It requires loyalty from the individual and consent from the nation. When the consent is broken, citizenship cannot be claimed. The framers said it outright. The citizenship clause does not include aliens or anyone owing allegiance to a foreign sovereignty. Here you go. Here you go, Joe. Here's someone looking to hire an IT person so bad, right here, ducking felonies. She needs an IT person. There you go. The framers said it outright. Yeah, doesn't include aliens or anyone owing allegiance to a foreign sovereignty. Citizenship is earned through allegiance, consent, and law. It's not automatic. You'll be moving 72 acres. Hope to be listening from your tractor. Mowing, I hope you're saying, not moving, because moving 72 acres, wow, that'd be rough. Children born to foreign ambassadors or invading soldiers aren't citizens, not because their parents have immunity, but because they owe allegiances elsewhere. The principle has been widely understood for decades. The same principles applies to those here illegally. Their parents owe allegiance to another nation and arrived in the United States by defying federal law. Citizenship cannot be born out of defiance. Allegiance cannot exist without consent. The Constitution is clear. Only Congress can confer citizenship, not courts, not bureaucrats. The 14th Amendment does not grant citizenship to the children of legal aliens, and Congress has never done so by law. The AFL's vice president, Daniel Z. Epstein, said, "Our history and tradition stand for the proposition that citizenship depends on a public determination of allegiance. Being subject to the country's jurisdiction is not a default presumption. Instead, citizenship is a duty, a bond, a privilege reserved for those who are subject to our laws and our sovereignty into an entitlement." When you don't give me love, you give me pale shelter. You don't give me love, you give me cold hands. Okay. She says, "I am in Colorado. I work completely remote. You can visit my website, Thera Assistant, I don't know, and see what I do. I'm all by myself over here and have to turn down new clients. It's so busy." There you go, Joe. My friend is over 50, has been stuck with paying contractors mainly because he has a security clearance. Your favorite interviewers for casinos? Sir, you're overqualified. I laughed in her face. I knew that. I just got tired. U.S. citizenship is a privilege, not a right. Total allegiance to our nation, not location or subjection to our laws, is the touchstone. Read the full brief here. Well, I'm not going to read the full brief because I'm not a lawyer and I wouldn't be able to break it down, but, well, we'll read some of it. Not really a brief. They urge the U.S. Supreme Court to restore the original meaning of the 14th Amendment. In partnership with Wynn Grays, they filed an amicus brief to the U.S. Supreme Court on behalf of 18 members of the House. The brief argues allegiance is a reciprocal bond requiring loyalty from the individual and consent from the sovereign. The framers said it plainly. Their brief emphasizes widespread agreement that children born in the United States to ambassador evading soldiers are not citizens. Oh, cool, Raul. That's nice. This was interesting. I saw this. So, Minnesota is ending its health care to illegals, according to this. Resident got her benefits renewal and changes to Minnesota Care beginning in January 1st, 2026. Undocumented non-citizens who are 18 years or older are not eligible for Minnesota Care. It also says illegals are currently enrolled, so they confirms Democrats have been providing benefits to illegals. It's right here in black and white, mailed to residents. This is from the Department of Human Services in Minnesota.
So I was scanning this over. This is from the Department of Human Services. This is a Minnesota healthcare programs update. And there's one thing in here that I found interesting. Changes to Minnesota Care citizenship requirements beginning January 1st, 2026. Undocumented non-citizens who are 18 years or older are not eligible for Minnesota Care. So I was scanning this over. This is from the Department.
But they said they weren't getting the health care. That's weird. Democrats tried to sneak health care for illegals into Minnesota Care through eligibility tweaks. Exactly the benefits creep Republicans warned about. The repeal proves two things. Democrats expanded coverage to non-citizens against taxpayers' will, and two, GOP pressures works. They were sued by Bondi? Okay, sounds good. I hope so. Cutting $57 million in waste is a start, but the real scandal is 17,000 illegals ever getting enrolled. Medicaid collapse is under the strain. Every dollar spent on lawbreakers is stolen from citizens who paid in. That's just 17,000. That's just Minnesota. Now we make it a national policy. No benefits for those who broke entry laws. Sounds good to me. Sounds like it works. Now I saw this and it was very upsetting. Says, welcome to UK's most famous cathedral, Canterbury Cathedral. The cathedral, which was founded over 1,400 years ago, has been covered in graffiti art as part of an exhibition by an artist who identifies as an agender goblin, non-binary, and queer vegan. Look at this. This is Canterbury. Can you believe this? There's no sound. Can you believe this? This is Canterbury Cathedral. They let them paint on this building. This a 1,400-year-old building. And I'll just say, they don't make them like they used to because it's still standing. Huh. Crazy, right? Crazy. Yeah. What a disgrace to a 100 years of history in Christianity. That freak should be ED to clean it up. Yeah. Yeah. Does anybody really care if the non-essential government was shut down for 6 to 8 months? If it's non-essential, what is it doing? That's the question. What is it doing if it's non-essential? What is it doing? What is it doing? That's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's see here. So, all right. So that goal is ended. So now I'm going to update this goal. 15 super chats, $5 or higher for 1 hour. We are 60 away from a 4th additional hour, I believe. Yeah, from a 4th. Okay. Oh, seriously? Phil says, I can't believe the Archbishop of Canterbury would allow that to have pull up her pic. Oh, wait, I understand now. The Archbishop is a she. Should I pull up the picture? Is that what you're telling me I should do? Pull up the picture? Pull up the picture. Pull up the picture. Let's see. Archbishop of Canterbury. Oh. That's not the picture. This is a different person. This is the picture that these people show. Look at this. So this is the picture they show. They're saying like, oh, the new Archbishop of Canterbury, head of diocese, has say on appointment. So this person is a key Church of England figure in the diocese of Carlisle had their say. Last week, Dame Sarah Mullane was announced as new Archbishop of Canterbury, the first woman ever to hold the position. But that's not the woman. Sacrilege. Look at this. Sacrilege. Graffiti art at Canterbury Cathedral. Where's the woman? Oh, here it is. Here we go. So this is the new Archbishop. The first ever female Archbishop. What do you know? What do you know? The first ever female Archbishop. And then they spray paint all over the fucking cathedral. What is going on in the world? What in the world is going on? This is crazy. Looks like John Denver. You mean Britain Stan? Yeah, this is crazy. All right. Oh, there's some good news. Next story. Disgraced former national security advisor and deep state warmonger John Bolton is expected to be charged next week following the FBI raid on his home. Keep the arrest coming.
Bolton, former national security advisor turned sharp critic of Donald Trump, is expected to be the subject of a complaint or even an indictment as early as next week. MSNBC, citing two sources, is reporting exclusively that the acting U.S. attorney in Maryland is moving forward quickly to seek criminal charges against Bolton. They reportedly relate to claims that he improperly kept classified national security information in his Maryland home. His home was searched in August. Bolton's lawyer insists that his client, John Bolton, did nothing improper. It is the second instance of targeting a prominent Trump critic. Bolton, former national security advisor.
Wait, did I not? It says, it's nice when you show us too. Did I not show you what she looked like? Did I not show you guys? Did I not show you her? I thought I must have, right? No? Maybe I don't know. All right. Poor Nicole Wallace, looking worse for wear. She had to report on Comey's indictment. She had to announce Tisha James' indictment. Now she has to tell her audience about Bolton's upcoming indictment. Will there be charges against her husband too? Will there be charges against her husband too? Will there? Breaking. MSNBC just revealed that grand jury has been convened for weeks on disgraced NSA John Bolton. This is huge. The indictment should come as soon as next week. The case is sped up. They are panicking. The dominoes are falling, and they can't stop.
They are building, apparently, a case that is against a Trump perceived enemy and yet one who worked for President Trump, longtime neoconservative foreign policy voice John Bolton. Now, the suggestion is they are close to getting where they, the Trump DOJ officials, want, and they're trying to cook up this case to get a grand jury indictment, and that could come as soon as next week. The case has sped up. Bolton, of course, was the former national security advisor to President Trump, a top U.S. official. And since leaving office, while he is not a lefty going to No Kings protests, they are building.
Okay, who's her husband? All right, let's go. Let's see who her husband is. Let's go. Cole Wallace husband. I don't know. Her husband, somebody it says her husband is somebody who they just got married in 2022. Oh, maybe we're talking about this guy, Mark Wallace, their former husband. That was the hold on, sorry. Sorry, I wasn't sharing. So this is her former husband. Maybe they're talking about him. He was an American businessman, diplomat, and lawyer who served in a variety of government and political positions. He founded the United Against Nuclear Iran and former ambassador to the United Nations. So he was part of the Bush administration. This guy, but this other person who would say, and this guy is her current husband, and he's just some kind of Michael Schmidt, but I don't see how he's struggled to stop a president. I don't understand why this. I don't understand. Maybe I'm confused. And then Mike Davis says, "Hey, Rogue Thought, nice to see you. CIA connected. Is that her husband? Which one? The first one or her new husband? Dear Theodore S. Hertzberg, U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia, I'd like to make a criminal referral. I saw that the Qatari Emery Air Force facility being built at Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho has set off Laura Loomer. She said she will no longer fight for the GOP. Laura Loomer's always been a nutcase, but whatever. I found out, I didn't know that there's 11 other bases like that around at different facilities where it's not really a base. It's just they set up like a training facility for other countries. Germany has one, Italy has one, the Philippines, Malaysia. I mean, when I was in the Navy, we had Taiwanese people training with us on our, in school with us, learning things, along with Japan and other Asian countries per se. Fulton County DA Fannie Willis hired her dumb, unqualified boyfriend to go after Trump and 18 others. Big Fannie paid Nathan Wade $700K in taxpayer funds. She took illegal kickbacks. She lied about them on their oath. This is fraud and conspiracy. Sincerely, the Article 3 Project. I don't know if I can play this because it's got a lot of sound. Yeah, who is this? So they got all this stuff going. So he wants Fannie to be prosecuted. How is this even allowed to air on national TV? Nicole Walsh was delighted when she thought President Trump was going to jail with violent criminals. I wonder which jail her husband is going to end up with when he's convicted of conspiring with Jim Comey to overthrow the president.
History unfolding, a flood of new developments to tell you about. Just a few minutes ago, Donald Trump, the disgraced ex-president, the frontrunner for the Republican nominee for president, 4 times indicted, departed his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey. He's en route to Fulton County, Georgia, via Newark Airport, we believe. He will surrender himself for processing at an overcrowded jail with a reputation for violence and neglect.
Wow, she seemed really happy about that. That's crazy. Then John Kennedy says that Jack Smith, former Attorney General Merrick Garland, and FBI Director Chris Wray have a lot of questions to answer. You had the School of Americas forever. Well, that was for South America and Central America, stuff like that, which is, I think, I don't know. I don't know. The thing about Hegseth, I saw it. It's I don't know. I think it's because they're going to buy a bunch of F-15s or F-16s off of us or something like that. I think that's what they're going to be training to fly those. I don't know. They're going to train them here. I'm not telling the Department of Justice whom or whether to prosecute, but I'm telling them to follow the law.
I want to issue a subpoena to Mr. Smith, to former Attorney General Garland, former Director Chris Wray. We're going to get to the bottom of this. And I can promise you this, I've talked to all 8 of the senators. You're going to see some civil lawsuits filed, particularly against these telephone companies who just willingly turned over the records without trying to quash any subpoena that they got.
But so far, Senator, my understanding, too, is that it doesn't just stop with your fellow senators and a congressman. It's also 92 Republican-linked groups that were also looked into by Jack Smith, as well as Turning Point USA, the organization that was founded by the late Charlie Kirk. So it seems like the inquiry knew no bounds.
Well, we're going to find out. Mm-hmm. We are. And I'm looking to the Department of Justice and the FBI to do that. And I'm not telling them whether to prosecute someone or if someone, it ought to be this person or that person. I'm telling them to follow the law. Follow the law. And I want to know why Jack Smith thought that he could go seek the phone records of 8 sitting United States senators. I want to know.
I want to know, too. Does anyone else know? Does anyone else know why he thought he could get those phone records? Anyone else? We trained Central South American military in the School of Americas when I was in. That's Georgia. Yeah. No, it was like Fort Benning, right? Fort Benning, Georgia. Right? Or was it Bragg? Was it Benning or Bragg? Bragg is in North Carolina or South Carolina, right? Was her ex-husband? Yeah, that's what I thought, her ex-husband. Fort Benning, Georgia, right? Is Fort Bragg is in North Carolina or South Carolina? Yeah. Welcome to surveillance state, Mr. Kennedy. I want my civil lawsuit too. Yeah, Bragg is in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Okay. That's what I thought. Breaking. The CNN host started stuttering as she realized how many people are finally being held accountable. John Bolton, John Brennan, Lisa Cook, Chris Krebs, Adam Schiff, Jack Smith, Miles Taylor, Reid Hoffman, Mark Milley, George Soros, Fannie Willis, and Chris Wray. Just looked at will be for the F-15's EX model, supposedly. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think they can get F-35s because they're not part of NATO. I think we only sell F-35s to NATO and Japan. Mm-hmm.
Who's next here?
Who's next?
Because there, of course, have been kind of lists out, as Scott pointed out, the president freely talks about a lot of the people that he wants to go after. So here are some people that are under investigation right now. John Bolton, John Brennan, Lisa Cook, of course, Federal Reserve, Chris Krebs, Adam Schiff, Jack Smith, Miles Taylor. The public calls to investigate Reid Hoffman, Mark Milley, George Soros, Fannie Willis, Chris Wray. This is quite an array of people. Scott Jennings, one person we've heard about is John Bolton, although it sounds like that investigation may have begun under the Biden administration.
Yeah, that started under Biden. And from what I read in the newspaper, they did find classified material, according to the reporting, in his house. And so I don't know if you...
Who's next here? Because...
Who's next? Because Mark Elias is freaking out because the scheme to have Antifa thugs intimidate citizens, mass hordes of illegal immigrants vote in elections, and weaponization of the legal system is falling apart right before his eyes. Yeah, my list is much longer than that too, Joe. As Mike Davis says, lawyer up, Elias is going to need it.
Really, what we are living in now is we need to recognize that this is the reality. This is not surreal.
Right.
This is real. This is not the abnormal. This is the normal. Like, this is the world that we now live in. We live in a world in which the President of the United States is able to get anyone in the country who he wants indicted to be investigated by the FBI, to be pursued, perhaps have their house raided, and if they can find a bare minimum of a grand jury quorum anywhere, they will get indicted. And the days of the Department of Justice and the rules that everyone keeps citing to me, well, the rules of this, rules of that, those rules, that rule book is gone. Okay, those rules are gone. This is a...
You fucking had them thrown away, Elias. You and Norm Eisen and the rest of you fucks did it. Now you live with the bed you made in it. You made your bed, now you sleep in it.
A unitary, this is a president who believes he controls the Department of Justice and he decides who's guilty, who's innocent, who gets indicted, and who gets prosecuted. And if we don't all wake up to that, then we're going to keep having this conversation about who checked what box on a form. Nothing about who checked what box on a form is what this case is about.
Yeah, and if I can just add one thing. You know, Simone says this is not over. Like, this is just begun.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, we were talking about
the
deployment of the military in Los Angeles, and there was a lot of public attention and outrage. And then it came to Washington, D.C., and there was a lot less. And then in Portland, there's been less. In Chicago, you know, it's even less.
Just as they hoped.
And before you know it, there will be troops in every city.
Troops in every city.
Trying to intimidate people. And,
intimidate
you know, there is been a lot of attention about James Comey, understandably, and a lot about AG James.
Yeah, what if the public
and for good reason.
prosecute people's part of their
But,
campaign
you know,
rounds?
when we start to get 6, 7, 10, 50 people deep into this process, shows like this, they'll cover them, but, like, we can't.
You guys remember the list of people they went after around Trump and what they did to try to get anything on Trump, what they did to Michael Cohen, what they did to Papadopoulos, what they did to Carter Page, what they did to fucking General Flynn, did to Bannon, Roger Stone, Peter Navarro, Jeff Clark. I mean, they went after Trump's lawyers. They stripped a lawyer's attorney-client privilege to try and get Trump. You know, they broke all the fucking rules. There are no rules. The Georgia 19, yeah. Georgia 19, the fucking people in Arizona, the fucking Tina Peters, who's in Arizona got sent, or Colorado got sentenced to 9 years for making a copy of the records just to prove that there was shenanigans in the election. They threw her in jail. Yeah. I did, but those activist hosts don't. The reckoning has begun. Mess with the bulls, bitch. You get the horns.
We can't let this become
The norm.
the norm. We can't let people stop standing up and.
Okay, Mark, you're going to stand up all the way. You're going to stand up tall. When Merrick Garland and Lisa Monaco took over the DOJ, the first thing they did was open an investigation into the president for January 6th. When Matt Graves became the D.C. U.S. attorney, the first thing he did was indict Steve Bannon. When Jack Smith became a special counsel, the first thing he did was get a search warrant to seize Trump's Twitter data. There can be no foot dragging or stonewalling on prosecution of Trump's lawfare accomplices. Anyone in the way needs to go. Scott Jennings says, allow me to quote Letitia James directly. When powerful people cheat to get better loans, it comes at the expense of hardworking people. There was no outrage from Dems about Tish's political persecution of Trump. But now that the shoe's on the other foot, it's a crisis.
Yeah, well, they went to a grand jury. They showed them evidence. A grand jury decided to bring charges, just like in the case of Comey. And in both cases, they'll get to go to court and have their day in court. And we'll see if the evidence ever makes it to a jury of their peers. Look, I mean, Letitia James is the absolute worst possible poster child for the argument of selective prosecution. Her entire political career has been on the idea of selectively prosecuting one person, Donald J. Trump. Whether you think the merits of the case are strong or weak, or how you think it's going to play out, going out tonight and crying and whining and fussing about selective prosecution when it comes to Letitia James, who ran an entire campaign saying she was going to go after Trump, the cases she brought, it was only because of Trump. I don't think the American people are going to have too much sympathy for it. But she'll get to go to court. She'll get to make her arguments, and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
She tried to bankrupt him. She tried to ruin his life and try to make it so he couldn't run for president.
So what are we going to do?
I mean,
She
come on.
brought forward a case that she thought
I
was
just-
meritorious,
I just-
and it
Are we
was
gonna-
found
Thank
that
God.
it
By the
was
way,
meritorious.
By the way, thank God she failed in her ultimate goal. Otherwise, we wouldn't be bringing these hostages
Scott,
on
I
Monday.
mean,
That's all
wasn't
I
the
have.
argument?
Breaking news, new story here. Breaking news, California Governor Gavin Newsom has signed AB 1127, which prohibits firearm dealers from selling Glock and Glock platform pistols into law. We'll see you in court. Gavin Newsom signs a ban on the most popular handgun in America. So yeah, no, they're not trying to take all guns away. No, remember that? No. Just the scary assault weapons. Well, Glocks, a handgun. NAGR, National Association for Gun Rights, NAGR, great group if you guys don't know gun rights, has just banned the most popular firearm in the country in California. Thou shalt not infringe. Well, they infringe all the time. They infringe all the time. This is funny. I saw this. I thought I would bring this up. News story here. This video is currently playing at every airport. Imagine the lefties who are used to seeing CNN at every airport. So this is playing on all the TVs in the airports.
Hi, I'm Christine Ohm, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. It is TSA's top priority to make sure that you have the most pleasant and efficient airport experience as possible while we keep you safe. However, Democrats in Congress refuse to fund the federal government, and because of this, many of our operations are impacted, and most of our TSA employees are working without pay. We will continue to do all that we can to avoid delays that will impact your travel. And our hope is that Democrats will soon recognize the importance of opening the government.
That's some funny stuff. Yeah, every law written violates the Second Amendment. That's right. I think if anybody is not in prison, they have a right to a gun. Noam airs clip blasting Democrats for a government shutdown at every airport in America. We watched it. She blasted Democrats for an ongoing government shutdown. Noam oversees the TSA, said most of our TSA employees are working without pay in a clip. It's TSA's top priority to make sure that you have the most pleasant and efficient airport experience possible. I don't know about pleasant because, man, they do some weird search and stuff. Anyway, however, Democrats in Congress refuse to fund the federal government. Because of this, many of our operations are impacted, and most of our TSA employees are working without pay. We will continue to do all we can to avoid delays that impact you. Our hope is that Democrats will soon recognize the importance of opening the government. Should the shutdown continue beyond the 2-week mark, TSA employees will miss out on a paycheck. While back pay is insured after a government shutdown through the Government Employment Fair Treatment Act of 2019, this does not mean employees will have to wait extended periods of time to receive earned payment. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that sentence means. That does not mean employees will have to wait extended periods of time. I don't know what that means. However, Fox News reviews a plan from the White House OMB that threatens the 2019 bill would revoke back pay for federal employees currently furloughed as part of the shutdown. A sign reads closed due to government shutdown, seen outside the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. on Monday, October 6, 2025. Obama put fucking closed signs on the outdoor stuff in D.C. He put closed signs on the Vietnam Memorial, on the World War II, on all the outdoor memorials. Yeah. Florida is slowly getting the right to open carry. Yeah, there was a ruling out of the Second Judicial District, I believe, that said it was unconstitutional what they were doing. And so I believe that the state has decided that they're just going to adopt it now. That the AG said, "Yeah, that's it. It's done. We're not enforcing this law anymore. It's no good." So as of Thursday, operations at airports have not been significantly impacted, but as shutdown continues, sources say the TSA say that increase in employees call off work could increase, creating longer wait times. Well, if there's anybody doing like a sick out calling off, I think they should be fired. The federal government shut down on October 1st. You're not supposed to be able to do like blue flu type of thing. There's Chuck Schumer, the devil. Negotiations between the Democrat and Republicans have heated up as 6 different votes have failed since the start of the shutdown. While Republicans have a 53-seat majority, 60 votes are required to extend government funding. Only 3 Democrats have broken ranks. So there are still 4 short. Schumer said during an interview that every day gets better for Democrats as federal employees face lost wages, small businesses are unable to apply for SBA loans, and federal services are not operating. House Speaker Johnson, who spoke with Trump, blasted Schumer having reduced political pain to a prop. That's what they think. They think, oh, it's hurting people. It's better. All right. Okay, I got to open some tabs here. No. Give me 1 second. Has anyone seen any stuff going on in Portland tonight? Anybody watching any of that stuff? Seeing any action? I heard it's kind of like seems like they're laying low because they're trying to pretend like they're not actually crazies. All right, let's do this. Okay. Okay. Make no mistake, Antifa is a radical terrorist organization that explicitly calls for the overthrow of the U.S. government, law enforcement authorities, and our system of law. Under the Trump administration, Antifa's days are over. So let's see what she's got to say.
Antifa beats journalists. Antifa attacks our police stations. They attack our courthouses. They dox our law enforcement officers. No more. They are a terrorist group, and we are coming after them.
We are here at the White House today to unmask Antifa, to follow the money all the way to the top. If you want to get to the bottom of who is fomenting this chaos and violence in our country, you must follow the money.
I was a mainstream reporter in Seattle for 10 years before I quit mainstream media, in part due to its refusal to acknowledge the dangers of Antifa and radical left-wing violence.
Part of the problem that we have is that a lot of people refuse to believe that Antifa is real, it is just a made-up thing, but I have seen them. They are real, they are dangerous, and they are violent.
They are an organized, systemic, international criminal enterprise. And what the FBI is going to do is trace the money, follow the funds, and find every single person that was involved in funding the riots and the violent acts of criminality that they're perpetrating on our street.
I've watched Antifa brutally beat, harass, and threaten Americans in the street, but all of that ends with the Trump administration.
I was brutally attacked and almost killed by Antifa in the streets of Seattle. All of my colleagues have been attacked. I can't think of a single one who hasn't. Violence against journalists and police officers in our streets can't stand.
Just days ago, I was in the Portland jailhouse, and now I'm in the White House. This administration is built different, and Antifa's days are numbered.
And I want to thank President Donald Trump for designating Antifa a terrorist organization, and I'm looking forward to the FBI and the DOJ hunting down these people like the terrorists that they are.
All I gotta say, it's a bad day to be Antifa.
And Antifa's days of using violence and intimidation against their political opposition are over.
And I've continued to report on them over the years, despite the threats of violence and actual violence that's happened, because I owe a thank you to this country, the United States, for settling my parents who were victims of communism in Vietnam.
1 month ago, Charlie Kirk was murdered by a violent leftist. We all saw it, and we all saw thousands of leftists celebrate it. Antifa symbols were found on the bullet casings of the gun used to shoot and kill my friend.
We won't take it anymore. President Trump is not going to stand for it. And I'm so grateful that we have a leader in the White House that understands how we need to fight these sophisticated networks and how we need to take these terrorists out.
I've been attacked by Antifa, doxxed by Antifa, harassed by Antifa, but we're not standing down. We're now coming for you.
Right, they're coming for you.
And
they're coming for you now. Karen Ellis says, Portland ICE protest live, police clash with costume protesters, Daily Guardian, YouTube. Yeah, sorry, but show me, don't tell me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Today I sent a letter to the Secretary of State urging him to designate the International Antifa Network as foreign terrorist organizations. Yeah, I haven't seen anything tonight, but I heard that little girl that spat on the officer was facing 8 years. They backed off a little. It seems like, I mean, I know the guard is everywhere. Yeah, actions. That's what we want. Actions. We want actions. We want actions. Antifa isn't just a domestic threat. It's part of a global system of violent far-left extremists. Yeah, why did they advertise? Why not just do it? I don't know, man. What I'm saying. I write to urge you to designate the foreign networks, organizations, and financing that enables the support Antifa's operations as a foreign terrorist organization. If they declare it a foreign terrorist organization, that's a big a deal. President Trump has made it clear that Antifa should be treated as the terrorist threat it is. Yesterday, he reaffirmed his intent to dismantle the group's international network and said he wanted to see it designated as an FTO. Let's get it done. Trump will classify Antifa as a foreign terrorist organization. Let's get it done.
Are you going to work with your administration, as the Secretary of State's here, are you going to work with your administration to designate it a foreign terror organization?
You mean a terror?
Antifa? A foreign terror organization.
Well, has that been done? Pretty close, right? Would you like to see it done?
Yes, Mr. President.
You think it would help?
They have foreign links
I'd be glad
all
to
across
do it.
Western
I think it's
Europe.
the kind of thing I'd like to do. If you'd like, does
Middle
everybody
East.
agree? If you agree, I agree. Let's get it done. Okay, let's get it done. Marco, we'll take care of it.
Mr. President.
That's international, you mean?
Yes.
International.
Yes, President.
Sounds good to me.
Foreign terror organization.
Steve, are you okay with it?
Yes, it's true. There are extensive foreign ties, and I think that would be a very valid step to take.
Good, I think so too.
Yes.
Good, I think it's a good point. Thank you.
Yeah, that happening will, yeah, let's be clear. That happening, all right, that happening opens up all types of other things like Tulsi coming in, the CIA gets involved, people can be renditioned. Yeah. You know, we could send some of them over to maybe send them to Jordan, to have the Jordanians talk to them. Them Jordanians have a way with getting people to talk. We have ways to make you talk. Let's be clear, what Antifa is engaged in is not speech, it's coordinated, organized political violence. Jim said it before this meeting. What is happening under Trump? I don't know. Stuff needs to happen, though. Needs to happen. Things have to happen. We should stand firm against political violence. Yeah. The Rose City Antifa leaders hiding in Sweden. Mark Bray, the author of the Antifa Handbook, fled to Spain. Antifa is active across and beyond the West. Antifa cells in the U.S., Canada, and UK, and across Europe often work in direct coordination with one another. They go to Cuba to train. They've been trained in Cuba with Palestinian revolutionaries and Cuban revolutionaries. They get funding and stuff from the CCP. They're on film talking about going to Cuba to train in revolutionary tactics. Get them. Get them. In 2023, for example, authorities found that Antifa militants driving the Stop Cop City riots in Atlanta were part of an international group traveling from France, Canada, and other foreign nations to attack police, hurl Molotov cocktails, and engage in violent sabotage. Also, tie in the ZZ Zimzer cult guys that were killing people, the Trantifas. Get them all tied together. International group involved in Molotov attacks on Atlanta's Cap City. What do you know? 2017 Hamburg's G20 summit, militants from across the global Antifa network descended on Germany to wage a coordinated street warfare, injuring nearly 500 police officers. It became such an issue that the German police sought to intercept trains ferrying in activists at the border. Wow. And them Germans in the trains. Germans don't like when people fuck with their trains. We've seen a sheer amount of violence Antifa is capable of inflicting here in the U.S. The George Floyd riots in 2020, driven in no small part by Antifa, cost between $1 and $2 billion in damages, the costliest civil disorder event in U.S. history. The Socialist Gun Club, yeah. John Brown Gun Club. Where can you find the film regarding the training in Cuba? I had it. I covered it in one of my shows, I think a week or so ago. I'll find it for you, Rogue Thought. Send me a message on. Oh, I know. Armed Queers. Look up Armed Queers of Salt Lake City Mayday, and it'll come up. Armed Queers Salt Lake City Mayday. They went to the Mayday thing in Cuba. They were bragging about it and all that. And that's, Antifa, John Brown Gun Club. They talk about their training with the revolutionary stuff. So that's if you look that up, you'll find it. Armed Queers SLC. Mayday. The head of that, they went there, and the head of it is also involved with like NGOs. Like there was a whole thing I did on it because she's involved with NGOs. She's getting money from like the government. Basically, was part of like Utah's future leadership was tied in with the UN and different organizations with the UN and stuff. Damage from the riots across the U.S. will cost at least $1 billion. We're watching it again on our streets today in cities like Portland, Chicago, and others. Antifa radicals have launched a violent offensive against ICE agents, facilities, and law enforcement officers protecting them, seeking to sabotage our immigration laws with violence. Did you find it? It's right there. Across the globe, Antifa operations are sustained by a web of international organizations, networks, and NGOs. Groups like the International Anti-Fascist Defense Fund brag about bankrolling 800 plus Antifa activists across 26 countries. Yeah, the cost was actually higher than that. That's just what the insurance paid out. Yeah, I believe that's $2 billion in insurance claims. European law enforcement agencies have reached the same conclusion. Europol's 2023 terrorism report notes that left-wing extremists see themselves as part of an international movement coordinating through shared safe houses, operation bases, and cross-border networks. Huh, what do you know? What do you know? President Trump's recent executive order rightly labeling Antifa's U.S. operation as domestic terrorism, but the broader international network driving Antifa violence here in the U.S. and across the world deserves the same treatment, an FTO, or a designation. I stand ready to assist Marco Rubio and President Trump in completing this designation and stopping this dangerous network once and for all. Well, let's get it done. Let's get her done there, Senator. Let's get her done. Thank you. This earns a follow, Senator Schmidt. International threats. Look here in Canada. We found an alleged smoke bomber and his links to Antifa inside the Canadian military. And it's the guy who threw smoke bombs at a thing in there in Canada. And there we go. We got a Chicago residents slams Chicago politicians for protecting illegal immigrants. You're coming over here and fighting our government when you won't even fight your own. Come over here burning our flags. Funny how that works when you won't even pledge allegiance to your own country on your own soil. Oh, this is good here. This is a good one. Ready? This is a good one.
You need to give me my minute back because I didn't start speaking. But I understand, Alderman Rodriguez, because you want me off this mic. You want me off the mic. Desmond Yancey wants me off this mic. That alderman, the one that was calling people niggers, he want me off the mic. There he is, right there. No, don't shake your head, because what's pitiful is you being able to be an alderman after you did such a thing. And then you got the audacity to be talking about some immigrant rights and looking down when somebody's addressing you. That's the reason why you all's plight don't have no power to it. You out there, you, Rodriguez, Vasquez, Jesse Fuentes, and when you get dummies like Desmond Yancey and Brandon Johnson out there pushing you all along, looking like a bunch of rebels without a cause, because your protests ain't even real, because you're not citizens. You don't have no right to jobs, to free resources, coming over here fighting our government when you won't even fight your own.
That's right. That's right.
Coming over here, burning our flags, when you won't go pledge allegiance to your own, on your own soil. So yeah, keep looking down, keep shaking your head, because what's pitiful is that people thought that they should vote you into office. But that's all right, because we've been told y'all we coming for them seats. We coming for them seats. Yancey, you think you gonna keep on jumping up South Shore? Only thing we got to show for it over there with you, Greg Mitchell, and Michelle Harris is a bunch of illegals that y'all done dumped into our apartments over there. You won't stand up to fight for us at all. You're passing a phony CBA bill talking about those people can come back that got displaced in 2016. They gonna come back to where? When you wouldn't even help me take care of what's happening right now. You are such a liar. We coming for them seats.
That's right.
You ain't gonna call nobody no nigga and keep your seat. And y'all can look down, cause you ain't got enough guts to look at me in my face. You bunch of losers. Losers. Look at you. That's why you run from your country. Cause you can't even face a person that's talking to you right now. You're a bunch of rebels without a cause. Don't nobody support you except for the paid protesters that y'all sending out there.
That's
Damn! She ain't playing. Let's see, what's this? Oh, hold on. This says XV Foxblade XV says, hello, Jim. I wonder, do you know our government corporations are using an algorithm based on the work of Edward Bernays to turn human behaviors into a self-spreading predictable patterns that are harvested for data profit and turned into industrial complexes worth 50 to 20 trillion each? Holy shit. Can I get some of that? 50? Will they pay me? Can I get some? Sounds good. I don't know. I mean, a lot of money. Because the damage was so horrific after Floyd and people's cities, businesses, bases destroyed. Few cared when J6, which destroyed almost nothing, happened despite media hype. Man, where is the lie? There is no lie. It's like McDonald's. Many people think it's a restaurant. It's really a real estate business. Okay. It's the same with our entertainment, tech, and social media companies. And they're really in business of behavioral engineering. Well, yeah, that's why when something is free, you are the product. When they give you something for free, it's you that are the product. No fatigue noted. Very energetic. Love it. That's right. Amen. Can I hear an amen? That's right. Not one of we the people. Have it sent to your Cash App. Yeah, have it sent to my Cash App. 15 to 20 trillion sent right to my Cash App. That'll work. Let me check. Oh, I'll just keep waiting on it. Maybe it'll show up. Mm-hmm. Now the world knows. It's great. Everyone knows. All right. How many hours extra that be? Oof. I would have to be doing these from my grave, probably. I would have to still be Bella for life. Yeah. I mean, I would have to 15 trillion, I would probably have to get Bella cloned and get multiple Bellas just to go, that amount of time. Nick Sorter says, Kristi Noem just announced DHS will be acquiring more facilities for ICE in Chicago, spreading their reach throughout the city. We're going to not back off. In fact, we're doubling down. We're going to be in more parts of Chicago in response to the people there. I was there a few days ago and looked at some of the facilities we can deploy more law enforcement out of. Sounds good.
Government to help us keep our country safe. You have talked extensively about how threatened our ICE officers are, but all of our law enforcement out there. And we saw the shooting in Dallas at that facility, so we're hardening all of our buildings and making sure that we have more security measures, snipers on the roof, people to protect our law enforcement while they're out there on the streets. But what I'm also doing, sir, is, and with your authority, is we're purchasing more buildings in Chicago to operate out of. We're gonna not back off. In fact, we're doubling down, and we're gonna be in more parts of Chicago in response to the people there. And then I was there a few days ago and looked at some facilities that we can deploy more law enforcement out of. Because what they're trying to do with these riots and violence is distract us and keep us from going after those murderers and rapists that are out in the streets. And then I was in Portland, government to help us keep our country safe.
Okay. And now, he comes back. He says, let's see. Well, let's take the autism industrial complex. It's worth around $461 billion a year. Now, do you think that the autism industrial complex they're actually purposely causing people to get autism just so that they could sell them stuff and market things to them? Or do you think the marketing and stuff came after the autism? Which came first, the autism or the autism industrial complex? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Crime stats go down in blue cities. The worse crime gets because they do not respond to most crimes. They don't report them. And if they have to make any response, they undercharge. That's what happens. Let's see. And then you have to take into account the merchandise, the movies, the television shows, the character tropes, and big pharma medications, autism treatments, government contracts, insurances. I agree, man. I agree. It's all Tylenol's behind it all. The Tylenol came first. Yeah. The Tylenol came first. Fucking Tylenol. Oh, them Germans. Tylenol was created by the Germans. The Germans created Tylenol, you see. Acetaminophen was created by the Germans. It was a purposeful thing so they could win the war. Amazing. BP Chief Bovino just challenged Dan Goldman after he claimed there isn't factual instances of violence against federal agents. You think the market was realized by the pharma industry after their product created it? It's like a happy accident. The circumcisions, it's a scam. Block them. Did you see that? Did you see that stuff that they said about the people that were circumcised? And then they said that because they give the kids Tylenol for the circumcision, for the pain, that's probably the increase in stuff. And then they tried to claim that it was anti-Semitic to say that there was a link between because looking at the circumcisions and that you know, that's 60% of the boys in the U.S. are circumcised and only 3% are Jewish. So how could it be anti-Semitic? Just remember, these companies are all using LLMs to look for behavioral patterns, large language models to learn for patterns, and using social media to filter people into echo chambers through algorithmic curation. Well, you dude, I'm going to tell you something right now. You should come and join my channel on YouTube. You should become a member of Seeing the Matrix, because my friend, you are seeing the Matrix. And that's what my channel is all about, is being able to see the Matrix. You see it all. You're there, man. I'm with you. Let's see.
Right. So Kristi Noem was at this roundtable that the White House held yesterday on Antifa. Here's what she said about the violence that ICE agents and CBP are undergoing. Listen here.
In Chicago, we had a 10-car caravan trail our ICE officials and pin them down. And those ICE officials, to get out of their vehicles, a woman tried to ram them and run them over, and shots were fired to get them to safety. So it's happening on a regular basis, and any elected official that allows this to happen and gives cover to those kind of individuals who are perpetuating murder should absolutely be prosecuted.
And that really dovetails with what the president had posted on Truth Social earlier this week when he said Chicago mayor should be in jail for failing to protect ICE officers. Governor Pritzker also. Pritzker recently called federal law enforcement there Noem's thugs. I saw some video of you walking around a neighborhood, going to a convenience store, saying hi to some folks. Didn't seem to comport with what the governor was claiming.
Well, exactly, John. The government says we're thugs, but look at that video there.
95%
of those inner city residents, those residents that are at the that bear the brunt of illegal aliens and that 4 years of unmitigated illegal aliens coming across the border, they tell a different story. They tell a much different story than Governor Pritzker or Mayor Johnson are. They're glad we're there.
Now
and
everybody can
you know what? 95% of those folks they want to take pictures with us, shake our hands, and they say, please stay a while and take care of business. No one listens to us, but you do.
Yeah. So there was an interesting moment on a rival cable network.
Everybody has that link.
Congressman Dan Golden of New York disputed that there's any kind of problem with ICE agents and CBP being targeted. Listen to this exchange with Right Side Radio's Phil Williams. Listen here.
There are people showing up at their houses, and there are families being threatened. Why would we not?
I think all of that is terrible.
Do you know this for a fact? Because I do know this for a fact. I have not.
I'll tell you right now, I'm Jim Tells You on YouTube, on Rumble, on Kick, and Twitch. If you'd like to come and explain your paper to me, because I'm pretty stupid, I might not be able to read it, but I posted it, and then a sane Reddit user, maybe there's hope. It seems like maybe there's hope, yeah. But you want to talk about it sometime, you can come on the show and we can talk about it. What's up, Snarf? How you doing? Somebody needs. So let's see here. We've got to go back here a little bit.
That are at that bear the brunt of illegal aliens and that 4 years of unmitigated illegal aliens coming across the border, they tell a different story. They tell a much different story than Governor Pritzker or Mayor Johnson are. They're glad we're there. And you know what? 95% of those folks they want to take pictures with us, shake our hands, and they say, please stay a while and take care of business. No one listens to us, but you do.
Yeah. So there was an interesting moment on a rival cable network just recently. Congressman Dan Golden of New York disputed that there's any kind of problem with ICE agents and CBP being targeted. Listen to this exchange with Right Side Radio's Phil Williams. Listen here.
There are people showing up at their houses, and there are families being threatened. Why would we not?
I think all of that is terrible.
Do you know this for a fact? Because I do know this for a fact. I have not seen ICE. And you're ignoring the fact about 1,000% upswing and all this stuff. I haven't seen examples.
We just had shootings in Dallas and Alvarado, Texas, at ICE facilities. You remember? That was actually people died.
I was very quick to condemn that. That's unacceptable, and those people should.
That's a clear example of what we're talking about.
So you had a Democratic congressman there saying, well, I hear all this about all this violence and this increase in violence against ICE and CBP and other federal law enforcement. I haven't seen it. What would you say to the congressman?
You know, that congressman is flat out blind. You know, there was the 12K hit out on myself, and luckily I'm still with the living. Perhaps the congressman doesn't want us to be with the living. So how about him come down here and walk some of those streets with us, and he can maybe pick up Governor Pritzker there, and we'll take a walk and see what violence really looks like, because it happens every single day to our ICE and Border Patrol agents. We just had another incident this morning, John. A Border Patrol agent was rammed by a vehicle, and someone was taken into custody. It happens every single day. Perhaps he needs to come out here, and we'll show him a thing or two.
All right. I highly doubt, though, that he's going to take you up on your offer. But, Chief, thanks for being with us again. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Wow. I'm sorry if that jumped. I was typing something. I think I hit a button. Maybe it's something like a key on the computer. You were talking to the CNN puppet. Oh, okay. Federal agents face daily violence while enforcing immigration laws. Bovino's challenge exposes politicians' prioritize optics over reality. I think we might have a special guest. That guy's going to come and say he's going to explain. He'll do my best to explain everything you want. He'll explain his paper. That could be very interesting. He said he was worried about trying to explain it, but he said they'll censor him. And I said, I don't censor anyone, as long as you're not calling for violence. ICE operations target criminal violators and with federal warrants. DC elites like Goldman and Pritzker dismiss agents' assaults as political theater. When the BP agent was rammed this morning, it wasn't isolated. It was predictably the result of delegitimizing enforcement. Holy crap. I know that word, and I couldn't say it. What the hell's going on? Padilla's LA disruption proof. See, this fucking Doge AI, whoever is running Doge AI has a serious problem with Senator Padilla. Almost any time they start talking about stuff in here, they immediately start talking about Padilla. You always throw something in Padilla in here, like a little jab at Padilla. It's got to be somebody that hates Padilla. Got to be. If he knows right, enforcement isn't optional. That's Secretary Noem saying, I was in Portland on Tuesday. I met with the governor. I met with the mayor. I met with the chief of police. They're all lying, disingenuous, dishonest people. I told them if they didn't meet our demands for safety and security on the streets and work with us, then we were going to bring in more federal law enforcement. Huh.
Well, sir, thank you for your leadership and for deploying all of government to help us keep our country safe. You have talked extensively about how threatened our ICE officers are, but all of our law enforcement out there. And we saw the shooting in Dallas at that facility. So we're hardening all of our buildings and making sure that we have more security measures, snipers on the roof, people to protect our law enforcement while they're out there on the streets. But what I'm also doing, sir, is, and with your authority, is we're purchasing more buildings in Chicago to operate out of. We're going to not back off. In fact, we're doubling down, and we're going to be in more parts of Chicago in response to the people there. And then I was there a few days ago and looked at some facilities that we can deploy more law enforcement out of, because what they're trying to do with these riots and violence is distract us and keep us from going after those murderers and rapists that are out in the streets. And then I was in Portland, went out and back on Tuesday and met with the governor, met with the mayor, met with the chief of police and the superintendent of the highway patrol. They are all lying and disingenuous and dishonest people, because as soon as you leave the room, then they make the exact opposite response. So we're looking at new facilities to purchase. They're in Portland too, and we're going to double down. And I told them if they didn't meet our demands for safety and security on the streets and work with us, then we were going to bring in more federal law enforcement. So I want to thank Pete and the Department of War for all their help. They've been fantastic. But while we fight litigation and work with Pam on that, we're going to send more of our resources and men and women out there to keep everybody safe. So no worries. What we see in D.C. and what we see in Memphis for benefits for people in the safety and security, we'll see that in Chicago and Portland.
And the numbers in Memphis, it's only a week, but the numbers have been amazing, I understand.
That's exactly right.
The crime numbers are way down.
Fantastic. And it shows what a partnership can be between local law enforcement and the federal government. And if we have to do it the hard way in Portland and Chicago, we will. But the people demand it.
And President Trump, my lawyers are in court right now as we speak for you, arguing in Chicago and Portland to keep them safe, to bring in the Guard. The government doesn't want it there, but we do. We're going to keep their citizens safe. Thanks to you.
The people want it. I don't understand the politics of it. I don't understand why Pritzker is trying to protect people that are
They're more scared of the anarchists that are on the street and the politics of it than they are of doing the right thing.
I think they're afraid.
Yeah,
I think they're threatened. They don't tell us, but I think Pritzker's threatened by people. There's no other reason that this could be possible, that they don't want to have a safe Chicago. And we can solve the problem very quickly. And we're doing that anyway, regardless of if he doesn't want it or if he does want it, we're doing it.
We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. And this guy's back. He says, that's good. because violence is what they want and not something we can do. We're in a propaganda war, and the problem is that most people don't understand who the target audience is or how to reach them. For example, they know that no one is watching Jimmy Kimmel, but his show is on because the media can farm his show for headlines. Headlines the ignorant masses consume because they read them on their way to work, between breaks, or on the toilet and don't do research. That's the audience elites are trying to reach through Kimmel, not the informed. I so far, this guy hasn't said anything that I don't agree with, actually. I mean, I don't know what his paper is. I haven't had, I can't read it when I'm on the show, but I'm going to look at it after the show. And I don't know. Maybe this guy's like a genius. Secretary Noem is right. Portland's leadership has spent years enabling chaos. Yeah, they did definitely buy more buildings. The locals are refusing to sell ice and fed food or let them use restaurants. They need embassy-like areas that are self-contained. He's dead on. You'd love to hear him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's actually against the law to deny these people stuff. Or his mom took the Tylenol. Maybe, you know. I mean, honestly, though, I mean, I know severe autism is really bad. Like the people that can't talk or the people with severe autism is horrible, and we need to find a way to solve that, like to cure those people. But some of the people that are autistic, if it wasn't for them, I mean, look at the advances that we've made from people that were like autistic. You know, like I saw that movie, The Accountant. And that guy, man, solved all those problems. He saved that woman's life. He did all this stuff. He collected those comic books. He lived in that fancy RV, you know, and that, you know, he did all that stuff. And there was like all the history of all those autistic people throughout history. The guy who wrote Alice in Wonderland was autistic. Carol. Just saying. I mean, I don't know. I mean, a little autism might not be a bad thing. Makes you pay attention, right? Focus. I don't know. ICE facilities protests aren't peaceful. They're coordinated attacks on federal property. When local officials refuse to secure their own streets, DHS has no choice but to act. The National Guard deployment under Title X authority. Yeah. Chaos creation to usher in the revolution. Well, that's what they want. I think ICE DHS should announce all new buildings acquired for legal process should be named Trump detention centers. I want to sit back and enjoy the show. Yeah. Authored is the method of concentration. I'm just saying, I mean, severe autism, like people that are highly severely autistic, you know, that can't function, that's horrible. But the people that have an autism where they're just like, you know, like focused on like Elon Musk, he's autistic. But look at Tesla, Starlink, all this stuff, the Boring Company. Sounds kind of, you know, I don't know. A lack of anything else shows up as autism. We need all the Rain Mans we can get. Yeah. To count cards. If Portland won't enforce the order, federal resources will, starting with quadrupling officers to crush the lawlessness. We got this. It says federal agents appear to be getting a BOGO at West 76th and Scholler Avenue in Bridgeview, Illinois. Wow, 76 and Scholler. Maria has a meltdown of epic proportions. Now, this is what I would call Operation Midway Blitz. Wow, still up. Excellent. Yeah. I don't know how much longer. Hey, Gino, what's going on? Yeah. Yeah, we basically hit the the goal ended. We didn't hit the 60. So I could end the show at any moment. At any moment I could end the show. But I'm going to go on a little bit longer because we didn't hit the money to add an extra hour, and we are 3 minutes away. Actually, not 3 minutes away. We're actually 13 minutes away from going into the fourth extra hour because I started 10 minutes late. So the ability to break out of autism is what makes you normal. You're just waking up. Well, you can always remind. I've been going 5.5 hours. So let's see what this is. This looks interesting. This is a 58-minute clip.
No. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Hmm.
No, 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 no. Oh my.
Okay. Okay, so he came back. He said he's got to go to sleep. Must be an illegal. Yeah, he says, well, I do have to go to bed now. Yes, I am an Aspie, and yes, I do have hyperfocus. But it has a dark side. For example, I don't feel hunger, and I have to eat on a routine. And now because I haven't eaten in a while, and now I have to relearn to eat because I have hyperfocus on something. I don't think about anything else, and before I know it, it's been 12 hours. Oh man, you have to like you have to relearn to eat like you don't know how to chew and I mean, I'm not being an asshole. I'm being serious. But you say you have to relearn to eat. You have to remind yourself to eat, or you're saying you forgot how to eat, because that would be brutal. A Beautiful Mind, yeah, yeah, Beautiful Mind, great movie, great movie. Yeah, Roke Dot says for going that extra. Oh no, the helicopters were coming. Oh. Says I haven't eaten anything for days, so now textures are terrible, and I can't find anything that I can stomach. Yes, we could definitely repurpose that wood chipper. That would be great for those stories earlier. Yeah, remind yourself to eat something. So over the last several months, you've lost 40 pounds, dude. Start eating. Eat something, man. Now I'm starting to get worried. Try What about some shakes, man? Get like a protein shake or something. Like instant breakfast. Carnation instant breakfast is really good. Just saying, you know. You don't get too hyper focused on my dog. She just lays there. Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you very much, Rope Dot. And I will adjust the banner down to $55, but I doubt we're going to hit it. So we'll just be ending in a little bit. Yes, hyper focus on nutrition for a while. No joke, buddy. That's right. You got to stay strong. Otherwise, how are you going to teach us? How are you going to explain everything to us? Editing is the only thing you can ever hyper focus on. Well, buddy, there, Foxblade, focus on eating. Get some food in you. We need to hear about the stuff. If you do all this stuff and find the information and discover everything, but something happens to you and we don't know about it, then we're all gonna perish. You might be the one, Neo. Just saying. This is federal agents. You'll be okay. You have feeding therapy. I'm going into now because of that. Okay. All right. Well, just try something else. Oddball episode of Crowder in 7 hours. Curious. Did you see the Crowder thing where he was talking to did you guys see the Crowder thing where he went to the barbershop to talk to the black people who told him that they have white people fatigue? Because all the school shootings and the road rage. Very interesting, I'll say. Federal agents detain another Juan. Another Juan. They detain another Juan. Mm-hmm. In Aurora, Illinois, Karen thinks it's that illegal aliens need to do something to you in order to be deported. So I don't know if this is a longer video, what this is.
What did he fucking do to you? He's just trying to go to work. You fucking kidding me? He's doing nothing.
Here's the thing, though. If they're here arresting him, they know who he is. He's done something. He's either a criminal, a gang member. He's wanted for something. Just because he's here working today, doesn't mean he didn't do something terrible before or hasn't been previously deported or something. Oh, okay. Should have gotten Tommy Sotomayor to go with them. Yeah, should have. Yeah. Well, good night. And yes, identity has shaped the reality. I'll talk about that to you later, though. I better go to sleep. My kiddos are going to be up early. Good night. All right, well, take care of yourself, man. And I hope you'll be all right. And please remember to like and subscribe, man. Give me a follow, whatever it is on Twitch, if it's a follow, subscription, whatever it is. And come on over to YouTube and subscribe to the channel. And, maybe I'll bring you on sometime if you want to come on and talk. You don't have to be on camera. You can have an avatar or whatever. You want to explain your stuff, fine with me. Control my white women? I couldn't control my white women. That's why I got rid of her. Civilization fatigue, honestly. Yeah, it's a Crowder special. I think I have the clip. Let me hold on. I think I have the clip saved just for shits and giggles. Let me see. Yep, here it is. Just for shits and giggles. Let's do this just for shits and giggles because everyone wants to see. Everyone's going to want to see it. Yeah. Also, eat something. Definitely eat. The video. The video what that I was playing before? No, the video. Here's the video of Crowder talking to the black people. Why not? It says, man. When does white fatigue kick in? When you've been hearing about all lies, white fatigue. Ready? So here we go. You ready?
We getting fed up. And we tired of all these school shootings and all of these road rage and all that. Who do we say something to? Who hears our voice?
And when does the white fatigue kick in?
And when does the white fatigue kick in?
Well, we've been hearing about white, that's the point, right? We've been hearing about it all our lives, about white fatigue, about systemic discrimination.
But nothing's ever been done. That's the problem.
It has been done.
Here.
That's why we've done systemic justice reform that has led to more crime, right? That's the reason for no three-strike policy. That's the reason for cashless bail. That's the reason for catch and release. The reason for it, in the wake of Black Lives Matter, George Floyd riots, Summer of Love, was we're going to reform crime, we're going to reform the justice system, and it's gotten worse everywhere it's been. And then when white people leave those neighborhoods, well, now it's white flight. If they come in, it's gentrification. And I'm telling you, there are a lot of people who are pissed off, and they're not going to sit down and have this conversation and be real about it. And they're going, well, what happens when someone has to keep their mouth shut about everything?
Yeah, Crowder put out a whole special on this, so let's see. So I'll get back to this one. So let's see.
He's just brown.
No, he's not just brown, lady.
That motherfucker speaks Spanish and you're stopping him? Fucking traitors.
Traitors, huh? Oh. She's the only traitor is her. Lady, I hate to break it to you. You're the traitor.
The fuck did he do to you?
I think someone invented complaining. It was probably a woman. Just saying.
You speak Spanish and you're doing this to these guys. Just leave me the fuck alone.
I know, Joe. You were talking about the woman on the video. Born complaining, yeah.
Why are you here? What are they doing? They're just
breaking
fucking
the law.
going to work.
Well, they're breaking the law.
Fuck all of you.
Maybe that's her problem.
I'm so sorry, guys.
I'm so sorry.
I'm with
So
you.
sorry. She's with
Fuck
you.
these
Yeah.
fucking assholes.
Yeah, fuck these assholes. Yeah.
Get the fuck out of my neighborhood. Fucking fuck you. You speak fucking Spanish. And you're fucking doing that to these guys. What did he do that you're doing this? What did he do that you're stopping him? What did he do? He's just trying to go to work. Roll down your window. Why are you here? What is this man doing to you? What is he doing to you?
She's annoying me. She's interfering with my concentration. If I was them, I would arrest her for impeding.
Just let him go to work. Fucking assholes. What is he doing? Other than being brown and driving a fucking truck.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. Not the fact that he's probably a convicted criminal.
What did
got
he
his
do
name
to
on
you?
a list. They know who he is. Everyone they're arresting, they know who they are.
So you speak Spanish and you're getting this man out of his car right now. For what?
Yeah, all her virtue signaling, and then she'll eat a hamburger. At least give her a paintball warning. Yeah, I mean, I can understand why they ignore these people because they're, but they know who they are. 16 immigrants were just arrested on Long Island for systematically stealing clothes from Catholic charity donation bins and selling them. They stole over 500,000 pounds of clothes. What? And cost the charity $750K. 8 of them are illegals, complete savages. Yeah, make your business, mind your business, go make us some sandwiches. The real assholes are the ones always making videos in the profile, not landscape. You ain't kidding. Like, someone want to go tell them, turn your fucking phone, lady.
You thought you've seen everything. Could you believe people would steal from a clothing bin and that they figure out a way to make money?
Suffolk County officials say a disgraceful scene was played out hundreds of times over the last year. Thieves shoving their entire body into donation bins, then emptying them of clothing intended for people in need.
We didn't know who was doing it, prior to the investigation. They uncovered all of this, and every time they filled us in on what was going on, we were just shaking our head.
St. Vincent de Paul Society officials say they went to law enforcement after years of donations. Their main source of revenue for the poor dramatically dropped. They started tracking the bags. The DA says they uncovered bins being hit over and over. 14 vans and storage facilities. Then hundreds of thousands of pounds of stolen clothing was sold to exporters.
The runners had specific routes and worked long hours, both overnight while everyone else was sleeping, and even sometimes brazenly during the day, including sometimes while church was in session.
16 people are charged, including juveniles, with selling more than 500,000 pounds of clothing worth $200,000.
You are literally taking food and clothing and shelter from these needy people's hands, and we will not stand for it.
The defendants pleaded not guilty. The charity lost an estimated $750,000.
People are getting very desperate and creative, if you will, not in a good way.
Since their surveillance cameras clearly weren't a deterrent, officials with St. Vincent de Paul say they're looking into other ways of making their donation boxes theft-proof. Since the arrests, donations are up 50%.
Oh. Most people don't calculate the cost illegals impose on citizens: food, medical supplies, clothing, housing, insurance. They should have put another hatch in it to trap the people in. Yeah, that would work. And disguise mail drop-offs like donation boxes. Wait for illegals to enter. Ship them right back whence they came. Issue solved. Yeah, it's a very white list of names. It is. It is. All these white. This is the white people causing all these problems, man. All from repeat offenders. Wouldn't happen if they were locked up from their third crime, right? Why don't they just tell them what they're arresting them for? Technically, they can't give out that information. You're not supposed to give that information. You can't give that information out. It's private information. It's like they don't tell you. Like the cops come, they're not supposed to be doing that. They don't give the information. They don't know her. She don't know them. She's just some nosy, probably overweight woman who hasn't seen her in a long time. The woman in the video is why you don't apply for ICE. Yeah. It's rich stealing from the very organization that started this asylum crap in the late 70s and 80s, right? Read it in the paper. Right. The asylum crap. I know. I know what you meant. I got you. Here's CJ Pearson says, watch, a white liberal recently asked how I, a black man, could support what ICE is doing in America. Simple. As a black man born in Georgia and American citizen for all 23 years of my life, I voted for what ICE is doing in America. Stop using us as scapegoats.
As a black man, I don't understand how you can support what ICE is doing in America. Actually, as a black man who was born in Georgia, went to the University of Alabama, have been an American citizen for all 23 years of my life, I actually voted for what ICE is doing in America. If President Trump wants to deport 1 million of them, fine by me. If he wants to deport 10 million of them, fine by me. Because I know damn well, if my black ass broke the law, I wouldn't get a sanctuary city. I get a cellmate named George Santos and a court date. Why should America be a nation of laws for the Adams and Jadariuses of the world, but not Virginia Pessoa Gonzalez or Kilmar Abrego Garcia, an alleged member of MS-13? We have enough Crips and Bloods in America. We don't need El Salvadorian gangbangers too. And it's not just me saying this, it's folks in the inner cities of Chicago also saying it as well.
You will not allow Trump to come in here and get these illegals. Yeah, you can smile. We're in $1 billion deficit. And you spent half of our money, half of that on illegals. Trump, Tom Homan, make an example out this Negro right here first.
She took the words right out of my mouth. And it appears that she and many other black people in the city of Chicago will get their wish with the National Guard set to deploy in the city of Chicago any day now. Black people are tired of being used as scapegoats for whatever aggrieved group the woke social justice warriors decide to champion on any given day. It's not our job to be champions for the LGBT, LMNOP, QRS agenda, or for Palestine, or a Democratic Party that every single day, in no uncertain terms, shows us that they don't give a damn about us.
Yeah.
As a black man,
no, it's yeah. Oh. At this, one of the Antifa riot arrestees in Portland. Wow. I think he got some kind of skin condition. Stephen Miller, what's the Pritzker's record? What's Mayor's record? Bloodbath, suffering, death. Too bad. It would be great if they could say this guy is a child molester. Now shut up. Yeah, no, that would be yeah, you know. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good. Let's see here. Right.
What's the Pritzker record? What's the Mayor Johnson record? Bloodbath, suffering, death, misery. You know, in just one weekend, you had over 70 people shot. 70 people shot in gun battles on the streets of Chicago. More dangerous than Mexico City, more dangerous than Baghdad, Iraq. And this is an American town. Donald Trump stands for peace. They stand for violence and death.
That's right. They stand for violence and death. And this is Brianna Lehman. Donald Trump's executive order did not make it illegal for flag burning. I've got to be honest, I didn't see that clip. But given the last week, CNN told me children were being zip tied, and that didn't turn out to be true. I don't want to comment on it if that's not true. I have a problem. We're sitting around talking about a tweet instead of focusing on the fact that there are ICE agents having their cars rammed into. They're having bricks and rocks thrown at them. They were throwing items at law enforcement officers. That's what ICE says, but there's no corroboration on that. So I think, just to be clear, there's videos. Yeah, we saw the videos. I played the videos of the people showing the people getting cars rammed.
Conservatives want liberals to stop calling Trump, authoritarian, fascist, whatever it is. But he's also doing things like saying he's getting rid of the First Amendment. He is calling for the jailing of his political opponents, including a governor and a mayor. They're not allowed to categorize that or describe that in a way that Trump doesn't like?
Well, I don't think that's an accurate representation of what's happening. I'll start with the flag burning thing. Donald Trump's executive order did not make it illegal for flag burning. I got to be honest, I didn't see that clip, but given that last week CNN told me children were being zip tied and that didn't turn out to be true, I don't want to comment on if that's true or not. But Americans are very
comment on if the clip is true?
On what the context of the clip is.
I mean, he was
on the flag burning issue.
On the flag burning issue, and I agree with you. The flag burning EO is nonsense.
It is
but in his mind, he thinks that it outlaws flag burning. And
I don't think he thinks that. I think it's just a tongue-in-cheek comment, and I think Americans are extremely disheartened. We are coming up on the 250th anniversary of the greatest country ever created. And to see people burning the American flag is not good for the patriotic spirit. To his comments about Governor Pritzker and Mayor Johnson, Let's be clear. Impeding federal law enforcement officers from doing their job is serious and should be taken seriously. And I have a problem that we're sitting around tonight talking about a tweet instead of focusing on the fact that there are agents having their cars rammed into. They are having bricks and rocks thrown at them. That video you played in the first segment about the pastor and the priest, they were throwing items at the law enforcement officers.
That's what ICE says, but there's also no corroboration of that. So I think we should just be clear.
We're in body cams? Absolutely.
Well, hey, if there are body cams, I would like to see it because I think that we don't have video that corroborates that part of it, and that video is longer.
Sure, okay.
Than what we
Imagine that one
but
exists. The car
okay,
ramming.
The other part of what you're saying. Hold on.
Oh, but see, they don't ask for video when these people claim things happened. Did they say when they said people were being zip tied? Did they say we don't have video of that, or no? They were fucking reported it. Or when they said there was they're breaking down that they destroyed those apartment buildings. Did they have video of that, or no? They didn't, because we saw video that the apartments were all fucked up before the cops ever went there. Yeah, no corroboration except for the videos. Yeah, that's what we're saying. So. You missed the quote. Is Joy Reid insane? No. What Trump did, what they did was they said that if somebody burns a flag, they're going to look at what else they can't. Flag burning is not, it's protected speech, but it's First Amendment. All right. But if something else happens, if there's other crimes, they're going to look at what else happened around them. If there's something else they could charge them with. That's what they looked at. Like they're talking about saying something about saying they incited or something like that. Or all the death threats these idiots claim to receive. Yeah, definitely. This is good. The man who identifies as a trans Mexican was trolling the leftists in front of the ICE facility. This is funny.
Weak ass male fragile ego bitches! I've been racially profiled for being Mexican, and I was born here. I contribute to society.
Prove it.
I work hard and pay taxes.
Prove it.
Small dick syndrome. Trans Mexicans for us. Yeah, fix your fake ass mustache because you can't grow a real one. We're citizens.
Okay. Yes.
Fuck you, bro.
Free speech.
Fuck you.
Free speech.
Fuck you.
Free speech.
I fought for my country. I'm Mexican, motherfucker.
I'm
Did you fight for your
trans.
country?
Are you transphobic?
Did you fight for your country?
Are you transphobic?
Did you go to Iraq? Fuck
Are
you, punk. Did you go to
I am
Iraq?
valid.
Did you go to
Trans
Afghanistan?
Mexicans are valid.
Huh? And I'm
Trans
Mexican.
Mexicans
I'm
are valid.
fucking Mexican and proud.
So am I.
And I'm fucking proud,
Trans
motherfucker.
Mexicans are
Yeah,
valid
yeah.
Mexicans.
Immigrant status. Fuck you.
Trans
Fuck you.
Mexicans. Trans Mexicans
Yeah, that's the
are
point.
just
You're
as
not supposed to
valid.
come here to be a Mexican. You're supposed to come here to be an American.
Okay.
Under this country, you're supposed to be an
Just 'cause I'm
American.
trans
I don't
doesn't
identify
mean
with my
I'm
cultural
being
heritage.
cis-trans.
I identify as an American.
Okay.
This cower ass motherfucker.
Trans Mexicans love ICE, and we speak for all Mexicans, like trans women.
Stay on the
for
curb for
all
me, please.
women.
Are you guys going to
Okay.
curb for me? Hey, boss man.
Trans Mexicans.
Just go ahead and cover the curb for me. See what you got to do. Just out of the street, please. Out of the street. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
ICE.
You don't know what fucking freedom is, boy.
Trans Mexicans
You don't
for
know
ICE. I
about
speak
freedom.
for all
You
Mexicans.
don't know about freedom.
Trans people
Every
are
day
just
they're
as
taking our
valid
freedom
as
away.
cis people.
Every day.
Okay.
Every day they're taking our shit away. Because of you. It's been 100 years. We're not bringing back 100
Trans
years
people
back.
are just
We're
as
not bringing
valid
that back.
as cis people.
No
Okay?
motherfucking racism, bro.
If trans women can do woman face, I can do Mexican face. Okay? I'm just as valid as cis Mexican.
This makes me think it's not as dangerous.
Cis illegals
Why is-
are illegal.
What is going on with Bella's camera?
Cis illegals are all
Hold on. Bella's camera got all blurry. What is going on? Not tracking image. Autofocus. What is going on? What is going on? I don't know what happened there with Bella's camera got all out of focus. That was weird. I guess I should shut off the autofocus and just manually focus it. Super blurry. Okay. That was weird. That was weird that her camera got weird and all of a sudden, right? Huh. Okay. All right. Too much movement? Is she moving too much? Maybe Bella's moving too much and screwing up. The fridge has been talking to the camera. It's a conspiracy. You know, I tried to forget about the fridge. Thanks for reminding me. Now I'm pissed off again. Thanks a lot. Anyway. Oh, this is good too. This will make you happy. RFK reacts to women on TikTok gobbling Tylenol.
This morning before I came in here, somebody showed me a TikTok video of a pregnant woman at 8 months pregnant. She is an associate professor at the Columbia Medical School, and she is saying F Trump and gobbling Tylenol with her baby in her placenta. And the level of Trump derangement syndrome has now left the political landscapes, and it is now in the realm of pathology. And a mother could overwhelm millions of years of maternal instinct to put her baby at risk. And all you have to do is look at the studies which you and I talked about. It's not just positive that cause autism. It is so suggestive that anybody who takes this stuff during pregnancy, unless they have to, is irresponsible. There are 15 rodent studies. Every one of them shows if you give it to the mother, the babies, and particularly the male babies, have profound neurological and behavioral changes. There is a study from Johns Hopkins on cord blood where they divided women into 3 categories: those who had the least acidic metaphysical.
I think what he was saying about the placenta is that it's in the placenta. It's that the chemicals, the Tylenol is in the placenta. It's also in the baby, in the body. And she probably wasn't pregnant either. She was probably just fat.
In their cord blood. And those who had the most, the ones with the most had 3.6 times the rate of autism in their children. The middle category had 2.2 times, so it's a dose-related response.
Okay. Well, Joe said that's good for him. Great show. Good night. God bless. And I think that's going to be it for me, too. We did 6 hours tonight. I gave you guys an extra half hour because, you know, that's how I am. I'm generous. I give. I'm a giver. So thank you all. I'll see you Saturday night, 10 o'clock tonight. And exactly, let's see, 18 hours from now, I'll be on again. So 6 hours till 10, and 12 from there, 18 hours. So have a good night, everybody. Please remember, hit the like button if you haven't already. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And, you know, I'll see you all. Come back and Jim will tell you the news.
Thank you.